Chapter 1275. Dogs? Did this gigolo just call them dogs? All of a sudden, the two inner island disciples felt a surge of anger rushing to their heads, causing them to almost lose their minds. Boy, you're courting death! Both of them were enraged. The energy in their bodies surged, causing turbulence in the air. With a series of thunderous air explosions, billowing air billows raged. It seemed to have turned into a gust of wind that swept in all directions. The two inner island disciples who had almost lost their minds no longer cared about Li Fei and Kerr. Their robes billowed as they moved and disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures that were like bolts of lightning soared through the sky and headed straight for Duan Ling Tian. They've made their move. Although most of the onlookers could not see what the two inner island disciples were doing, their sudden disappearance made them realize that they had made their move. Something interesting is about to happen. Many people were eager to see the world in chaos. They were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire, so they retreated while observing the situation from afar. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian moved leisurely in the face of the two inner island disciples who were coming at him menacingly. As soon as he moved, he appeared in front of Li Fei and Kerr, who were standing side by side. He shielded the two girls behind him. Li Fei and Kerr, who had planned to fight the two inner island disciples to the death, only saw a flash in front of their eyes before a familiar figure appeared in front of them. So fast! For a moment, they were shocked. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. When they regained their senses and were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's speed, Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated in their ears again. It was extremely indifferent. Bang! Ah! At the same time, they heard a loud bang, followed by a scream. No. To be exact, there were two screams. Since the two screams came at the same time, it was hard to tell whether it was from one or two people. When they looked in the direction of the sound, they saw the bodies of the two inner island disciples flying out like arrows and landing heavily on the ground. The power in their bodies was instantly annihilated, as if it had never existed. No, no. My Dantian. Ew. You are so ruthless. You're so cruel. Soon, a group of onlookers, including Li Fei and Kerr, saw the two inner island disciples rolling on the ground and screaming in agony. In the end, the two inner island disciples gritted their teeth and glared at the purple-clad young man in the air. It was as if they had a grudge against him for killing their fathers and stealing their wives. Their Dantian was destroyed? At this time, many people came to their senses and were shocked. Earlier, they said that they were going to cripple someone's Dantian. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, their Dantian would be crippled instead? This Duan Ling Tian's strength is truly terrifying. From beginning to end, I didn't see his movements clearly. Me too. I've been watching him, but I didn't see him make a move. There was an uproar among the onlookers. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their gazes were filled with fear and respect. At this time, Li Fei and Kerr looked at each other and saw the shock and horror in each other's eyes. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian ignored the onlookers' fearful gazes and the two inner island disciples' ferocious gazes. He turned around and called out to Li Fei and Kerr. The two girls nodded obediently. At the same time, their eyes were filled with curiosity. They were curious about their man's experience all these years, judging from the strength that their man had displayed earlier. His strength was definitely comparable to Emperor Wu's direct disciples on the Cloud Continent. Such strength was comparable to the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. Naturally, it would be easy for him to cripple the two inner island disciples. When Duan Ling Tian and the other two left, the onlookers looked at them respectfully. If Duan Ling Tian wanted to, it would be easy for him to kill the two inner island disciples earlier. However, he did not do that. If he had killed the two inner island disciples, the news would definitely spread among the onlookers and even the Hidden Fog Island's senior officials. By then, the Hidden Fog Island's senior officials would definitely be furious. After all, it was undoubtedly a naked humiliation for the Hidden Fog Island's disciples to be killed on the Hidden Fog Island. Of course, this did not mean that Duan Lingtian was afraid of the Hidden Fog Island's senior officials. Even if he was no match for them, he could always escape. The Hidden Fog Island's senior officials might not be able to react in time. However, even if he managed to escape, it would mean that he would not be able to obtain the Saint Stone as the reward of the Hidden Fog Martial competition. That kind of ending was not what he wanted. To him, the two Inner Island disciples' lives were far less important than the Saint Stone. Therefore, for the sake of the Saint Stone, he spared the two Inner Island disciples' lives and crippled their dantians, making them suffer a fate worse than death. What happened today was completely due to the provocation of the two Inner Island disciples. They even threatened to destroy his dantian in front of everyone. Therefore, his actions could be considered as self-defense. Even if the Hidden Fog Island's people were enraged, they would not dare to look for trouble with him openly. After all, their people were in the wrong. Just as Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Kerr left, the two Inner Island disciples' eyes widened. They felt that the sky above their heads was about to collapse. Since their cultivation base had been crippled, they were destined to be mediocre in the future. When they thought of this, they clenched their teeth so hard that they almost broke their teeth as they looked at the three leaving figures. "I won't let you guys go. I won't let you guys go." The two Inner Island disciples kept roaring in their hearts. When the onlookers saw that Duan Lingtian and the other two silhouettes had disappeared from their sight, they regained their senses one by one. After looking at the two Inner Island disciples with pity, they dispersed one after another. "I want him and those 2B asterisk cheese to die." After the two Inner Island disciples took out healing pills and consumed them, one of them said angrily while clenching his teeth, "We must find a way to take revenge." The other one said with his eyes wide open, "I swear I'm not human if I don't take revenge." The two of them looked at each other and ran out of the Hidden Fog City, heading straight to the East Island of the Hidden Fog Island. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei and Kerr out of the Hidden Fog City. They only stopped when they arrived at the west side of the Hidden Fog City, above an empty forest. "Young master, you're so powerful." Just like before, Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of adoration, and her little face was flushed with excitement. "Scoundrel, how did you become so powerful? I thought Sister Kerr and I had already surpassed you after so many years. I didn't expect you to still leave us far behind." Li Fei smiled wryly when she reached the end of her sentence. She felt that her previous thoughts were so childish. "Young master, how did you survive all these years?" Kerr asked curiously. She was very interested in Duan Lingtian's experience all these years. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian as well. She was also interested in this. All these years. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. After a while he sighed and said, "Although I've recovered some of my memories since I lost them, there's still a part that I haven't recovered. That part of my memory is from the southern outer land on Cloud Continent. I only remember that I came from the southern outer land, but I don't know anything about what I've experienced in the southern outer land." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Li Fei and Kerr with hope in his eyes. "I think the memories related to both of you and me should also be part of the memories from the southern outer land. Tell me about the past. Perhaps I'll be able to recall something." Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and Kerr as he said in a slightly urgent manner. He had always wanted to know about his past, but he could not recall it in the end. Now that he met these two women who gave him a familiar and intimate feeling and called themselves his fiancées, he wanted to know more about his past. He wanted to know how he had met them, how they had gotten together, and even how they had gotten engaged. "Let Sister Kerr speak first. She knew you before I did." Li Fei looked at Kerr. "Young master, The first time I met you was on the streets of Fresh Breeze Town. At that time, it was the darkest and most helpless time in my life. At that time, my mother, whom I relied on for survival, died. I felt like the sky was falling down. At that time, I only had one thought. No matter what, I had to bury my mother properly. She didn't enjoy any happiness when she was alive, so I couldn't let her suffer when she was no longer around. Therefore, for the sake of my mother, I sold my body on the streets to bury her. When Kerr reached this point, her face was already covered in tears. She looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled through her tears. It was also at that time that I met you, young master. At that time, young master was the first person who was willing to spend money to bury my mother without seeing my appearance. At that time, I knew that young master was a good person. So, after burying my mother, even if young master didn't intend to let me go with you, I still decided to go with you. Facts proved that my choice was correct. After arriving at the Lee family in Fresh Breeze Town, young master and madam treated me like family and took care of me in every possible way. From that time on, I saw young master and madam as my only family in this world. As Kerr spoke slowly, her eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. After that, I stayed at the Lee family in Fresh Breeze Town. After staying there, I personally witnessed young masters rise all the way to becoming one of the most outstanding young talents in Fresh Breeze Town. Not only that, young master was later recommended by the Lee family in Fresh Breeze Town to the Lee family in Aurora City, which is also the original clan of the Lee family in Fresh Breeze Town. It was also there that young master met Sister Fair. When she spoke up to this point, Kerr paused for a moment before looking at Li Fei beside her. Sister Li Fei, I'll leave the rest to you to tell young master. Chapter 1276. As for when they parted ways with Duan Lingtian, they left together. It was even to the extent that when they left, they didn't even have the time to bid farewell to Duan Lingtian, and in the following days, they often felt regret because of this. The first time I met you was during the clan martial competition held by the Aurora City's Li clan. Meanwhile, Li Fei continued Kerr's words and continued to speak to Duan Lingtian. From the first time she met Duan Lingtian, her impression of Duan Lingtian wasn't very good, and she felt that Duan Lingtian was very frivolous. She slowly spoke of Duan Lingtian's experiences in Aurora City. During this time, Li Fei didn't forget to speak of the existence of the two little pythons. I truly never imagined that when I was young, I actually had such a wonderful experience. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart when he heard Li Fei. After she finished speaking of the events in Aurora City, Li Fei continued. After that, you went to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp and stayed there for a period of time. After that, you returned and went to the Imperial City with us, and you settled down in the Imperial City. Subsequently, Li Fei spoke of Duan Lingtian's experiences in the Imperial City, including Paladin Academy, the Divine Might Marquis Estate, the Duan clan, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial family. Of course, Li Fei only spoke of what she knew. At that time, you led the Crimson Sky Kingdom soldiers to capture a neighboring country city without expending a single soldier, and you seem to have become an existence like a god of war. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was practically no one who didn't know of you. As she spoke up to hear, Li Fei's beautiful eyes seemed to have a burning gaze. That was her man. She was proud of it. Right when your name shook the Crimson Sky Kingdom, you made a decision to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At the first possible moment, you locked onto the 7-star Sword Sect, the leader of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. On the way to the 7-star Sword Sect, we encountered Little Gold. Li Fei paused for a moment. Little Gold? What's that? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Little Gold is a rat-type demon beast. According to your words, it seems to be some jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Li Fei said, What? Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Although he had yet to recall many things from the past, he still knew a little about the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. He knew that it was a powerful demon beast that could easily break through to the Emperor Wu realm when it matured. And he had encountered a jade-eyed heavenly mouse? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's slightly agitated mood calmed down once again, because Li Fei had already continued to speak about what happened after that. What happened after that was none other than the matter of him being in the Seven-Star Sword Sect, the leader of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. During this period of time, Li Fei didn't forget to tell Duan Lingtian some other things. For example, when they left the Seven-Star Sword Sect and went to the ancient city of Everlast. In the ancient city of Everlast, they got to know Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. In the end, Li Fei spoke about how she and Kerr left with the peak master of the 7-star sword sects, Alcade Peak, Qinxiang. They originally thought that it was just an ordinary birthday celebration, but they never imagined that they would stay in the Yinyang sect because of this. Yinyang sect. Duan Lingtian frowned. Scoundrel, you know about the Yinyang sect? Li Fei asked curiously. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian as well, and asked with a concerned expression, Young master, what's wrong with you? In my recovered memories, I've been to the Yinyang sect. But why did I go to the Yinyang sect? Why can't I recall it for a while? Duan Lingtian shook his head ceaselessly. He kept feeling that in the part of his recovered memories, there was still a small part that was incomplete. That small part was also the most important. Young master, you've been to the Yinyang sect? Kerr couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, I've been there. Duan Lingtian nodded. In my recovered memories, I seem to have killed the peak master of the Yinyang sect's Yang Peak. He seemed to be called Yang Hong. His son was also killed by me. But why did I kill him? Duan Lingtian muttered in a low voice, and his brows were tightly knit together. What? Yang Hong and his son are dead? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Li Fei and Kerr turned pale with fright. After the initial shock, their faces were filled with excitement. Yang Hong and his son were their irreconcilable enemies. They still remembered. The reason they could escape from the Yinyang sect was because their senior sister, Yang Shui, had tried her best to stop Yang Hong. That was how they managed to escape. Even when they went all the way north and entered Yuhan Valley, they wanted to avenge their senior sister, Yang Shui, and their master. Their master was the deputy peak master of Yin Peak, and he was killed by Yang Hong. However, regardless of whether it was Li Fei or Kerr, they would never have thought that the enemy they desperately wanted to kill was already dead. Moreover, he was killed by their fiancé. No. Suddenly, Li Fei seemed to have recalled something, and her beautiful face tensed up slightly. Sister Fei, do you think the people who came looking for us were really young master's men? Kerr asked. Li Fei took a deep breath. Kerr had the same thought as her. She still remembered. Back then, when she and Kerr successfully escaped from the Yinyang sect, someone who knew the name of their fiancé came looking for them while they were hiding. However, they thought it was a trap, so they did not go out. Later on, many people, including the Supreme Elder of Yang Peak and the 2 Deputy Peak Masters of Yang Peak, came looking for them and said that their fiancé, Duan Lingtian, had killed Yang Hong and his son. At that time, they did not believe it. After all, it was Yang Hong and his son's scheme that lured them out. Scoundrel, when did you arrive at the Yinyang sect? Li Fei asked after taking a deep breath. As long as Duan Lingtian could tell her when he arrived at the Yinyang sect, she would know whether what she and Kerr had faced was real or not. I think so. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he roughly told her the time he arrived at the Yinyang sect. Boom! For a moment, whether it was Li Fei or Kerr, it was as though they had been struck by lightning. They were so shocked that they could not regain their senses for a long time. Sister Fei, at that time it was really young master. Kerr looked at Li Fei and said with a complicated gaze, We were so close. If we didn't continue to hide at that time and came out, perhaps we would have reunited with the scoundrel. Li Fei sighed. She regretted her choice at that time. Sister Fei, it's not like you don't know the situation at that time. At that time, we couldn't take the risk. Kerr comforted Li Fei. Scoundrel, since you arrived at the Yin Yang sect after we left and killed Yang Hong and his son, did you see senior sister Yang Shui when you killed them? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and asked eagerly. In that case, I went to the Yin Yang sect because of them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also guessed his purpose of going to the Yin Yang sect. As it turned out, it was to look for his two fiancées. Yang Shui? Upon hearing Li Fei's question, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Who's that? After Li Fei roughly described Yang Shui's characteristics, Duan Lingtian finally understood. So you're talking about her. When I arrived, she was already dead. Dead. Although Li Fei and Kerr were already mentally prepared, they could not help but turn pale when they heard the news of Yang Shui's death from Duan Lingtian. 2 streaks of tears fell from their faces, causing them to look haggard. However, I used an ice coffin made of 10,000 years old ice to preserve her body. When I recalled this earlier, I couldn't remember why I did that at all. Now, it seems like it has something to do with both of you. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh. Just when Li Fei and Kerr became a little dispirited after hearing the news of Yang Shui's death, Duan Lingtian was suddenly stunned. His brows were tightly knitted together. At the same time, he felt a slight tingling in the depths of his mind. This tingling sensation caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, he clearly noticed that there were a lot of scattered images in his mind. In his mind, there were many fragmented images flashing past. These images seemed to come from the memories he had yet to recover. The memory fragments were densely packed together. He tried to piece them together, but it was difficult. Every step was difficult. At this moment, the tingling sensation suddenly intensified. Duan Lingtian could not endure it at all and let out a shrill cry. At this moment, he only felt a splitting headache. It was as if his entire head was about to be torn apart. Scoundrel! Young master! At this moment, Li Fei and Kerr were alarmed. They immediately put aside their memories of Yang Shui and looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly at the same time. However, after Duan Lingtian screamed, a sudden change occurred. His entire body trembled even more violently as if he had encountered something bad. At this moment, his eyes also became dim and lifeless. It was as if he had become a living dead. At this moment, Li Fei and Kerr panicked. They did not know what had just happened. They did not know why Duan Lingtian suddenly became like this. East Island, Hidden Fog Island. 2 inner island disciples, whose Dantian was crippled finally, ran all the way back to East Island with the strength of their legs. Their Dantian was crippled, and they had lost all of their origin energy. They could not fly in the air. However, with the various profundities that they had comprehended, their speed was not slow at all. It did not take long for them to return to East Island, to the place where they used to cultivate. However, this time, they did not return to the place where they used to cultivate. They knew very well in their hearts. Right now, they no longer had the right to stay in East Island. They only had one purpose in coming back: revenge. Senior brother Chen has always been lustful. Since we can't get those 2 bitches, we'll destroy them. Chapter 1277. Ouch! Ouch! Duan Lingtian held his head that was about to split open with both of his hands as he growled like a wild beast. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into an injured beast. He did not know when it happened, but his forehead was already drenched in sweat. Creak! 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 Duan Lingtian's teeth kept chattering as he made strange noises that would make anyone's hair stand on end. Scoundrel! Young master! Li Fei and Kerr stood at the side anxiously. Since they did not know what had happened to Duan Lingtian, they did not dare to act rashly. They could only stand where they were and look at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Their hearts ached as they looked at Duan Lingtian, who was sweating profusely and appeared to be in extreme pain. If pain could be transferred, they would not hesitate to transfer their man's pain to themselves so that he would not suffer. At this moment, images flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. These images were fragments of his past memories. As the images flashed past faster and faster, Duan Lingtian felt as though his head was about to explode. He could not help but growl again and again. "What the hell? What's your soul made of, brat?" Soon after, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. This voice was filled with shock and disbelief. It was none other than Wang Ba. "At this speed, I'm afraid your soul will fully recover in 15 minutes at most," Wang Ba said as though he had seen a ghost. "You're really a monster, brat. I've lived for half of my life, but this is the first time I've seen a monster who can recover his soul so quickly." However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Wang Ba's words. Or rather, he could not divert his attention to listen at all. At this moment, he only felt a splitting headache. He did not seem to be aware of his surroundings at all. Perhaps he would not be able to resist even if someone wanted to kill him. "Scoundrel! Young master!" Li Fei and Kerr stood to the side. They were very worried about Duan Lingtian's situation. Unknowingly, they were so anxious that tears began to flow out. Time passed quietly. A quarter of an hour later, the beast-like low roar disappeared, and the sound of teeth chattering also disappeared. Duan Lingtian, whose body was violently trembling, finally regained his calm. That said, even though he had regained his calm, blood was still flowing from his mouth. His teeth continued to chatter, splitting his mouth and causing blood to flow out. After calming down, Duan Lingtian let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Right now, he looked as if he had just been drenched by a heavy rain. His clothes were completely soaked. Of course, his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had regained his calm, Li Fei and Kerr heaved a sigh of relief. When they saw that Duan Lingtian was still bleeding from his mouth, they both flew out. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could only smell two fragrances that were accompanied by two similar medicinal fragrances. Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and swallowed the pills that the two girls had brought over. A moment later, the blood in his mouth stopped flowing. If a third person saw this scene, they would definitely curse him for wasting God's gift. The splitting of the mouth and the bleeding were only superficial wounds. Even a grade 9 gold injury pill could stop the bleeding in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! As the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body fluctuated, his drenched clothes were dried in just a moment. After his clothes were dried, without waiting for Li Fei and Kerr to return to their senses, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hands and took the opportunity to pull the two girls into his arms. Duan Lingtian put the two girls' heads close to his cheek, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. "Kerr, little Fei, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Did you miss me very much?" "Bah, I didn't miss you." Li Fei, who was caught off guard by Duan Lingtian's sneak attack, replied instinctively when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, she was stunned. This was because she could hear that Duan Lingtian's tone seemed to be a little off. This feeling made her unable to help but recall the feeling she had when she was with Duan Lingtian in the past. She had a feeling. Her man seemed to have returned. To be more precise, her man from the past had returned. "Young master, you've regained your memory?" Kerr asked in surprise when she also felt Duan Lingtian's change. "Yes, I've recovered." Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. After a full 15 minutes of torture earlier, his soul had finally recovered at an extremely fast speed. Since his soul had recovered, his memory had naturally recovered as well. The moment the splitting headache left him, his current memories perfectly merged with his past memories. He remembered everything. The two girls standing in front of him were his two fiancées that had been in his dreams all these years. They were existences that he treasured as much as his life. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, the two girls who still had tear stains on their faces broke into smiles. They hugged Duan Lingtian tightly together and leaned their heads on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. At this moment, the atmosphere also became charming and gentle. Half a day had passed, but the two girls were still unwilling to move. They just leaned on Duan Lingtian quietly. If it was possible, they wished this moment would last forever. To hug their loved ones until the end of time. What a wonderful thing that would be. Duan Lingtian hugged Li Fei and Kerr tightly. He rubbed his face against Li Fei and Kerr. Kerr, little Fei, according to what you said earlier, when I went to the Yin Yang sect and killed Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, and sent someone to look for you, were you still nearby? Duan Lingtian asked curiously after a while. Yes. Li Fei nodded. When the supreme elder of Yang Peak and the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak came to look for us, we were still there. However, we thought it was Yang Hong and his son's scheme. Fate really makes fools of us. Duan Lingtian sighed. If that's the case, you should have heard about the news about me and the Lingtian sect that I asked someone to spread, right? We heard about it. At that time, we thought it was Yang Hong and his son who wanted to bait us. Li Fei nodded and sighed. Now that I think about it, I was too sensitive at that time. If I had stayed and verified it, we might have been reunited a long time ago. Under those circumstances, you were right to be careful. Besides, aren't we reunited now? Duan Lingtian smiled. Moreover, I've already avenged senior sister Yang Shui and your master. Duan Lingtian added. Scoundrel, thank you. Li Fei took a deep breath and hugged Duan Lingtian tighter. Master, senior sister, the person who harmed you is dead. Both of you can rest in peace in the underworld. Kerr slowly stood up and held Duan Lingtian's arm. She looked in the direction of Cloud Continent and bowed slightly as she muttered. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei also bowed in the direction of Cloud Continent. Master, senior sister, he's the man of Sister Kerr and I. He's avenged both of you. Li Fei looked in the direction of Cloud Continent and said softly. Li Fei and Kerr had tears rolling down their faces again. It was obvious that they were reminded of their master and senior sister when they were still in the Yin Yang sect. Tell me about what happened after you left the southern area of Cloud Continent's inner land. Duan Lingtian noticed Li Fei and Kerr's sadness and changed the topic to divert their attention. Duan Lingtian learned about what happened to them from Li Fei and Kerr. They went north and went through many hardships. In the end, they arrived at the northern area of Cloud Continent's inner land safely and successfully joined Yuhan Valley. Speaking of Yuhan Valley, both of your abilities shouldn't be enough to represent Yuhan Valley in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, right? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. He had already probed Li Fei and Kerr's cultivation base with his spiritual energy. Li Fei was at the 7th level Martial Monarch stage, while Kerr was at the 8th level Martial Monarch stage. Duan Lingtian was surprised by their improvement. Based on their abilities, it was impossible for them to get the chance to join the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you, Li Fei said. It's all thanks to me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Little Fei, what do you mean? I don't know that you Han Emperor Wu from Yuhan Valley. Young master, it's because of Han Bing's divine sword technique. Kerr said, Han Bing's divine sword technique? What's wrong with Han Bing's divine sword technique? Duan Lingtian was even more confused. Of course, he knew about Han Bing's divine sword technique. It was a top cultivation method recorded in the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory that he had integrated. Of course, it was only a top cultivation method on Cloud Continent. Besides, he also remembered. Back then, he had passed the Hanbing's God sword technique to Kuer. However, he could not figure it out. What did Kerr and Li Fei's arrival have to do with Han Bing's divine sword technique? Scoundrel, I'm afraid you've never thought that. Kerr's and my master, the Yuhan Emperor Wu, would cultivate Han Bing's divine sword technique. Li Fei took over and told Duan Lingtian. What? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard what Li Fei said. He then muttered, that Yuhan Emperor Wu. Could it be that she's related to the Ice Emperor Wu? No, the Ice Emperor Wu was someone from 20,000 years ago. Even if she's related to the Yuhan Emperor Wu, it must be very faint. Or perhaps the reason why the Yuhan Emperor Wu knows Han Bing's divine sword technique is because of the inheritance that the Ice Emperor Wu left behind. Duan Lingtian was almost certain when he thought about it. Naturally, he thought that way because of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. According to the logic in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, that was most likely the case. Kerr is willing to bring all of you to the Hidden Fog Island just because she cultivates Han Bing's divine sword technique? Chapter 1278. Scoundrel, you've guessed wrongly. It's precisely because Sister Kerr cultivates Han Bing's God sword technique that she was immediately accepted as a direct disciple by Yuhan Emperor Wu. Li Fei said to Duan Lingtian, I forgot. Earlier, you said that Yuhan Emperor Wu is your and Kerr's current master. Duan Lingtian recalled what Li Fei said earlier and came to a realization. However, it's not strange that Kerr became Yuhan Emperor Wu's direct disciple because of Han Bing's God's sword technique. How did you become Yuhan Emperor Wu's direct disciple? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He knew very well in his heart whether it was Kerr or Li Fei. In terms of strength and talent, they definitely could not enter Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes. However, since Yuhan Emperor Wu accepted them as his direct disciples, there must be a reason. He already knew the reason for Kerr. As for Li Fei, he could not guess it. It's because of Sister Kerr's insistence. She said that if Yuhan Emperor Wu did not accept me as his direct disciple, she would not be willing to be his direct disciple either. Li Fei looked at Kerr. Yuhan Emperor Wu is so easy to talk to. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Actually, I was also quite surprised at that time. Logically speaking, if an Emperor Wu is willing to accept a person as his direct disciple, in his eyes, it's undoubtedly that person's good fortune. If that person still wanted to bargain with him, he would definitely be unhappy. However, Yuhan Emperor Wu did not. Not only did he not, he even agreed to Sister Kerr's conditions immediately when Kerr mentioned it. Li Fei said, if that's the case, there are only two possibilities. Duan Lingtian said, firstly, Yuhan Emperor Wu really wants Kerr to become his direct disciple. That's why he indulged Kerr so much. Secondly, Yuhan Emperor Wu has ulterior motives. After you became Yuhan Emperor Wu's direct disciples, did you notice anything strange when you were interacting with her? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and Kerr and asked. It was a little strange. Li Fei pondered for a moment before she said, she seems to be particularly interested in you. Me. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes, Li Fei said, nodded. Yuhan Bing, S of you is. Use did you use? Seem to have asked you. Fei's master, SSS? Masters? Kerr was a little surprised. Based on what you said, could it be that Martial Emperor Yuhan has asked you about me? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Kerr nodded. The situation I encountered is similar to Fei's. Did you tell Yuhan Emperor Wu that the Han Bing's sword technique that you're cultivating is for me? Duan Lingtian asked again. Kerr nodded again. After confirming it, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a bright light flashed in them. Now, I can be sure. Your current master, Yuhan Emperor Wu, has ulterior motives, and is even interested in me. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei and Kerr. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked you about me. Maybe she knows something. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of vigilance appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Young master, you said master has ulterior motives? Kerr was also a little wary. She trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. As for you, Han Emperor Wu, although they were master and disciple, the time they spent together did not even add up to half a day. Li Fei also looked at Duan Lingtian. Kerr, little fa, I think it's time to tell you some things. Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr and Li Fei with a serious expression and said seriously, Young master, don't scare me. Seeing Duan Lingtian's serious expression, Kerr's beautiful face changed. Although Li Fei's expression did not change, she also frowned at this moment. She was also very curious about what Duan Lingtian was going to say next. Kerr, you've been following me for a long time. When we were at the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, you should have heard about some things that happened to me in the Li family before you followed me, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr. Kerr nodded. When she had first followed Duan Lingtian to the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, she had also heard about Duan Lingtian's tragic past from some of the Li family members. However, after she had followed Duan Lingtian had acted out of character. Not only had he become high profile, but he had also become one of the most outstanding youths in Fresh Breeze Town. At that time, she had been suspicious. She wondered if the rumors about her young master's tragic past had been deliberately made up by someone. Actually, before I met you, I had a fortuitous encounter. That fortuitous encounter allowed me to fuse with the memories of an expert, the Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr and spoke frankly. He was talking about the matter of fusing with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. As for the matter of his previous life, he did not mention it. It was not that he did not trust Kerr and Li Fei. The two of them were his fiancés, and he was even willing to give up his life for them, not to mention a mere background. He was only afraid of scaring them. After all, that matter was unimaginable to the two of them. Samsara Emperor Wu, the 3 lives Samsara technique. In his 3rd life, he chose you, young master, and wanted to take over your body and replace you? Kerr was so frightened that her face turned white. A person from 20,000 years ago. That Samsara Emperor Wu is really terrifying. He can actually live for more than 20,000 years through a set of techniques. Li Fei was also frightened. After a while, she could not help but gasp. Then, Kerr and Li Fei also learned about the Samsara Emperor Wu's past from Duan Lingtian. For example, the Samsara Emperor Wu's achievements in the Tao of weapon forging, the Tao of medicine refining, and the Tao of inscription. No wonder you not only know how to forge weapons and refine pills, but also inscribe inscriptions. So it's all because of the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Li Fei was enlightened. In the past, she really thought her fiancé was an all-around talent. It turned out that everything was because of the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Perhaps the Samsara Emperor Wu did not expect that, in his 3rd life, not only did he fail to reincarnate, he even used the memories of his 2 lives to make a wedding dress for you, young master. Kerr sighed. At this time, Kerr also knew about the origin of the Han Bing's God's sword technique. It was a technique that the Samsara Emperor Wu won from an expert with the title Han Bing from the hands of the Emperor Wu. Scoundrel, Cold Emperor Wu asked me and Kerr about you. Could it be related to the Samsara Emperor Wu? Li Fei guessed. I have this suspicion too. Since that Cold Emperor Wu knows the complete version of the Han Bing's God sword technique, it means that she has a certain connection with the Frost Emperor Wu. Or maybe she obtained the inheritance of the Frost Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky as he guessed. Can we think of it this way? She obtained the inheritance of the Frost Emperor Wu, and the Frost Emperor Wu left a record of the Samsara Emperor Wu in his inheritance? Li Fei guessed. Moreover, it also mentioned that her technique was obtained by the Samsara Emperor Wu. The reason why the Cold Emperor Wu asked about you is because she suspects that you're the third reincarnation of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Maybe she even found out that the Samsara Emperor Wu was a royal-grade alchemist through the information that the Frost Emperor Wu left behind. Li Fei continued to guess. That's possible. Duan Lingtian nodded. Young master, I thought of something. Before I left Yuhan Valley and came to the Hidden Fog Island, I accidentally entered the forbidden area of Yuhan Valley. Suddenly, Kerr seemed to have recalled something and said, The forbidden area of Yuhan Valley? Duan Lingtian was stunned. There are only 2 people in the entire Yuhan Valley who are qualified to enter the forbidden area of Yuhan Valley. One of them is the Yuhan Emperor Wu, and the other is Senior Sister Su. Li Fei said, Senior Sister Su? The lady in green who was with you earlier? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes, she's Senior Sister Su. Apart from that, she's also the eldest direct disciple of the Yuhan Emperor Wu and is highly regarded by the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Apart from that, it's rumored that she's also an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Li Fei continued. The last time I accidentally entered the forbidden area, Senior Sister Su was the one who brought me out. However, I still saw a statue in the forbidden area, a statue that looked like a woman. Kerr said, A statue? Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were stunned. Yes, Kerr nodded. That statue was a woman who was standing with a sword. At that time, I could tell that the statue had been around for a long time. It might have been passed down from Yuhan Valley. What's different about the statue that looked like a woman who was standing with a sword? Duan Lingtian asked. There's a sword-shaped mark in between the woman's eyebrows. I'm not sure if it's the effect of the statue, Kerr said. Between the eyebrows? A sword-shaped mark? Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment and subconsciously searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, the memories of his first lifetime. In the end, he confirmed it. The Frost Emperor Wu, who had fought with the reincarnation Emperor Wu, had a sword-shaped mark in between his eyebrows. He was once known as a natural-born sword cultivator because of that. The statue of the Frost Emperor Wu? It's been around for a long time. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment and said, If that's the case, it's not that the Yuhan Emperor Wu obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's inheritance. It's very likely that the ancestors of the Yuhan Valley obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's inheritance. Yuhan Valley. She didn't build it single-handedly, right? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Both Li Fei and Kerr knew what Duan Lingtian was asking, just as Duan Lingtian and the other 2 were discussing the Yuhan Emperor Wu on the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island. The first thing Su Rong did when she returned from the Hidden Fog City was to look for the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Master, Junior Sister Kerr, and Junior Sister, Li's fiancé has appeared, Su Rong reported respectfully. Chapter 1279. He was Kerr and Li Fei's fiancé. Was he not the person who was suspected to be the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu? The reincarnation Emperor Wu was a powerhouse who stood at the pinnacle of the Cloud Continent 20,000 years ago. Apart from his terrifying strength, he was also a heaven-defying alchemist. Until now, she had never heard of an alchemist on the Cloud Continent who could break through the shackles of a Grade 1 alchemist to become a quasi-royal grade alchemist, let alone a royal grade alchemist. However, the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 20,000 years ago was a royal grade alchemist. During that era, the reincarnation Emperor Wu could be said to be an all-powerful existence. He was so popular on the Cloud Continent that nobody could compare to him. The Yuhan Emperor Wu knew all of this. Moreover, she also knew that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated a heaven-defying cultivation method called the 3 Lives Reincarnation Technique. One would need to go through 3 lives of reincarnation to cultivate it completely. After 20,000 years, it was time for the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 3rd reincarnation to be born. Han Bing's divine sword technique. According to the Frost Emperor Wu's words, apart from herself, she only passed it on to the reincarnation Emperor Wu at the moment of her death. Later on, Yuhan Valley obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's inheritance. In other words, apart from the reincarnation Emperor Wu and Yuhan Valley, nobody else in the world knows the Han Bing's divine sword technique. In Yuhan Valley, the Han Bing's divine sword technique is only passed on to the next Valley Master. It's impossible for it to be passed on to outsiders. Therefore, Ker's Han Bing's divine sword technique must have been passed on to her by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. To be more precise, it was passed on to her by the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 3rd reincarnation. According to Ker, the Han Bing's divine sword technique that she cultivated was passed on to her by her fiancé. Thousands of thoughts flashed through the mind of Emperor Wu in the blink of an eye. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Ker's fiancé was the 3rd reincarnation of Samsara Emperor Wu. Where is he? The cold Emperor Wu looked at Su Rong with a burning gaze. He seemed to have lost his composure. She couldn't afford to lose her composure. Although the 3rd reincarnation of Emperor Wu hadn't matured yet, it was a unique treasure to her. This was because he was not only a royal-grade alchemist, but he was also a powerhouse who was once Emperor Wu. In his first life, reincarnation Emperor Wu was an expert who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. In his second life, if there were no accidents, he would definitely be an Emperor Wu as well. So much so that it might even surpass the first life. He who had experienced 2 lifetimes must have left something behind for his 3rd reincarnation before he went through his 3rd reincarnation. Among those things, there must be many that she coveted. Due to this reason, the cold Emperor Wu was eager to find the 3rd reincarnation of reincarnation Emperor Wu. She wanted to control him and steal his spatial ring. She wanted to enslave him. A royal-grade alchemist would become her slave. Just the thought of it made Martial Emperor Yuhan feel inexplicably excited. He's in the Hidden Fog City with junior sister Ker and junior sister Li, Su Rong said. Hidden Fog City? Martial Emperor Yuhan nodded. In the next second, she disappeared before Su Rong's eyes without any movement, leaving Su Rong dumbfounded. Master actually went there personally. It seems like that Duan Lingtian has something that Master is interested in. Su Rong thought to herself. Although she had guessed it a long time ago, it was only now that she confirmed it. Just as Su Rong was deep in her thoughts, the cold Emperor was already on his way to the Hidden Fog City. Wherever he passed, the fog would disperse and make way for him. With the cold Emperor Wu's speed, it did not take long for him to arrive at the Hidden Fog City. Unfortunately, she was destined to return empty-handed. Whether it was Duan, Lingtian, Ker, or Li Fei, all of them were no longer in the Hidden Fog City. Not only were they not in the Hidden Fog City, but they were also deliberately staying away from the city. However, the cold Emperor Wu soon heard about what Duan Lingtian had done in the Hidden Fog City not long ago, crippling 2 of the Hidden Fog Island's Inner Islands disciples, as expected of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 3rd reincarnation. He's not even fully grown yet, but he's already so high-profile. The cold Emperor Wu muttered to himself. After finding out from some people in the Hidden Fog City that Duan, Lingtian, Ker, and Li Fei had already left the Hidden Fog City, the cold Emperor Wu also left the Hidden Fog City. She did not look for them everywhere. Although the Hidden Fog Island was not big, it was not easy to find the 3 of them. The cold Emperor Wu returned to the southern island and returned to the residence that the Hidden Fog Island had arranged for the people of the Yuhan Valley. After returning, the cold Emperor Wu went to look for Su Rong again. Tell me everything that happened when you met Ker and Li Fei's fiancé. Seeing that the cold Emperor Wu had returned alone and did not look good, Su Rong did not dare to delay. She told him everything that happened when she met Duan Lingtian without hiding anything. If that's the case, he must have followed an Emperor Wu or a demon emperor from the Cloud Continent to the hidden Fog Island. The cold Emperor Wu's eyes gleamed as he muttered to himself. That should be the case. Su Rong nodded. Duan, Ling, Tian. The cold Emperor Wu repeated the name one word at a time. The light in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Duan Ling Tian, the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu? At this moment, the cold Emperor Wu had a rough idea of what was going on. In the eastern island of the hidden Fog Island, in a valley with beautiful scenery, waves of decadent sounds could be heard continuously. The sounds were enough to make a shy person blush. A tall and sturdy young man was engaged in the most primitive activity with a young lady with a hot body. The lady was sprawled on a huge rock while the young man kept pounding her from behind. It was as though he was riding a horse. The obscene sounds came from the lady's mouth. After some time, the young man's movements became faster. In the end, he let out a low growl as his body twitched violently. He only calmed down after a while. As for the lady, she fell on the huge rock like a dead dog. She was so tired that she had passed out. The young man glanced at the pretty lady nonchalantly. With a lift of his hand, a long robe appeared and he put it on. Suddenly, the young man seemed to have noticed something as he looked out of the valley. Senior Brother Chen. At the same time, two voices came from outside the valley and entered the young man's ears clearly. Whoosh! The young man raised his brow when he heard the voices. He immediately moved as though he had transformed into a gust of wind and was blown out of the valley. It's you guys? After exiting the valley, the young man hovering in the air glanced at the two middle-aged men standing on the ground nonchalantly. Tell me, why are you looking for me? As a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island, he had some inner island disciples following him. The two men before him were his followers. Senior Brother Chin, our Danchins have been crippled. One of the middle-aged men said with grief and indignation. There was an extremely cold gleam deep in his eyes, as though he was about to devour someone. The young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Chin was the core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island, Chin. Apart from having a shocking martial strength and having broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, Qinji had another hobby, and that was women. Anyone from the Hidden Fog Island would more or less know about Qinji. Qinji was a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island. He was lustful and would not be satisfied without women. It was said that he would do the most primitive exercise at least twice a day. Moreover, he would not be interested in women if they were not beautiful. What's going on? Qinji frowned. As the saying went, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its master. He could not help but be furious when he learned that his two followers had their Danchins crippled. Senior Brother Chin, you must avenge us. We offended that guy because of you. Senior Brother Chin. However, we didn't expect him to be so ruthless and cripple our Danchins. The other middle-aged man said with shame and anger. Because of me? Qin Ji's frown deepened. Tell me, what's going on? Senior Brother Chin, it's like this. Not long ago, the two of us were in charge of receiving a powerhouse from the Cloud Continent, Emperor Wu and his 10 disciples. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and suppressed his anger as he said, at that time we were receiving a female Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent, Yuhan Emperor Wu. The 10 disciples that Emperor Wu Yuhan brought were all female. Qinji's eyes lit up when the middle-aged man reached this part of the story. He was completely captivated. All of them were female disciples. In the depths of Qinji's eyes, there was a luster of lust. Among the 10 female disciples that Emperor Wu Yuhan brought, 2 of them were so beautiful that they could make the birds and beasts fall from the sky and put the flowers to shame. No, I should say that they're devastatingly beautiful. The middle-aged man blurted out, I've lived for so long, but it's my first time seeing such beautiful women. Moreover, there are 2 of them. Me too. The two women each had an appearance that could be said to be peerless. The words peerless beauties couldn't be more appropriate when used on them. The other middle-aged man chimed in. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke. Are they really that beautiful? Chun-Ji's eyes had already lit up when the first middle-aged man spoke. His eyes were like stars. When the second middle-aged man chimed in, his breathing became hurried, and his sparkling eyes seemed to be filled with flames of desire. There were two things that he was most interested in his life. Firstly, cultivation. Secondly, women. To someone like him who was not happy without women, beauties were the source of his desire. How would we dare to lie to you, Senior Brother Chin? One of the middle-aged men hurriedly said. I don't think you'd dare to lie to me. However, I'm very interested in them. Tell me where they are now. There was a hint of urgency in Chun-Ji's tone. Senior Brother Chin, we wanted to invite them to East Island to see you. Who would have thought that a fellow would appear out of nowhere? Not only did he cripple our cultivation base, but he even said that you're a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Chapter 1280. A Toad Lusting After a Swan? Chun-Ji's eyes turned cold as he asked in his deep voice, Who's he? I think he's someone who came with Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent to participate in the hidden fog martial competition. Senior Brother Chin, you must avenge us. Everything we've done is for your sake. That's right. Senior Brother Chin, you must avenge us. The two middle-aged men chimed in one after another. Now, the two hidden fog islands, inner island disciples, were spouting nonsense. They were trying to drag Chun-Ji into the mess. They were sure that Chun-Ji was interested in the two women. However, they were not sure that Chun-Ji would kill the purple-clad young man who crippled their Dantian, Duan Lingtian. That was why they wanted to provoke Chun-Ji. They only hoped that Chun-Ji would be able to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as he saw him. Otherwise, Chun-Ji might show mercy if the two women interfered. That was not what they wanted to see. Who dares to bully me, Chun-Ji, in this tiny hidden fog island? Chun-Ji smirked. After learning about the identities of Duan Lingtian, Ke, and Li Fei, he moved and disappeared before the two middle-aged men. The two of them were thrilled. They looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. They knew very well. Chun-Ji was going to look for Duan Lingtian and the other two. This time, that Duan Lingtian will definitely die. As for the two sluts, they'll become Senior Brother Chen's female slaves soon. Ha! One of the middle-aged men laughed heartily. His laughter was wanton. It's a pity that our cultivation base has been crippled. Otherwise, I'd love to see Senior Brother Chen kill that Duan Lingtian and have those two sluts. The other middle-aged man said with a ferocious gaze. Chun-Ji went to the southern island as soon as he left the eastern island. He arrived at the mansion where the people from Yuhan Valley were staying under Martial Emperor Yuhan. Only he knew what he wanted to do. Meanwhile, a wooden house was quietly erected in the forest along the coast in the northeastern part of the hidden fog island. It looked extremely out of place. The wooden house was erected very quickly, and it was completed in no time. It was a man and two women who erected the wooden house. As the saying went, when men and women work together, they won't be tired. The wooden house that appeared in a short period of time was the best proof of that. The efficiency of men and women working together was indeed very high. The three people were none other than Duan Lingtian, Ke, and Li Fei. They had left Hidden Fog City not long ago and came here with his two fiancées. We're only lacking a bed. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ke and Li Fei with a smirk on his face. Duan Lingtian left just as the two women were blushing because of Duan Lingtian's words. Of course, he did not really leave. He went to cut wood to make a bed. Soon the bed was completed and Duan Lingtian tossed it into the wooden house. Subsequently, he carried Ke and Li Fei in each arm and dashed into the wooden house. As the door of the wooden house was closed, a series of creaking noises could be heard from the inside, as if the bed was about to collapse from the tremors. The creaking sounds continued until evening and even late at night. The creaking sounds did not seem like they were going to stop anytime soon. It was not until the morning of the second day that the noise completely stopped. Inside the wooden house, Duan Lingtian, who was on the verge of exhaustion, fell asleep on a large wooden bed while carrying the two women in each arm. He was not the only one who was tired after a day and night of madness. The two women were exhausted as well. Duan Lingtian and the two women slept until the morning of the third day. They slept for an entire day and night. After waking up, Duan Lingtian did not let go of the two little lambs by his side. After transforming into a wolf, he went crazy for the entire morning to vent the desire that he had suppressed for many years. Naturally, the desire that he had suppressed for many years was not something that could be vented in a short period of time. In the end, Duan Lingtian let the two women go for the time being after they begged for mercy. There's still more than 2 months before the hidden fog martial competition begins. Both of you will stay here with me during this time. As for Yu Han and Emperor Wu, don't bother them for now. Duan Lingtian left the wooden house after informing the two women. However, he soon realized that his words were superfluous. Before he could finish his sentence, the two women had already fallen into a deep sleep. It was obvious that they were exhausted. As the saying goes, there's only an exhausted cow, but there's no plowed field. However, it seemed to be the opposite when it came to Duan Lingtian. After leaving the wooden house, Duan Lingtian went to Hidden Fog City. After a few days, Duan Lingtian entered Hidden Fog City again. He did not stay for long. After buying all the materials that he needed, he left Hidden Fog City again. It only took him an hour to leave Hidden Fog City from the moment he entered to the moment he left Hidden Fog City. And it was in this 1 hour that he had gained a lot. This Hidden Fog Island is really a land of treasures. The materials that are extremely rare on Cloud Continent are actually being sold here. Duan Lingtian exclaimed on his way back. Naturally, he was not surprised that the Hidden Fog Island was rich in resources. This was because he had guessed that there was a supreme-grade origin stone mine under the Hidden Fog Island. Due to this reason, the cultivation environment on the Hidden Fog Island was better than anywhere else on Cloud Continent. That supreme-grade origin stone mine must be buried in the east of the Hidden Fog Island. It's also where the East Island is located. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to discover this. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to the wooden house. Since the wooden house was built in a remote forest adjacent to the boundless ocean, very few people would come here. After returning to the wooden house, Duan Lingtian saw that the two women were still sleeping. He did not disturb them. Let's refine the profound Monarch pill first. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. The profound Monarch pill was a pill refined with the 10,000-year red fruit. It could help a martial Monarch powerhouse raise his cultivation base quickly. Duan Lingtian had already obtained the 10,000-year red fruit when he barged into Lost Stone Forest for Feng Tianwu and lost his memory. Unfortunately, before he could combine it with other herbs to refine the profound Monarch pill, he encountered a great change and lost his memory. He only regained his memory recently. Now that he had regained his memory, Duan Lingtian began to refine the profound Monarch pill in his free time. One profound Monarch pill will be enough to help me break through to the Emperor Wu stage. The rest will be enough to help Kerr and little Fei break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian thought about the distribution of the profound Monarch pill when he was refining the profound Monarch pill. He only had one 10,000-year red fruit, so he could only refine one cauldron of profound Monarch pills. A cauldron of profound Monarch pills with a 100% success rate would only produce 10 pills. Smack! After a series of cumbersome actions, Duan Lingtian pressed his hand on the cauldron. The cauldron trembled violently and made a soft sound. Whoosh! 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 Subsequently, 10 pills shot out from the cauldron and were caught by Duan Lingtian. They were the 10 profound Monarch pills. After the profound Monarch pills were successfully refined, Duan Lingtian realized the 2 girls were still asleep. He did not disturb them and took 1 profound Monarch pill before he began to cultivate. At the same time, he placed the other 9 profound Monarch pills aside and left behind a voice transmission jade slip that contained a message he left behind using voice transmission. In the next moment, he began to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. With the help of the profound Monarch pill's medicinal efficacy, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy accumulated in the depths of his dantian was activated again. It merged with his origin energy and helped him to raise his cultivation base rapidly. Currently, his cultivation base was already at the 9th level martial monarch stage. The reason his strength rose so quickly was not only because of the rebirth pill, but also because of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. Now that his cultivation base had risen to such a level, there was not much of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy left. By the time I break through to the Emperor Wu stage, I'm afraid the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy will be gone as well. Duan Lingtian had already mentally prepared himself for this. Duan Lingtian completely forgot about the time while he was cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound resonated from his body. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed like the stars in the night sky. If there was another person who knew Duan Lingtian here, he would definitely be able to tell immediately. The current Duan Lingtian was very different from before. Strictly speaking, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. Emperor Wu stage. I've finally broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. After a long while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. His face was filled with excitement. Emperor Wu stage. Currently, Duan Lingtian had officially entered the ranks of Emperor Wu powerhouses. He was no longer the martial monarch powerhouse whose strength was comparable to Emperor Wu powerhouses. Duan Lingtian stood up abruptly when he felt the majestic origin energy that had undergone a qualitative change in his body. His emotions surged, and he could not calm down for a long time. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down his surging emotions. When he regained his senses and looked at the 2 girls, he realized they had already woken up. They were sitting cross-legged on the bed with their eyes closed as they cultivated. They were completely immersed in their cultivation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized there were only 7 profound Monarch pills left out of the 9 that he had left for the 2 girls. It seems like they've already heard the message I left in the voice transmission jade slip. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he left the profound Monarch pills, he had also left the voice transmission jade slip to remind the 2 girls to consume the profound Monarch pills to cultivate after they woke up. Now that I've broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, I can consolidate the royal grade weapon fire. In other words, I can refine the royal grade spirit archery set. At the same time, I can officially cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow. Chapter 1281. Duan Lingtian had almost prepared all the materials he needed to refine a royal grade spirit weapon the last time he went to Hidden Fog City. Coupled with the refining material, the ink steel that he obtained from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure left behind by Martial Emperor Qingfeng, he could now refine a royal grade spirit bow and arrow. I wonder how long I've been cultivating this time. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to refine a royal grade spirit weapon. He walked out of the wooden house and checked the killing formation that he had set up before he left with a peace of mind. The killing formation was set up when he built the wooden house with the 2 girls. This killing formation was powerful enough to instantly kill anyone below the 7th level martial monarch stage. Even those above the 7th level martial monarch stage and below the Emperor Wu stage would be severely injured if they did not die. It was because of this killing formation that he dared to leave for Hidden Fog City to prepare the materials he needed to refine medicine and refine weapons when the two girls were asleep. Duan Lingtian went to Hidden Fog City again this time. He went to Hidden Fog City this time to find out when the Hidden Fog martial competition would begin. 40 days later, soon after, Duan Lingtian obtained the answer. It seems like I've spent more than a month cultivating this time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He still remembered. When he reunited with the two girls, there were still 2 months and 20 days before the Hidden Fog martial competition. Now, there were only 40 days left, which was equivalent to 10 days in a month. Excluding the few days he spent with the two girls, he had spent a month and a few days cultivating. After confirming the time, Duan Lingtian left Hidden Fog City. On his way back, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something all of a sudden, and he let out a long sigh. The rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy is completely gone now. At this moment, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy was completely gone in his dantian. To be more precise, it was completely depleted. Along the way, the reason why his cultivation speed was so fast was because of the nirvana pills. Now that the rebirth pill was gone, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, his attention was quickly diverted elsewhere. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, I can condense a royal grade weapon fire. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, it's not difficult for me to refine a royal grade spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian had no doubt about this. The reincarnation Emperor Wu was a powerful royal grade weapon craftsman. After fusing with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he would be like the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. There was no pressure or difficulty at all. However, according to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he's never refined a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that's above a bow and arrow spirit weapon. The best bow type spirit weapon he refined was only a grade 1 spirit weapon. Even the bowstring of that grade 1 spirit artifact is... Oh no. Then, does this mean that the tendon of the void transformation stage cow-type demon beast that I bought earlier is only a grade 1 bowstring of a spirit weapon? According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian quickly realized that the tendon that he had prepared to use as a bowstring was only a grade 1 bowstring of a spirit weapon. There were 3 important points in a bow. Firstly, the bow must be strong. Secondly, the arrow must be good. These 2 points were not difficult for Duan Lingtian. He could refine it according to the usual spirit weapon. Thirdly, the bowstring. Previously, Duan Lingtian had gone to the Hidden Fog City to buy a tendon because of the grade 1 spirit weapon in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. At that time, he had gone to more than 10 shops just for the tendon. The tendon was not an ordinary tendon. It was the tendon of a 9th level, void transformation stage, cow-type demon beast. It was extremely rare. There were many 9th level, void transformation stage demon beasts, but not all of them had a material that could be used as a bowstring. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, only the tendon of a cow-type demon beast and the dragon tendon of a dragon were the most suitable materials to be used as a bowstring. It was fine for cow-type demon beasts. Dragons, on the other hand, were mythical existences in legends. Of course, it did not necessarily have to be the dragon tendon of a divine dragon in legends. Even the WYRM dragons that transformed from snakes had dragon tendons in their bodies. Although it was slightly weaker, it was definitely better than the tendon of a cow. The weakest WYRM dragon is at the Demon Monarch stage or above. The stronger ones are at the Demon Emperor stage. Their strength is incomparable to ordinary Demon Emperors. At this moment, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of things from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. For example, when a snake-type demon beast broke through to the void stage, it would undergo a transformation. Even though it was a pseudo-WYRM, it was still a snake in nature. Only when it broke through to the martial Monarch stage would it truly transform into a WYRM and become a powerful WYRM dragon. Only a WYRM dragon could be considered a dragon. Of course, it was only the lowest level of dragon. Under the pressure of a true divine dragon, it was no different from an ant. A WYRM dragon. At the Demon Monarch stage, it's a silver WYRM. Once it breaks through to the Emperor Wu stage, it'll undergo another transformation and transform into a golden WYRM. Once a WYRM Demon Emperor powerhouse reverts to its true form, it's a WYRM dragon with shiny golden scales all over its body. Especially its pair of dragon horns, they look like they're made of gold. Duan Lingtian learned all of this from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. The reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes. He had seen the true form of a WYRM dragon once. It was a silver WYRM that he encountered in the sea outside the Cloud Continent. Based on the reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of weapon refinement experience, the bowstring required to refine a grade 1 spirit archery weapon requires the tendon of a void transformation stage cow-type demon beast. The bowstring required to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit archery weapon or even a royal grade spirit archery weapon requires at least the tendon of a demon beast at the Demon Monarch stage or above. It's either the tendon of a cow-type demon beast or the dragon tendon of a WYRM dragon. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on when he thought of this. Putting aside the fact that a WYRM dragon was elusive, cow-type demon beasts at the Demon Monarch stage or above were extremely rare. In the 2 lifetimes that the reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced, he had only encountered 1 WYRM dragon. As for cow-type demon beasts at the Demon Monarch stage or above, he had only encountered 3. Forget it. I'll just give it a try. Duan Lingtian, who felt extremely troubled, shook his head. He planned to refine the bow and arrow first before seeing if the tendon in his hand could be used. Perhaps the royal grade spirit archery weapon and arrow that I refine can make up for the grade 1 spirit archery weapon that's lagging behind. At that time, I'll accept it even if it's only a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon when they're combined. Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared for this. Even if it was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, it could be considered as a saint weapon. It would be enough to help him cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow, that his cheapskate father had left him. After returning to the wooden house, Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 girls who were still cultivating before he left the wooden house again. Compared to refining pills, refining spirit artifacts required a lot more space, be it in terms of movement or movement. After all, refining pills was done in the cauldron. Even if there were changes in the cauldron, the outside world would remain calm and would not be affected at all. However, refining spirit weapons was different. Chi. As Duan Lingtian stood in the air outside the wooden house, he raised his hand, and a dazzling golden flame appeared. It shone as brightly as the sun, and it was particularly dazzling. The golden flames wreaked havoc, causing the surrounding air to become scorching hot. A gust of hot wind blew past and blew on one's body. It made one feel as though they were in a sea of fire. The flame that appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand was the royal grade weapon fire. It was the royal grade weapon fire that could refine royal grade spirit weapons. As soon as the royal grade weapon fire appeared, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. As he raised his hand, materials appeared one by one and were devoured by the royal grade weapon fire, including the ink steel that he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure. All of the materials disappeared in the royal grade weapon fire. The royal grade weapon fire seemed to have transformed into a gigantic flaming beast that devoured everything into its stomach. Time continued to pass by quietly. Soon an hour had passed. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on Duan Lingtian's forehead. Although he had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, refining a royal grade spirit weapon was not something the reincarnation Emperor Wu could be careless about. Therefore, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian felt pressured. Fortunately, since he had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory perfectly, it was equivalent to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu refining the weapon himself. Therefore, there was no problem at all. Another 2 hours passed. It's finally starting to melt. Duan Lingtian's eyes were like torches as he stared at the royal-grade weapon fire in his hand. At this moment, he could clearly see it. The last material in the royal-grade weapon fire had finally begun to melt. This material was none other than the ink steel. The ink steel was an indispensable material to refine a quasi-royal-grade spirit weapon or even a royal-grade spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian learned this through the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. If he used the quasi-royal-grade weapon fire to refine the ink steel, it would take him 3 days and 3 nights. However, with the royal-grade weapon fire, it would only take him a few hours. Under the heat of Duan Lingtian's royal-grade weapon fire, the ink steel finally began to melt. Another hour passed by, and the ink steel finally transformed into a pool of liquid. Along with Duan Lingtian's profound weapons refinement technique, the liquid that the ink steel transformed into merged with the liquid that the other materials had transformed into. What happened next was much simpler. With the help of the royal-grade weapon fire, the royal-grade spirit bow and arrow gradually began to take shape. After spending another half a day, the embryonic form of the bow and arrow finally transformed into their final form in the raging royal-grade weapon fire. As the royal-grade weapon fire was extinguished, the bow and arrow slowly fell into Duan Lingtian's hand. Whether it was the bow or the arrow, they were completely black without any luster at all. Even under the sunlight, they were as black as ink and did not reflect any light at all. In fact, this was Duan Lingtian's intention. The most powerful thing about the bow and arrow was that it could catch the enemy off guard. This was especially true at night. Chapter 1282. Although it was inappropriate to stab someone in the back, it was undeniable that it was the most effective and direct method. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian was refining the bow and arrow in his hands, he purposely concealed their luster. The bow and arrow could only unleash its most terrifying power when it caught the enemy off guard. Now, whether it's the bow or the arrow, they're both royal-grade spirit weapons. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the black bow and arrow in his hands. As he raised his hands, he channeled origin energy into them, respectively, causing them to emit a crisp sound. Whoosh! Without warning, Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and the bow and arrow in his hand shot out. The air was sucked out wherever it passed. When he withdrew his hands, a series of muffled, thunderous explosions were heard. It's my first time refining a royal-grade spirit weapon, and I've already given it a 1.2 times boost. Looks like I'm pretty good as a royal-grade weapons craftsman. Although the heaven and earth energy here would not be affected by anyone's energy, and would even form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian could roughly estimate the boost from the bow and arrow. Whether it was the bow or the arrow, both of them were royal-grade spirit weapons, even if they were separated. Now, I'll have to inscribe the interlinking formation on them. As Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, he raised his hands, and another pile of materials appeared. He controlled them with his invisible energy and hovered them in the air. These materials were inscription materials. He planned to engrave a mother-child formation on the bow and arrow that he had just refined so that they would never be separated from each other, just like a child and a mother. The mother-child formation was an extremely common inscription formation. Even on Cloud Continent, many people knew how to inscribe the interlinking formation. The interlinking formation was usually used on spirit weapons like bows and arrows. A bow-type spirit weapon that was inscribed with the child-mother formation could be used to shoot an arrow. Once the child-mother formation was activated, the arrow would be able to return to the bow in time. Naturally, the interlinking formation also had an effective range. The interlinking formation, which was widely used in Cloud Continent, had an effective range of 100 meters. In other words, only arrows that had traveled less than 100 meters could be retrieved through the interlocking array. Once it exceeded 100 meters, the arrow would be lost. Because of this, there were very few people on Cloud Continent who used bows and arrows. For an opponent who was more than 100 meters away from him, it would be fine if he could kill him with one arrow. However, if he couldn't and he didn't have any arrows in his hands, it would be quite dangerous. As for the power of the arrow, it was also because of its quality. Because of this, it was impossible to carry so many with you. For example, the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand was a royal grade spirit weapon. Even if he consumed all the remaining ink steel in his hand, he could only refine 2 more arrows at most. When he went to the hidden fog city to collect materials, he discovered that there was no ink steel in the hidden fog island. One could imagine how rare ink steel was. The ink steel was a necessary material to refine a royal grade spirit weapon. Fortunately, the interconnected mother array in Emperor Wu's memory was modified by him. Its effective range is now 500 meters. It's 5 times more effective than an ordinary interconnected mother array. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he thought of this. This meant that once he inscribed the interconnected mother array on the bow an arrow in his hand, as long as the arrow was less than 500 meters away from the bow, he would be able to retrieve it through the interconnected mother array. Once it was more than 500 meters away, he would have to pick up the arrow himself. If he was facing an enemy right before the battle, his opponent would not give him the time to pick up the arrow. Therefore, unless he had more than 1 arrow in his hand or he was confident he could kill or severely injure his opponent with 1 arrow, he would not dare to simply release the arrow if his opponent was more than 500 meters away from him. It seems like I'll have to use the remaining ink steel and other materials to refine 2 more arrows for safety purposes. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In that case, he would have room for error twice within 500 meters. As long as he was confident he could severely injure or even kill his opponent with 3 arrows, he would be able to release the arrow to his heart's content even if his opponent was more than 500 meters away. But if the arrow is shot with my power once it leaves my sight, it will be difficult to find it again. Therefore, unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to shoot at an opponent more than 500 meters away. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought of this. Putting aside the other people's arrows, the arrow in his hand was a royal grade spirit weapon, even if it stood on its own. He could not bear to throw it away. Following that, Duan Lingtian released his hand and began to inscribe the interconnected mother array. Since the reincarnation emperor Wu had inscribed and set up this kind of inscription formation before, Duan Lingtian, who had already prepared the materials, could easily inscribe and set up the interconnected mother array on the bow and arrow. Let's give it a try. After inscribing the interconnected mother array, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and tossed the arrow in his hand out. Whoosh! The sharp arrow shot through the air as though it was released from a bow. Its speed was faster than lightning. However, Duan Lingtian still managed to catch its trajectory. When it was about to exceed the 500-meter range, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he activated the interconnected mother array on the bow in his hand. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the arrow returned to his hand. Again, Duan Lingtian raised his hand again and tossed the arrow in his hand out. This time, he did not activate the interconnected mother array on the bow in his hand. Instead, he chased after the arrow on his own. When he chased after the arrow, he used the force he used to toss the arrow away. At the same time, he borrowed the strength of the bow, a royal-grade spirit weapon. This was because the arrow was a royal-grade spirit weapon. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to catch up to the arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! For a moment, Duan Lingtian's speed was almost on par with the arrow. However, the arrow did not have the strength to continue and gradually slowed down. In the end, Duan Lingtian caught up to it and caught it in his hand. Moreover, this is an arrow that hasn't been released from a bow. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. If he had released the arrow through the bow with all his strength, he would not have been able to catch up to it. Soon after, Duan Lingtian took out the ox tendon that he had prepared earlier from his spatial ring. It was the ox tendon of a 9th level void transformation stage ox type demon beast. The ox tendon did not need to be refined. It could be hung on the bow directly. When he was refining the bow, Duan Lingtian had already prepared a socket for the bowstring. After hanging the beef tendon on the bow and tightening it, the body of the bow and the bowstring were complete, forming a perfect bow. Now let's test the power of this bow. Duan Lingtian took out an arrow and placed it on the bowstring. He exerted force in his hand and pulled the bowstring. However, just as he gave the arrow power and pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon, something completely unexpected happened. Snap! A crisp sound reverberated in the air as the bowstring broke. Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded when he saw the ox tendon that had broken into two. He smiled wryly when he regained his senses. It seems like the ox tendon of a 9th level void transformation stage demon beast isn't enough to be the bowstring of a royal grade spirit archery set. Moreover, I can break this ox tendon with my own strength even if I don't use this royal grade spirit archery set. After all, it's only the ox tendon of a 9th level void transformation stage ox type demon beast. I didn't think of this before. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of this. It seems like before I can find a suitable bowstring that can withstand my strength, let alone a royal grade spirit archery set. Even a quasi-royal grade spirit archery set won't be able to take shape. Currently, Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. Where should I find a suitable bowstring? Duan Lingtian was a little anxious. After a while, Duan Lingtian, who had caught his breath, went to the Hidden Fog City again. He searched the entire Hidden Fog City, but could not find the tendon of a demon beast above the demon monarch stage. There were many body parts of a demon beast above the demon monarch stage in the Hidden Fog City. However, tendons were not something that could be found in every demon beast. It was either ox tendons or dragon tendons. Based on the current situation, it seemed like there were only two choices. Perhaps I should ask Brother Yang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, the Emperor Wu powerhouse from Cloud Continent who brought him to the Hidden Fog Island. He made his way back to the southern island when he thought of Yang Hui. With his current speed, it did not take long for him to return to the place where the people from Ling Xian Peak were staying. He immediately went to look for Yang Hui. Brother Ling Tian, why you've broken through to the Emperor Wu stage? The moment Yang Hui laid his eyes on Duan Lingtian, he noticed the difference in Duan Lingtian. He concluded that Duan Lingtian must have broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. However, he did not dare to be completely sure. Although he was at the 4th level Emperor Wu stage or above, he could more or less tell if a person was an Emperor Wu powerhouse. However, he was not 100% sure. Congratulations, Brother Ling Tian. Yang Hui only confirmed it when he saw Duan Lingtian nodding his head. At the same time, he congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Brother Ling Tian, I didn't see you for a while. Where did you go? Yang Hui asked. He had gone to look for Duan Lingtian a few times before, but he did not see him at all. I was with my 2 fiancés, Duan Lingtian replied honestly. Fiancés? 2 of them? Yang Hui was stunned. He was shocked. Brother Ling Tian, when did you have fiancés? Did you just meet them? Are they from the Hidden Fog Island? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. They're my childhood sweethearts. I haven't seen them for a long time. I didn't expect to reunite with them on the Hidden Fog Island. Childhood sweethearts. Yang Hui was even more shocked. At the same time, he vaguely confirmed something. Brother Ling Tian, why you mean? You've recovered your memory? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Does this mean you're originally from the Hidden Fog Island? Yang Hui asked again. In his opinion, Since Duan Lingtian's childhood sweethearts and fiancés were from the Hidden Fog Island, it meant that he and his two fiancées were most likely from the Hidden Fog Island. Chapter 1283. I'm not from the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He could understand Yang Hui's conjecture. If he were Yang Hui, he would have made the same conjecture too. You're not. Yang Hui was stunned and looked confused. Then your two fiancés. They came to the Hidden Fog Island with Yu Han Emperor Wu of Yu Han Valley. Duan Lingtian said, Yu Han Emperor Wu. Yang Hui frowned. That crazy woman. Crazy woman? Duan Lingtian was stunned and looked confused. Why do you call her that? Brother Lingtian, you don't know this. Yu Han Emperor Wu is a two-faced person. I heard that she killed her twin sister for the position of the Valley Master of Yu Han Valley decades ago. She did that because her twin sister was more talented than her. Moreover, she was going to be the next Valley Master of Yu Han Valley. After she killed her sister, she became the next Valley Master of Yu Han Valley as she wished. 20 years ago, the old Valley Master of Yu Han Valley died of old age, and she naturally became the new Valley Master of Yu Han Valley. Yang Hui said, Is all of this true? Duan Lingtian's face darkened as he asked for further confirmation. Yang Hui nodded without hesitation and said frankly, All of this isn't a secret to the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Killed her own twin sister? Duan Lingtian's eyes shrunk and his face darkened. Although he guessed that Yu Han Emperor Wu had her reasons for taking Ke and Li Fei as her direct disciples, he did not expect Yu Han Emperor Wu to be such a crazy person. She could even kill her own twin sister. What else would a woman like her not do? However, Brother Lingtian, you don't have to worry. According to what I know, although that cold Emperor Wu is a crazy woman, she is very good to her direct disciples and has never neglected them. Since your two fiancés were able to become his direct disciples, their talents and comprehension abilities should not be too far behind yours. Without any conflict of interest, Emperor Wu Yuhan should not harm them. Yang Hui comforted Duan Lingtian when he saw his expression turning gloomy. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although his expression eased a little, his heart seemed to have sunk into a bottomless abyss. Yu Han Emperor Wu and his two fiancés might really have a conflict of interest, and that entanglement could very well have originated from him. To be more precise, it originated from the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He had long suspected that Yu Han Emperor Wu had obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's inheritance in Yu Han Valley and found out about the existence of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Not only that, but she also knew some things about the reincarnation Emperor Wu. The 3 lives rebirth technique that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated was not a secret to the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent 20,000 years ago, especially the Frost Emperor Wu. She knew a lot about the 3 lives rebirth technique that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated. This was also the reason why she made a bet with the reincarnation Emperor Wu back then. The bet was that the reincarnation Emperor Wu would lose and pass the 3 lives rebirth technique to her. If she lost, she would pass the Hanbing's divine sword technique to the reincarnation Emperor Wu. In the end, she lost and fulfilled her promise. Duan Lingtian found out about all this from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. If it's really as I've guessed, that Frost Emperor Wu is a complete pest, Duan Lingtian cursed in his heart. If the Frost Emperor Wu had really passed on the 3 lives rebirth technique that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated to the person who inherited her inheritance through some kind of method, then the Valley Master of Yu Han Valley, the Yu Han Emperor Wu, who inherited her inheritance, would definitely know about the 3 lives rebirth technique that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated and the profundity of the 3 lives rebirth technique. Maybe she has already confirmed that I'm the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu through the information that the Frost Emperor Wu left behind and the information that I passed on the Han Bing's divine sword technique to Kerr. Otherwise, with Kerr and little Fei Er's talent and comprehension, they might not be able to catch her eye, let alone become her lineal disciple. She definitely has a motive. Duan Lingtian had only guessed previously, but now he was completely sure of it. The Yuhan Emperor Wu was definitely up to no good. Brother Lingtian, where are your two fiancés? Did they return to the Yuhan Emperor Wu's side? Why didn't you bring them here for me to meet them? Yang Hui asked when he saw that Duan Lingtian was distracted. Yang Hui's words pulled Duan Lingtian back to reality. Duan Lingtian shook his head. They are cultivating. That's right. Soon, Duan Lingtian recalled the matter at hand. Brother Yang, do you know where I can find a flood dragon? Flood dragon. Yang Hui could not help but be shocked when he heard that. Naturally, he knew what the word flood dragon meant. Brother Lingtian, why are you looking for a flood dragon? I need a dragon tendon. Duan Lingtian replied truthfully. Dragon tendon? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the corner of Yang Hui's mouth twitched unnoticeably. Once a flood dragon's tendon was extracted, it would be crippled. To a flood dragon, a dragon tendon was equivalent to a human spine. It was extremely important. Without a spine, a human would be paralyzed and become a complete cripple. Therefore, there was only one way to obtain a flood dragon's tendon, and that was to kill it. There was no other choice. Brother Lingtian, I've only heard of people encountering a flood dragon. I've never seen one myself. However, I'm sure there's a flood dragon deep in the ocean. When Yang Hui reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as he looked towards the south. Currently, he was on the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island. To the south was the ocean outside the Hidden Fog Island. If he wanted to return to the Cloud Continent, he would have to pass through that ocean. You're sure? Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Hui. I've heard many people say that they've encountered a flood dragon in the ocean from the Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island. That's right. Brother Lingtian, you want a dragon tendon, right? Yang Hui was still excited when he spoke. However, as he spoke, he seemed to have recalled something. His eyes narrowed as he asked for confirmation again. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Brother Lingtian, I know an Emperor Wu powerhouse from the Cloud Continent. He once killed a flood dragon at the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. I wonder if the flood dragon's dragon tendon is still in his hands. Yang Hui said, although the flood dragon was only the lowest level of dragon, it was still a half-dragon. Its entire body was filled with treasures. Any normal person would keep its body. What Yang Hui was most worried about now was the dragon tendon was no longer with the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Did he come to the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. Since there was a chance for him to obtain the dragon tendon, he would not miss it even if the chance was slim. Only by obtaining the dragon tendon would he be able to find a suitable bowstring for his royal grade spirit archery set. At that time, he would be able to officially cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow. Ever since he learned about the power of the Saint grade martial tactic from Wang Ba, he was filled with anticipation for the colossal aerolite arrow. He was eager to officially cultivate it. He's here. He came to look for me half a month ago. Yang Hui nodded. That Emperor Wu powerhouse could be considered as his friend. Let's go look for him now, Duan Lingtian said anxiously as soon as Yang Hui was done speaking. It was as though he was afraid that the dragon tendon would be taken away from the Emperor Wu powerhouse if he was too slow. Okay, Yang Hui could clearly feel Duan Lingtian's anxiousness. He did not stay any longer and brought Duan Lingtian out of the mansion that the Hidden Fog Island had prepared for the people from Lingxian Peak. Yang Hui and Duan Lingtian, one in front and one behind, headed directly towards the south. Yang Hui slowed down when they were approaching the ocean outside the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island. At that moment, Duan Lingtian saw a mansion that was adjacent to the ocean. He could not help but ask curiously, "That's where he's staying?" To be exact, that's where he and the people he brought are staying. Yang Hui replied. Soon, under Yang Hui's lead, Duan Lingtian saw the Emperor Wu powerhouse that Yang Hui had mentioned. He was an old man in his 70s with white hair and white eyebrows. Although the old man looked old, he took good care of himself. He had white hair and a youthful face. His eyes, in particular, were as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. A bald, middle-aged man followed behind the old man. He wore a tiger skin coat and stood there like a guardian. He had the aura of one man can hold the pass against 10,000 men. Yang Hui, we've just met half a month ago. Why are you looking for me this time? The old man's eyes gleamed as he looked at Yang Hui and asked. Dong Qiu, I'm indeed looking for you this time. However, let me introduce you to a little brother first. As Yang Hui spoke, he immediately looked at Duan Lingtian, who was next to him. This is Brother Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, this is Dong Qiu. He's considered a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. His title is Qiuli, and people call him Qiuli Emperor Wu. Yang Hui introduced Duan Lingtian to Dong Qiu, the Qiuli Emperor Wu, before he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian nodded at Dong Qiu as a form of greeting. However, Dong Qiu had no intention of greeting him. Instead, he studied him from head to toe before he said nonchalantly, Yang Hui, I thought this is your new, direct disciple. I didn't expect him to be your friend. Dong Qiu, although Brother Lingtian isn't my direct disciple, he came to the Hidden Fog Island this time to represent Lingxian Peak to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Yang Hui said, Oh. Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Dong Qiu's interest in Duan Lingtian was piqued. After studying Duan Lingtian for a while, his eyes lit up all of a sudden. Emperor Wu realm? Duan Lingtian nodded. Yang Hui, I thought Zhou Di was the only one who's at the Emperor Wu realm among the 10 people from Lingxian Peak who came to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. I didn't expect Lingxian Peak to not only keep a low profile, but you even found another person at the Emperor Wu realm. Chapter 1284. Upon hearing Dong Qiu's words, Yang Hui could not help but feel smug. We're all in the Emperor Wu realm, but there's still a difference in strength. At this moment, a low snort that was filled with disdain rang in the air, causing the smug smile on Yang Hui's face to freeze. Yang Hui's gaze then landed on the bald, middle-aged man, dressed in tiger, pelt behind Dong Qiu. He was the one who had spoken earlier. The bald, middle-aged man stood there and stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with disdain and provocation. Dong Qiu looks like Little who is very confident in his strength. Yang Hui was not angry. Instead, he looked at Dong Qiu and smiled. Little who? Upon hearing how Yang Hui addressed the bald, middle-aged man, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. Then he completely ignored the bald, middle-aged man's disdainful and provocative gaze and continued to size him up. He was bald, middle-aged, and tall. He was at least 2 meters tall, and he looked careless. And such a tall, middle-aged man was actually called Little Huzi by others? Unknowingly, a smile appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. What are you smiling about? The bald, middle-aged man who had been staring at Duan Lingtian could not help but shout when he noticed the smile on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. In the next moment, a cold gleam shot out from his eyes. It was as though he had transformed into a hungry tiger that would attack Duan Lingtian at any time. He might even kill and swallow Duan Lingtian. Dong Hu! Finally, Dong Qiu opened his mouth and scolded the bald, middle-aged man. Didn't you hear what your junior Uncle Yang Hui said? This brother Lingtian is his friend. Apologize now. unless he can defeat me. Otherwise, I won't apologize to him." However, Dong Hu did not buy it. Just as Dong Chio's expression darkened, Yang Hui smiled faintly and took the initiative to comfort him. "Old brother Chio, as Little Hu's master and adoptive father, you've watched Little Hu grow up. Don't you know Little Hu's temper? Family misfortune, family misfortune." Dong Chio shook his head and sighed, and a trace of helplessness appeared between his brows. Following that, Dong Chio changed the topic. "Brother Hui, you didn't come to look for me just to introduce Brother Ling Tian to me, right?" "Old brother Chio, the reason I came to look for you this time is because of the WYRM dragon that you killed previously." Yang Hui took the initiative to explain the purpose of his visit. At the same time he asked, "May I know if you still have the Flood Dragon's dragon tendon?" "Dragon tendon?" Dong Chio was stunned at first. Then, with a raise of his hand, a long, strip-shaped object that resembled a cow tendon appeared in his hand. It was crimson red and looked simple and unadorned. Dragon tendon. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up the moment he saw the strip, and he couldn't help but look excited. With just a glance, he could tell it was a dragon tendon. In the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he had seen a dragon tendon once. However, that was only the dragon tendon of a demon monarch stage, WYRM. Compared to this dragon tendon, it's only similar in appearance, but it's completely different in nature. It was precisely because the reincarnation emperor had seen a dragon tendon that Duan Lingtian immediately recognized the dragon tendon in Dong Chio's hand. It was the dragon tendon that he desperately wanted to obtain. To tell the truth, although he had followed Yang Hui here to look for Dong Chio, the Chio Li Emperor Wu, he did not have high hopes of obtaining the dragon tendon. However, he did not expect Dong Chio to really have the dragon tendon, and he even took it out. "Old brother Chio, can you transfer this dragon tendon of yours to me?" Yang Hui's eyes lit up as he looked at Dong Chio and said bluntly, "You can name a price." "We're brothers, so don't be so formal. This dragon tendon is of no use to me. Since you want it, I'll—" Dong Chio was about to say that he would give the dragon tendon to Yang Hui, but he was interrupted by Dong who was standing behind him. "Junior Uncle Yang Hui, you can have this dragon tendon. However, you have to promise me that I'll fight with him." Dong, who said to Yang Hui before, he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes gleamed brightly. "If I'm not mistaken, Junior Uncle Yang, we came here to ask for the dragon tendon because of you. Am I right? You're smart." Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Dong Hu looking at him. He did not expect a burly man like Dong Hu to be so observant. "Humph. Unless you defeat me, don't even think about taking the dragon tendon away today." Dong Hu snorted. There was a hint of threat in his words. "Do you think you can make the decision?" Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. "Dong Hu." At this moment, Dong Chio, who had regained his senses, shouted in a low voice with a grave expression. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. "Brother Chio, calm down. Don't hurt your body." As Yang Hui persuaded Dong Chio, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. "Brother Lingtian, since Little Who wants to spar with you, you can play with him as you wish." When Yang Hui reached the end of a sentence, he added through voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, "This Little Who has always been extremely talented since he was young, but he's never suffered much. That's why he's so arrogant. If it's possible, you can teach him a lesson on his behalf." Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. "Since you want to fight, let's do it." Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Hu and said indifferently, "However, if you lose, don't cry. Little Hu. Little Hu." Duan Lingtian was imitating Yang Hui when he called Dong Hu. When Dong Hu heard Duan Lingtian calling him that, his face turned completely gloomy. The origin energy on his body raged, causing the surrounding air to seem as though it had been sucked away. In Dong Hu's eyes, Little Huzi was not a name that just anyone could call him. Yang Hui could call him that because he was his senior. When his master and Yang Hui were not martial emperor powerhouses yet, and he was only a child, he had already known Yang Hui. Ever since he was young, he had started to call Yang Hui uncle. Yang Hui was older than him by more than 10 years. Until today, he did not deliberately take care of himself, so he looked much older than Yang Hui. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. I won't show you mercy because of Uncle Yang Hui. If you can't even defeat me, you're not qualified to be Uncle Yang Hui's friend. Dong, who shouted coldly as the origin energy on his body exploded and transformed into a multicolored energy. It was obvious that he was communicating and casting the various profundities that he had comprehended. Moreover, as he unleashed his full strength, a gigantic axe appeared in his hand. Whoosh! As a big guy, Dong, whose speed was not slow at all, the burden on his body did not seem to affect him at all. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Wherever Dong Hu passed, the airflow in the air stirred as a series of deafening explosions sounded. It was as though thunder had struck one's heart. From the beginning until the end, Yang Hui stood at the side and watched quietly. After Yang Hui had spoken, Dong Qiu no longer stopped Dong Hu. Naturally, it was not only because this was Yang Hui's decision, but also because he wanted to see what kind of technique this young man, whom Yang Hui regarded as a friend, had. Although those who were at the martial monarch stage and above could maintain their youth forever. However, those who participated in the hidden fog martial competition had to be below the age of 70. Therefore, he was certain. This young man was not too old. He's not dodging? Soon after, Dong Qiu's eyes narrowed abruptly. This was because he saw Duan Lingtian still standing at the same spot even when Dong Hu was using his spirit weapon and attacking with all his might. It was as though he was waiting for Dong Hu's attack to land. What's he trying to do? Is it because he can't dodge in time? Or is he stunned? Or, just as Dong Qiu's mind was spinning as he thought of many possibilities, whoosh! Dong Hu arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. The gigantic axe in his hand vibrated as a series of thunderous explosions sounded. Subsequently, he swung the gigantic axe and slashed it at Duan Lingtian's head. Die! Dong, whose eyes gleamed coldly. He did not show any mercy as he swung his axe with a force that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. As Dong, who swung his axe at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the sharpness of the incoming axe. If he was hit by Dong Hu's axe, he would definitely be split into two. He did not doubt this at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's robe fluttered behind him as Dong, who swung his axe at him. It was as though it was blown by a gust of wind. Yang Hui could not help but frown when he saw the gigantic axe in Dong Hu's hand was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. He could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. He had always been confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. In fact, Duan Lingtian was able to defeat Yang Hui's direct disciple, Zhou Di, who had already broken through to the first stage of the Emperor Wu stage before he broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. Now that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds and had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage in one fell swoop, his strength must have improved as well. Although Dong, who was one of the best among those at the first stage of the Emperor Wu stage, and his strength far surpassed his direct disciple, Zhou Di, in his opinion, it was almost impossible for Dong Hu to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, faced with the dangerous situation before him, even he could not help but want to make a move. This was because if he did not make a move now, it would be too late. At that time, Duan Lingtian would be split into two. Stop! Just as Yang Hui was about to make a move, Dong Qiu had already shouted and made his move. However, right at this instant, he'd just made a slight movement when he seemed to have noticed something, causing him to abruptly stop moving and look ahead with a dumbstruck expression. It was as though he had seen something shocking. At the same time, Yang Hui also stopped in his tracks. In the distance, the gigantic axe in Dong Hu's hand finally landed. However, it did not land on Duan Lingtian's body. Instead, it landed on the sharp arrow that suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Clang! Almost in an instant, the gigantic axe and the sharp arrow collided and made a deafening sound. Chapter 1285. Boom! 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 Wherever the shockwave passed, the air was compressed to its limit. Seeing that everything was about to turn into ashes, Dong Qiu and Yang Hui made their move. The two of them were Emperor Wu powerhouses. They easily protected everything around them, including the residence that Dong Qiu was staying in. It was the residence that the hidden fog island had prepared for them on the Qiuli Mountain. The Qiuli Mountain was Dong Qiu's cultivation ground. Although Dong Qiu and Yang Hui made their move in time and prevented everything from turning into ashes, the commotion caused by the shockwave still alerted the other emperor, Wu's disciples on the Qiuli Mountain. 9 figures leaped into the air one after another. They hovered in the air and looked at the center of the shockwave from afar. It's senior brother Dong Hu. Soon, someone noticed Dong Hu. Who's that purple-clad young man? He's actually on par with senior brother Dong Hu. Someone also noticed Duan Lingtian. No, it's not as simple as a draw. A few people with good eyesight seemed to have noticed something and shook their heads. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and casually took out his royal-grade spiritual arrow. He easily blocked Dong Hu's full-powered attack. He looked at Dong Hu's face was flushed red with mockery. Is that all you've got? Huh. Dong Hu, who was provoked by Duan Lingtian, suddenly shouted. A vast amount of energy surged out of the gigantic axe in his hand. Unfortunately, his energy could not move the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand at all. The huge amount of energy was like a stone sinking into the sea. It's over. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression as he spoke indifferently, and his hand started to move. He shook the arrow in his hand. The 5-colored flame raging on his body suddenly transformed into the shape of a sword. It swept out from his body and hit Dong Hu. Bang! With a loud bang, Dong Hu's body trembled. Unsurprisingly, he was sent flying by the energy that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. Poof! Barf! A shock wave swept out in all directions once again. All the spectators saw was Dong Hu flying over 100 meters away, like an arrow released from a bow. Along the way, he kept spitting out blood, looking extremely wretched. On the other hand, the other party stood there, unmoving like a mountain. From beginning to end, he did not move an inch. So strong! The gazes of the Qiuli Mountain disciples fell on Duan Lingtian, their pupils constricting as their hearts filled with shock. Dong, who was the number 1 disciple of Qiuli Mountain. He was also the only direct disciple of Emperor Wu who was at the level of Emperor Wu. However, such an existence was defeated by this unfamiliar, purple-clothed young man. Moreover, it was a clean defeat. He was merciful. Quite a few people saw this point. That person seems to be Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Soon, Dong Qiu's other personal disciple recognized Yang Hui, who was standing beside Dong Qiu. Yang Hui and Dong Qiu had been friends for many years before they broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. After both of them had broken through to the Martial Emperor stage and became famous martial emperors on Cloud Continent, their friendship was still as good as before. They would often visit each other. As long as one was a direct disciple under their command, they would not be strangers to both of them. He's the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu? Then, that purple-clothed young man is his eldest direct disciple, Zhou. I've long heard that the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu has a direct disciple under him who's also an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Many Qiuli Mountain disciples whispered among themselves. It's not Zhou. I've seen Zhou before, but he's not. Moreover, as far as I know, Zhou is no match for senior brother Dong Hu. One of the Chili Mountain disciples shook his head. As one of the few martial emperor's direct disciples under martial emperor Choli, he knew much more than the others. It's not Jodi? Don't tell me he's a new disciple under spirit, profound Emperor Wu? Many people secretly guessed. Brother Ling Tian, you're really something. At this moment, Dong Qiu laughed loudly. He was not unhappy that Dong, who was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. In fact, there was a hint of joy in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he was happy that Duan Ling Tian defeated Dong Hu. Dong, who was too arrogant, and he had long wanted to find an opportunity to break his spirit. This time, Duan Ling Tian could be considered to have helped him. Chili, Emperor Wu, you flatter me. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian returned to Yang Hui's side and nodded at Dong Qiu as he spoke humbly. Little Hu, have you learned your lesson this time? Yang Hui asked with a mocking smile as he looked at Dong, who had recovered from his injuries after consuming the healing medicinal pill. Humph. Hearing Yang Hui's teasing, Dong Hu snorted and obediently returned behind Dong Qiu. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. There was still some lingering fear in his heart. In the beginning, because Yang Hui regarded Duan Ling Tian as a friend and he was a generation lower than him for no reason, he was very unhappy and even wanted to provoke him. He wanted to defeat Duan Ling Tian and prove that Duan Ling Tian did not have the qualifications to be Yang Hui's friend, who knew that he who was full of confidence would be defeated in just one exchange. Moreover, he could feel that the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Brother Ling Tian. At this moment, Yang Hui passed the dragon tendon that Dong Qiu had handed to him earlier to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian reached out his hand to take it, his emotions surging. The dragon tendon of Emperor Wu's second level, Flood Dragon. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the dragon tendon with both of his hands and pulled it with all his might as though he wanted to break it. However, no matter how much five-colored, sword-shaped flame soared from his body and how hard he pulled, the dragon tendon was only slightly stretched by him. He could not break it at all. Brother Ling Tian, this dragon tendon came from the body of an Emperor Wu's Flood Dragon. It's extremely tough. Let alone you. Even I can't do anything about it. Dong Qiu, who saw Duan Ling Tian's actions, could not help but laugh. That's right, Brother Ling Tian. It's said that even someone at the peak of Emperor Wu might not be able to break the dragon tendon of this demon Emperor stage, Flood Dragon. Yang Hui chimed in from the side. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There was an uncontrollable excitement on his face. If he used this dragon tendon on a royal grade spirit bow and arrow that he had prepared beforehand, a royal grade spirit bow and arrow would be born. A royal grade spirit bow and arrow was also known as a saint weapon in the Tao martial saint land. With a saint weapon, I'll be able to officially cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, colossal aerolite arrow. Duan Ling Tian was inexplicably excited. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was eager to return home. After bidding farewell to Yang Hui and Dong Qiu, he left in a hurry. Naturally, he did not return to the place where Ling Xian Peak and the others were staying. Instead, he returned to the wooden house in the northeast of the hidden fog island. He studied the saint-grade martial tactic colossal aerolite arrow while guarding the two girls. He had long memorized the colossal aerolite arrow in his mind. It was difficult for him to forget it. This was a special ability that was given to him by his soul. As long as he merged his spiritual energy into the saint token that contained the saint-grade martial tactic, he would be able to memorize the saint-grade martial tactic in the saint token. Ordinary people would not be able to do this at all. The colossal aerolite arrow was an archery skill. It had a high requirement on one's basic skills. First, one must master how to aim. However, this was not too difficult for Duan Ling Tian. In his previous life, he was the most powerful weapons specialist on Earth. Although he had never come into contact with ancient long-range weapons such as bows and arrows, he was no stranger to all kinds of firearms. In his previous life, he had mastered his marksmanship to the extreme. He could shoot his target's head with a sniper rifle from hundreds of meters away without using a scope. Therefore, it was not too difficult for him to familiarize himself with the aim of a bow and arrow, since he had already trained his aiming instincts. In just a day and a night, he could almost achieve a flawless shooting. In this life, Duan Lingtian was a born archer. The next morning, dawn shrouded the land. The fresh air made Duan Lingtian so comfortable that he closed his eyes. Although he had not slept for a day and a night, he did not feel tired at all. At his cultivation base, he would not feel tired even if he did not rest for a month. Of course, it was only his body that would not feel tired. His heart would more or less feel tired. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. He raised his eyebrows and looked up at the sky. There, a flock of seabirds flew past. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered, and a bow appeared in his hand. The bow was as black as ink. It was so black that it made people feel like they would be lost in it. It was like a bottomless abyss. On the bow there was a crimson bowstring. The bowstring was as thick as a grown man's thumb. It was a perfect fit with the black bow. Duan Lingtian held the bow in his left hand and aimed it at the flock of seabirds. His right hand had unknowingly approached the body of the bow. The instant it approached the body of the bow, an arrow appeared in his right hand. It was an arrow that was completely black, just like the body of the bow. The arrowhead was sharp and shone with a cold light, as if it could pierce through everything. Creak! Creak! Duan Lingtian knocked the arrow in his right hand on the bowstring. As he held the arrow in his right hand, a wisp of milky white flame surged. He pulled the bowstring, but did not pull it much. It was not that Duan Lingtian wanted to do this. It was just that he could not pull the bowstring much with his own elemental energy. This bow was not an ordinary bow. Not to mention other things. Just the bowstring alone was the dragon tendon of the Emperor Wu realm level 2 flood dragon. It was said that even a peak Emperor Wu realm expert could not pull it apart. As an Emperor Wu realm level 1 expert, it was already considered good that he could pull it apart a little with his elemental energy. It's starting. With a thought, Duan Lingtian fixed his gaze on the flock of seabirds flying past in the sky. The seabirds flew past in a leisurely manner, completely unaware of the danger that was about to befall them. 1 bird, 2 birds, 3 birds. Release! In an instant, Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed. He released the arrow in his right hand and let it fly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's arrow turned into a bolt of lightning and flew across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it hit and penetrated a seabird. After the first seabird was penetrated, the arrow continued to fly and penetrated the second seabird. Chapter 1286. Killing 3 seabirds with 1 arrow. Duan Lingtian could be said to have killed 3 birds with 1 arrow. If someone who was good at archery were to see such archery skills, they would be shocked beyond words. The flock of seabirds, flying high in the sky, was already moving quickly. To kill one of them with an arrow, one would need to have superb archery skills. To kill 2 birds with 1 arrow, in addition to superb archery skills, one would also need to have very strong observation and judgment skills, because only then could one guarantee to kill 2 seabirds with 1 arrow. To kill 3 birds with 1 arrow, the requirements were even higher. 3 seabirds moving at high speed in a line. The opportunity was only in the blink of an eye. To kill them consecutively with 1 arrow in the blink of an eye would undoubtedly be more difficult than killing 2 birds with 1 arrow. Dragon soars in the 9 heavens. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's body swept across the 9 heavens as if he had transformed into a divine dragon. As he stopped moving, 3 seabirds appeared in front of him. They were suspended in the air by his invisible force, allowing him to observe them. Almost there, glancing at the 3 dead seabirds, Duan Lingtian seemed to have discovered something. He shook his head and sighed with a look of pity. The reason why Duan Lingtian sighed was because of the 3 dead seabirds. 2 of the seabirds had their left eyes pierced. The last seabird had its neck pierced. The reason why he said it was almost there, and even sighed, was because the last seabird's death was different from the other 2 seabirds. When Duan Lingtian attacked, he wanted to kill the 3 seabirds by piercing their left eyes with 1 arrow. Now, although they were dead, one of the seabirds' death was much worse than what he had expected. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with this. If there was a second person here who knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, he would definitely be speechless. In just 1 day and 1 night, he had cultivated his archery skills to such a level. It was shocking. Was he still not satisfied? Do you want me to live? Of course. This was also because outsiders did not know about Duan Lingtian's past. If they knew that Duan Lingtian had been a soldier king on Earth in his previous life, they would definitely not think this way. In his past life, Duan Lingtian's spear technique was ranked number 1 even in the entire Earth. Earth's strongest soldier king. The meaning of these 6 words was no joke. In addition to his terrifying battle prowess, Duan Lingtian's spear skills were also terrifying. Because of this, Duan Lingtian had high expectations for himself. In the end, bows and arrows are still lacking in firearms. If I used the firearms on Earth, as long as it was powerful enough, I would have 100% confidence that I would be able to pierce their left eye. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian was not discouraged. He quickly immersed himself in his archery practice and completely forgot about the time. Another day and night passed. Duan Lingtian made his move once again. It was still killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. However, this time he accurately pierced the left eye of the 3 seabirds with 1 arrow and completed the mission that he had set for himself. Since then, Duan Lingtian's archery foundation had been laid. Now, I can officially start cultivating the colossal aerolite arrow. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt a little excited. However, before this, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Bastard, is there anything I need to pay attention to when cultivating the saint-grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian suddenly asked. He intentionally asked Wang Ba, who was residing in his body. To be more precise, he was asking about Wang Ba's soul. Wang Ba claimed to be a saint stage powerhouse in the Dao martial saint land. Due to this reason, he had many questions for Wang Ba since it was his first time cultivating the saint-grade martial tactic. However, Wang Ba did not respond. That's right. I almost forgot. Soon after, a light bulb lit up in Duan Lingtian's mind as though he had recalled something. At the same time, his heart jolted. At the same time, the majestic spiritual energy that had gathered in the depths of his mind suddenly spread out. Boy, are you trying to suffocate me to death? As soon as the spiritual energy that had gathered at the side was dispersed by Duan Lingtian, a flustered and exasperated voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Wang Ba. Didn't I let you out now? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, Boy, don't you think you should give me an explanation? How could you use your spiritual energy to seal me for no reason? Do you want me to lose face? Wang Ba said in a deep voice, Lose face. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he asked calmly, Do you have that thing now? Moreover, don't tell me you don't know why I sealed you with my spiritual energy. Humph. Wang Ba snorted coldly. Boy, you underestimate me too much. I've lived for so long. What kind of woman have I not seen before? Do you think I'd peek at you being intimate with those 2 girls? Wang Ba remembered it clearly. The last time he was sealed by Duan Lingtian with his spiritual energy, it was when Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls built the wooden house not far away. As for the reason, it was easy for him to guess. It must be because he was worried that he would peek at them doing something good. Who knows? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. You said it yourself? You're a devil cultivator. Devil cultivator. You don't sound like a good person. You. Wang Ba was furious when he heard this. You better be prepared. In the future, if there's a need, I'll still seal your soul with my spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian said again. He did not want Wang Ba to be a bystander when he was being intimate with the two girls. Perhaps Wang Ba was indeed a saint stage powerhouse when he was at his peak. However, Wang Ba's soul that was currently residing in his body was extremely weak and could be suppressed by Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that was at the Emperor Wu stage. Boy, you'll regret this. How dare you treat a saint stage powerhouse like this? Wang Ba's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. If you continue to spout nonsense, do you believe that I'll seal you right now? Duan Lingtian threatened, causing Wang Ba to shut his mouth. As the saying went, when one is under someone else's roof, one must lower one's head. He had no choice but to swallow his anger. Also, I asked you to come out because I want to ask you, is there anything I need to pay attention to when cultivating the saint grade martial tactic? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled the important matter and asked, just like that. With Wang Ba's help, Duan Lingtian officially began to cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, colossal aerolite arrow, in preparation for the hidden fog martial competition that was coming soon. Naturally, he also did some other things during this period. For example, refining pills. To be more precise, he was refining pills using the Demon Emperor's inner core. Apart from the Stygian scale bear's inner core that he obtained previously, he had also obtained a few Demon Emperor's inner cores when he was cultivating the colossal aerolite arrow. It was not difficult for him to refine pills using the Demon Emperor's inner core. His success rate was extremely high as well. However, since he had only killed a few low-level Demon Emperors, the pills refined from the Demon Emperor's inner core did not raise his cultivation base by much. However, although it did not raise his cultivation base by much, it raised Li Fei and Ke a lot. The Demon Emperor's inner core was the crystallization of the Demon Emperor's origin energy. After Duan Lingtian refined them into pills, the medicinal efficacy was easily absorbed. Therefore, before the start of the hidden fog martial competition, the two girls' cultivation base had been increasing rapidly. It could be said that they were advancing at a tremendous speed. As the hidden fog martial competition drew closer, the atmosphere on the hidden fog island changed slightly. South Island. A person appeared out of thin air above a spacious mansion. He stared at the lady who was waiting there with a burning gaze and asked in a deep voice, "The two girls haven't returned yet?" Yes, the lady nodded. This lady was Yuhan Valley's eldest senior sister, Su Rong. The person who appeared out of thin air and questioned her in a deep voice was Yuhan Emperor Wu himself. It seems like the two girls have forgotten about me, their master, now that they have a fiancé. Yuhan Emperor Wu's voice was getting colder as he spoke. At the same time, a sharp light flickered in the depths of her eyes. The hidden fog martial competition is in 10 days. They haven't returned yet. Su Rong frowned and asked, "Master, do you want me to look for them?" "Go ahead." Yuhan Emperor Wu nodded. At once, Su Rong left as though she had transformed into a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, she disappeared into the fog not far away and disappeared before Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes. 7 days later, at the mansion where the people from Ling Xian Peak were staying. Why isn't Brother Ling Tian back yet? There are only 3 days left until the hidden fog martial arts competition. Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, frowned slightly when he found out that Duan Lingtian had yet to return. I wonder where he went. I should have asked him about his whereabouts when he left after retrieving the dragon tendon. Great, we can't even find him now. Yang Hui felt helpless. Master, there are only 3 days left. Junior Uncle Duan will definitely return. Zhou Di stood behind Yang Hui and comforted him. After learning that Duan Lingtian had severely injured and defeated Xiao Li Mountain's Dong, who in just one blow, Zhou Di, who was Emperor Wu's direct disciple under Yang Hui's command, had a new understanding of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, since his master addressed Duan Lingtian as brother, he regarded Duan Lingtian as his junior uncle. I hope so. Yang Hui nodded when he heard Zhou Di's comforting words. 1 day, 2 days, another 2 days went by. The Hidden Fog martial competition would be held on the Hidden Fog Island the next day. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 swift silhouettes flew out from the northeast of the Hidden Fog Island. Soon, they arrived at the southern island. They flew in a certain direction at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the 3 of them appeared in front of a spacious mansion. Junior Uncle Duan, you're finally back. As soon as the 3 of them stood still, they heard a voice coming from nearby. The voice was filled with indescribable excitement. Junior Uncle? At once, the 2 beauties among the 3 of them turned their heads to look at the handsome young man in the middle. They were confused. Jodi? Chapter 1287. The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. He took a while to react to the way Zhou Di addressed him. Brother Yang, are you here? Huh. Brother Lingtian, you're finally back. Before Zhou Di could respond, a burst of hearty laughter was heard. Following that, a young man appeared not far away. He stood there like a sharp sword. It was Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu. These 2 must be my sisters-in-law. Brother Lingtian, you're so lucky. Soon after, Yang Hui looked at the 2 women next to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with amazement. Even though he had lived for half of his life, he had only seen a handful of girls who were as beautiful as them. After Duan Lingtian's introduction, Yang Hui greeted the 2 girls beside him. They were not surprised, as they already knew about each other. Brother Lingtian, don't you need to return to Yuhan, Emperor Wu's side? After all, they're here on behalf of Yuhan Valley. Yang Hui asked. No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Since he had guessed that Yuhan Emperor Wu was up to something, he naturally would not let the 2 girls beside him enter the tiger's den again. Moreover, after being separated from the 2 girls for so many years, he did not want to be separated from them again. He could not wait to hang the 2 girls on his body. Humph! At the instant Duan Lingtian shook his head, a cold snort seemed to come from all directions. One could vaguely make out that this was a woman's voice. The voice was filled with anger. Just as Duan Lingtian frowned, Yang Hui, Li Fei, and Ker's expressions changed. They seemed to have recognized the owner of the voice. Soon, Duan Lingtian saw a person appear out of thin air not far away. It was a woman. She stood there and gave him a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, the woman was glaring at him. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. It's you who abducted my 2 personal disciples? At the same time, she took a step forward. With this step, the air in front of the woman was quickly sucked dry. An invisible force gathered together and swept out, heading straight for Duan Lingtian. Boom! Without any hesitation, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed and transformed into a 5-colored flame before finally condensing into the shape of a sword. In an instant, as Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, the sword-shaped 5-colored flame on his body spilled out as if it had turned into a giant 5-colored sword, meeting the invisible force head-on. The invisible power came from the woman. It was not truly formless. Instead, it was the woman who could completely control this power and even conceal it. From this, it could be seen that the woman had not attacked with her full strength, because once she attacked with her full strength, she would not have the time to conceal the power she displayed when she attacked. Be careful! Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. By the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to help. He warned sternly as the energy in his body swelled, and he swiftly swept towards Duan Lingtian. Bang! Before Yang Hui arrived, Duan Lingtian's full strength, except for the fact that he did not use any spirit weapon, had already collided with the woman's invisible force, creating a loud bang. "Master, please have mercy." It was this loud bang that caused Li Fei and Kerr to regain their senses. Horror dawned on their faces as they hastily pleaded with the woman. The woman was none other than the Yuhan Emperor Wu, from Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent. She was also Li Fei and Kerr's master in name. However, just as Li Fei and Kerr spoke, before the Yuhan Emperor Wu could respond, a powerful force had already swept out in all directions and affected them at the same time. For a moment, they were sent flying dozens of meters away before they managed to stabilize themselves. This enormous force originated from a shockwave. The shockwave originated from the collision between Duan Lingtian's energy and the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy. It continued to spread out in all directions with a powerful force. However, the collision between the two forces finally resulted in a result. As expected of the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. "Unfortunately, you're still no match for me now." Just as Duan Lingtian felt his energy was about to be crushed by the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy, the Yuhan Emperor Wu's voice transmission entered his ears. Before Duan Lingtian could think about it, his energy was completely crushed by the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy. Subsequently, Martial Emperor Yuhan's energy swept through his body like a hot knife through butter. Boom! As expected, Duan Lingtian's body was sent flying. When he was sent flying, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had lost all feeling in his body. Even his consciousness was in a daze, and he was unable to wake up for a long time. It was only when his body landed on the ground with a loud bang that Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. At this moment, he could clearly feel the intense pain from the injuries all over his body. It was so painful that he could only grit his teeth. His internal organs were almost shattered. He knew that this was because the Yuhan Emperor Wu had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. This Yuhan Emperor Wu, he's at least a level 5 Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he guessed to himself. Boom! 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 Just when Duan Lingtian was still in shock over the Yuhan Emperor Wu's strength, a loud noise reverberated in his ears. When he lifted his head with some difficulty, he saw Yang Hui standing between him and the Yuhan Emperor Wu. He was protecting him as he fought with the Yuhan Emperor Wu. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had just taken out a royal-grade resurrection pill and consumed it when he realized Yang Hui was at a disadvantage. He had no choice but to take out his spiritual sword. However, even after taking out his spiritual sword, Yang Hui could only fight to a draw with the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Scoundrel! Young master! At this moment, Li Fei and Kerr came to Duan Lingtian's side and looked at him worriedly. Kerr, in particular, was so anxious that she was tearing up. Not far away, Zhou Di and the group of Ling Xian Peak disciples who heard the commotion were stunned. Who's that woman? She's able to fight to a draw with Lord Emperor Wu, who has a spirit weapon without using it. Is she a powerhouse from the hidden Fog Island? Many people muttered to themselves in a daze. He's the Yuhan Emperor Wu, Zhou Di said with a grave expression. The Yuhan Emperor Wu. The crowd's expression changed drastically when they heard Zhou Di's words. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with the Yuhan Emperor Wu. She was ranked in the top 3 among the Emperor Wu powerhouses who had been famous for many years on the Cloud Continent. Although she was a woman, she was not inferior to a man. Heaven and earth wipe out. Just when most people thought the Yuhan Emperor was going to take out his spirit weapon and defeat Yang Hui, the Yuhan Emperor Wu spoke coldly. Her voice was bone-chilling. As soon as she spoke, the area within 100 meters seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. Many people with low cultivation base were shivering from the cold. This included the two girls, Li Fei and Ke. However, they were no longer affected by the cold as they covered their bodies with origin energy. She actually cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard the Yuhan Emperor Wu's voice and saw the commotion caused by the Yuhan Emperor Wu. He immediately stood up without any hesitation. Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up as though nothing had happened. It shocked Li Fei and Ke, who had been paying attention to him. They clearly saw the extent of Duan Lingtian's injuries earlier. Even if he consumed a grade 1 life recovery pill, he would need a few days to recover. However, he had fully recovered in just a few breaths' time. Of course, the two girls were shocked because Duan Lingtian had not told them about the royal grade resurrection pill. Whoosh! After standing up, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his royal grade spirit bow and arrow without any hesitation. He held the bow in one hand and the arrow in the other. 5 colored flames continued to erupt like sharp swords that gathered on his hands. Creak! In an instant, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon. Strands of 5-colored energy flowed through the bow and arrow into the bowstring that was pulled into the shape of a full moon. For a moment, there were bolts of lightning around the bowstring. They were colorful bolts of lightning. Every time the bolts of lightning moved, it was like a sharp sword that shot out in all directions. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a whistling sound filled the air. It was the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy that had transformed into sword rays that were filled with icy cold energy that swept toward Yang Hui. During this process, the sword rays that filled the sky gathered together and transformed into a gigantic sword that was emitting terrifying cold energy. There was a strange gap at the tip of the gigantic sword. Soon, the gigantic sword vibrated, and the gap at the tip of the sword was aimed at Yang Hui as though it was aiming. Oh no! Yang Hui's eyes narrowed and his face turned pale. At this moment, he felt that he was not the only one who was locked on. Even the space around him seemed to be locked on by a destructive force. This feeling made him feel hopeless. He could smell the scent of death. Without any hesitation, Yang Hui unleashed all his energy and used the spiritual sword in his hand to increase his strength in an attempt to escape from the force that was locked onto him. However, he soon realized that no matter how he tried to evade, the force that was locked onto him was still locked onto him. There was no way for him to escape. This crazy woman actually has such a trick up her sleeve. It seems like I, Ling Xian Emperor Wu, am going to die in her hands today. At this moment, Yang Hui realized that he could not escape. He sighed in his heart and felt completely disheartened. Destroy! As the Yuhan Emperor Wu's mouth moved, a small dot of light suddenly appeared at the gap at the tip of the gigantic sword that was aimed at Yang Hui. As soon as the small dot of light appeared, it was as dazzling as the sun. However, unlike the scorching heat of the sun, the small dot of light emitted waves of terrifying cold energy, causing the faces of those below the Emperor Wu realm to change. They felt as though they were naked in a world of ice and snow. Chapter 1288. Heaven and Earth Wipeout. The small specks of light were formed from the strongest sword skill, Heaven and Earth Wipeout, which came with Han Bing's God's sword technique. Once they exploded, they would turn into specks of light that filled the sky and whistled out. Any living thing that came into contact with the light, dust, would be annihilated. The small light that contained extreme coldness. Once it exploded, any living thing that came into contact with the light, dust would be turned into an ice sculpture. Almost at the same time, the energy from the small light dot's explosion would shatter the ice sculpture. The small light that was getting brighter and brighter as though it was about to explode. Clang! A heavy sound of a string resonated in the air, causing most of the people present to feel pain in their eardrums. Impossible! Before most of the people could react, Yuhan Emperor Wu's exclamation entered their ears. At the same time, it also attracted their attention. "Where's the small light?" In an instant, many people noticed that the small light on the tip of Yuhan Emperor Wu's gigantic sword had disappeared. It was nowhere to be seen. Boom! Although the small light had disappeared, the energy from the gigantic sword still landed on Yang Hui's body and sent him flying. Yang Hui was unprepared because he thought he was going to die. Otherwise, he could have blocked the attack. Barf! Yang Hui spat out a mouthful of blood after he was sent flying. His face was pale and his body was shaking. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. It was only until he took out a healing pill that his pale face regained some color. Bang! At this moment, a deafening explosion came from afar. It was the small light that had exploded. With it as the center, the area within a 100-meter radius turned into a white ocean in just a blink of an eye. However, the white ocean soon disappeared with the wind as though it had never appeared. Heaven and earth wipeout was gone. It did not kill anyone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian activated the interlinking formation and retrieved the arrow that flew out with the small light det. At the same time, Yuhan Emperor Wu's gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian's direction. The black lightning that even she could not capture earlier came from that direction. Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes were looking up and down at Duan Lingtian when she seemed to have noticed something. Her eyes narrowed abruptly. In the next moment, she lifted her head and looked at the sky. "Who are you?" Yuhan Emperor Wu seemed to have noticed something at this moment. Yuhan Emperor Wu narrowed her eyes and asked with a grave expression, Initially, Duan Lingtian thought Martial Emperor Yuhan would realize that he was the one who had attacked earlier. However, he was shocked to find out that Martial Emperor Yuhan was looking at the sky above his head instead of the royal grade spirit archery set in his hand. Based on Yuhan Bing's words, Yuhan Bing's eyes, Duan Lingtian immediately put away the royal grade spirit bow and arrow in his hand and followed everyone's gaze to look at the sky above his head. There was a person standing there. It was an old man in a fiery red robe. The old man stood there as though he was one with heaven and earth, making it difficult for anyone to notice him. No one knew when the old man had appeared. Due to this reason, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had goosebumps. If the old man had intended to sneak an attack, none of them would have survived. Regarding this, they felt somewhat fortunate in their hearts. "Who are you? Why are you interfering in the matter between me and them?" Yuhan Emperor Wu glared at the red-robed old man and asked in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Kerr were stunned when they heard Yuhan Emperor Wu's words. Yuhan Emperor Wu thought it was the red-robed old man who blocked her heaven and earth wipeout sword skill. The person who blocked her attack was Duan Lingtian. As the person himself, Duan Lingtian was naturally aware of this. Li Fei and Kerr had been standing next to Duan Lingtian the entire time. They had seen everything from the moment Duan Lingtian took out the royal grade spirit bow and arrow to when he drew the bow and shot the arrow at lightning speed. Yuhan Emperor Wu did not manage to see the royal grade spirit bow and arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Otherwise, she would not have misunderstood. Naturally, she had to see it with her own eyes. Otherwise, she would not have believed it. She'd clearly tested Duan Lingtian's strength earlier, and it was utterly impossible for that little bit of strength to help Yang Hui block the sword skill, heaven and earth wipeout, that she'd executed earlier. However, there was something she did not know. Apart from having a royal grade spirit weapon, Duan Lingtian had also cultivated the saint grade martial tactic. When he attacked earlier, he had cast the saint grade martial tactic colossal arrow light arrow. Although he had just cultivated it not long ago and could only be considered as a beginner, the power it displayed was not something a heaven rank advanced martial tactic at the perfection stage could compare to. "You leave." The red-robed old man merely glanced at Martial Emperor Yuhan, who had a piercing glare in her eyes, and asked in a deep voice, from the beginning until the end, it seemed like he did not take her seriously at all. It seems like you're going to meddle in my business. Yuhan Emperor Wu stared at the red-robed old man with a cold gleam in her eyes as she asked in a deep voice. This time, the red-robed old man ignored her. All right. Since you don't take me seriously, I'd like to see if you have the strength to meddle in my business. When Yuhan Emperor Wu reached the end of her sentence, she was so angry that she laughed. At the same time, she charged toward the red-robed old man. Her speed was so fast that she seemed to have disappeared into thin air before everyone's eyes. In a flash, most of the people thought there would be a fierce battle. They were all looking forward to it. However, what happened next was something no one had expected. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. Then it set off a vast shockwave that swept out in all directions. It was so overwhelming that it caused many people with a lower cultivation base to take a few steps back. Not only that, but many of the trees nearby were also uprooted. However, no one was paying attention to this at that moment. They stared at Yuhan Emperor Wu, who was sent flying like an arrow. Disbelief was written all over their faces. In just one blow, Yuhan Emperor Wu was sent flying in a wretched manner. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man stood there with a crimson flame swirling around his body. Around the crimson flame, there were other colors of energy moving rapidly. However, these were only inconspicuous. Who the hell are you? Yuhan Emperor Wu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After taking a healing elixir, she looked at the red-robed old man again. Her eyes were filled with fear. Just now, she didn't have time to react to what was going on before she was sent flying by the other party. At the moment when her opponent attacked, she felt a force that she could not resist. It landed on her body and sent her flying. I don't want to repeat what I just said. The red-robed old man spoke again. His voice was colder. Yuhan Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically. However, she did not dare to stay any longer. Soon, she looked at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. She was so close to taking away the third reincarnation of Yuhan Emperor Wu. Now, it seemed that she could only find another opportunity. Before she left, Yuhan Emperor Wu glanced at Li Fei and Ke casually. When she saw the hostility in their eyes, she knew they would not leave with her. However, she was not bothered by it. These two girls were her tools to find the third reincarnation of Yuhan Emperor Wu. Now that she had found the third reincarnation of Yuhan Emperor Wu, they were no longer of any use to her. Whoosh! Soon, Yuhan Emperor Wu disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After everyone caught their breaths, they looked at the red-robed old man in unison. Thank you, Senior. Yang Hui quickly thanked the red-robed old man, just like Yuhan Emperor Wu. He did not realize the person who helped them at the critical moment was Duan Lingtian. The other 9 people from Lingxian Peak, including Zhou Di, were the same as him. In the face of Yang Hui's gratitude, the red-robed old man merely nodded his head nonchalantly. Then he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls beside him before he left. He disappeared without a trace. He came and went like the wind. Expert. That's right. Only such a powerhouse can be called a master. Many Lingxian Peak disciples exclaimed. They still had lingering fears when they recalled the scene earlier. He used the saint-grade martial tactic just now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was guessing the identity of the red-robed old man, heard Wang Ba's voice. His voice was filled with certainty. Saint-grade martial tactic? You mean the senior earlier? Duan Lingtian was stunned. That's right. Wang Ba said with certainty. Although the saint-grade martial tactic he used earlier is not as powerful as the one you've cultivated, it's still quite powerful. His ability is actually not much stronger than you, Han Emperor Wu. However, since he cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic, he could easily kill you, Han Emperor Wu, in just one blow. Wang Ba continued to praise the saint-grade martial tactic as he spoke. If Duan Lingtian was still skeptical about the saint-grade martial tactic in the past, however, he no longer had any doubts at this moment. This was because the saint-grade martial tactic, colossal aerolite arrow that he cultivated, had told him how powerful the saint-grade martial tactic was to a certain extent. It was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. Young master, does it still hurt? Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom with concern on her face. Li Fei was even more straightforward. She reached out her hand and touched Duan Lingtian's body. High in the sky, behind the clouds, the red-robed old man didn't leave. He stood there, quietly overlooking the scene below the clouds. We're leaving soon. Are you sure you don't want to see him? The red-robed old man turned his head and looked at the young and beautiful lady who was also dressed in red. Chapter 1289. If I see him, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear to leave. The red-clad lady sighed softly. Her gentle gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on Duan Lingtian. He might not let me leave. Humph. This brat has so many beauties now. I'm afraid he has already forgotten about you. The red-clad old man snorted. The lady smiled. I've finally met his two fiancées. They're really as outstanding as he said. No, they're even more outstanding than he said. If you regret it, you can choose to stay. As for the other side, I'll talk to them. The old man suddenly said, If I regret it, they'll think you're making a fool out of them and might even kill you. If you die, they'll still take me away. At that time, it's very likely that he'll be implicated. The lady shook her head. Since the outcome will be the same, there's no need to complicate things. She really wanted to see Duan Lingtian. However, she knew now was not the right time. Elder brother Duan, do you know? Tian Wu has already regained her memory? The lady thought to herself. She was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had been taken away from Lost Stone Forest on Cloud Continent. The person who took her away was the red-clad old man next to her, Chi Hua. Girl, the Saint Land is like a different world compared to here and Cloud Continent. If you leave, I don't know when you'll see him again. Chi Hua sighed. We'll meet again someday. Feng Tianwu said. She had a strong feeling. Even if she left this time, she would still see this man whom she missed dearly in the future. Let's go. Feng Tianwu said before she seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame. In just a blink of an eye, she swept across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Chi Hua followed closely behind her. Before Feng Tianwu left, a stone tablet fell from the place where she had been standing. It was the stone tablet she had intentionally left behind. This stone tablet was densely carved with ancient and indecipherable words. Most importantly, a corner of the stone tablet was damaged. Whoosh! The speed at which the stone steel fell from the sky was getting faster and faster. It also alarmed Duan Lingtian and the others. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. With a single glance, they saw a stone tablet falling from the sky, causing them to be dumbfounded. What's going on? Rain, snow, and even hail, I've seen it all before. However, this stone tablet, a Lingxian Peak disciple swallowed hard, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was the first time in his life that he had seen someone descend the stone tablet. Devil Seal Tombstone. While everyone, including Spirit Profound Realm Emperor Wu and Yang Hui, were stunned, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he recognized the stone tablet that fell from the sky. It was the Devil Seal tablet. Humph! Kid, this Devil Seal tombstone is fake. Just as Duan Lingtian was filled with excitement and had no time to wonder why the Devil's Seal tablet had fallen from the sky, Wang Ba's voice sounded like a bucket of cold water, causing him to sober up slightly. It's fake. With confusion, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and caught the Devil's Seal tablet. It really is fake. The moment he caught the Devil's Seal tablet, he was certain that this Devil's Seal tablet was indeed fake. He was no stranger to the Devil's Seal tablet. In fact, he clearly remembered the weight of the Devil's Seal tablet. The weight of this fake Devil's Seal tablet was very different from the real Devil's Seal tablet. However, Duan Lingtian did not know this. The fake Devil's Seal tablet in his hand was forged by Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi from Lost Stone Forest, without touching the Devil's Seal tablet. Naturally, the weight was very different. However, the fake Devil's Seal tablet that Zhou Yi forged using the real Devil's Seal tablet, the fake Devil's Seal tablet that he used to exchange for the real Devil's Seal tablet under Emperor Wu's nose, was about the same weight as the real Devil's Seal tablet. Since Feng Tianwu had come into contact with the real Devil's Seal tablet a long time ago, she did not notice anything wrong when Emperor Wu gave her the fake Devil's Seal tablet that Zhou Yi had forged. Crack! As the energy in Duan Lingtian's body surged into the fake Devil's Seal tablet, the fake Devil's Seal tablet in his hand shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. Whoosh! Almost at the same time when the fake Devil's Seal tablet shattered, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and passed through the clouds in the sky in just a blink of an eye, appearing behind the clouds. His heart was filled with questions. Although the Devil's Seal tombstone was fake, where did it come from? He did not believe that it had fallen from the sky. Someone must have been here earlier. He left the fake Devil's Seal tablet behind and left on his own. However, what's his intention? Duan Lingtian racked his brains, but he could not figure out what was going on. Brother Lingtian, what happened earlier? At this moment, Yang Hui stepped into the air and appeared next to Duan Lingtian. He asked with a puzzled expression on his face. Li Fei and Ke appeared as well. They looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. I used to have an identical stone tablet. Its amplification ability is comparable to a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. However, I lost that stone tablet a year ago when I lost my memory. Duan Lingtian said, the stone tablet earlier is fake. It's not the stone tablet I used to have. There's such a thing? Yang Hui was stunned. He was speechless. He could not figure out how such a thing could have happened. Soon after, Yang Hui's face turned grave as though he had recalled something. That crazy woman, Emperor Wu of Yuhan, actually attacked you just because you spent a little more time with my two sisters-in-law. After that, she even tried to kill me. She's crazy. Yang Hui recalled the scene that had just taken place. From the moment Emperor Wu of Yuhan appeared to the moment she attacked Duan Lingtian and severely injured Duan Lingtian to the point of wanting to kill him. Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly unnatural. Only he knew the truth. The reason why Martial Emperor Yuhan acted that way was not because he had abducted her two direct disciples, as she had said. Yuhan Emperor Wu of Yuhan's ultimate goal was him. In Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes, he was the third reincarnation of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. To her, he was a valuable treasure. Fortunately, that senior lent me a helping hand. Otherwise, Yang Hui, would have been dead. Yang Hui sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Li Fei and Ke looked at each other when they heard Yang Hui's words. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They knew very well what had happened earlier. It was their man, Duan Lingtian, who had saved Yang Hui from Yuhan Emperor Wu's evil clutches with his bow and arrow. He had pulled Yang Hui out of the gates of hell. However, they did not take the initiative to tell Yang Hui about this. This was because they knew that if they wanted Yang Hui to know, their man would tell him himself. I wonder who that senior is. Could he be one of the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian guessed. No. Yang Hui shook his head. I had the honor of meeting the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island once in the past. Although that senior's ability is powerful, I don't think he's at the level of the 3 island masters. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the technique he used to injure Yu Han Emperor Wu with just 1 blow should be a martial skill that's above a heaven rank advanced martial skill. Yang Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. A martial skill that's above a heaven rank advanced martial skill? Li Fei and Kerr were shocked. They looked confused. It was their first time hearing about such a martial skill. That's right. Yang Hui nodded. His eyes were burning with passion. A martial skill that's above a heaven rank advanced martial skill is also known as a Saint grade martial tactic. Apart from the overseas Saint Islands, there are only 2 ancient clans on Cloud Continent that have mastered the Saint grade martial tactic. Saint grade martial tactic. With Yang Hui's explanation, Li Fei and Kerr learned about how terrifying the Saint grade martial tactic was. They were shocked for some reason. Soon after, they looked at each other and seemed to have recalled something. They looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. The scene of Duan Lingtian saving Yang Hui earlier was still vivid in their minds. Scoundrel, what you used earlier, was that a Saint grade martial tactic? Li Fei asked through voice transmission. Kerr's voice transmission followed. She was also asking the same question. That's right. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from the 2 girls. He answered honestly. Scoundrel, can I learn it? Li Fei's voice transmission continued to be transmitted. She seemed to be excited. Although Kerr did not say anything, it could be seen from her hopeful eyes that she was also very interested in the Saint grade martial tactic. Of course, no problem. When Duan Lingtian replied to Li Fei, he looked at Kerr and said through voice transmission, Kerr, I'll pass the Saint grade martial tactic to you later. Thank you, young master. When Kerr heard this, she was so excited that her face flushed red. Silly girl, there's no need to thank me between us. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Seeing Duan Lingtian and the other 2 flirting with each other, Yang Hui felt a little awkward. He left to comfort the Ling Xian Peak disciples. The scene earlier left an indelible mark in the hearts of the Ling Xian Peak disciples. However, although the commotion at the Ling Xian Peak people's residence was huge, it did not alarm the other people on the southern island, such as Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, not to mention their subordinates. The reason they were not alarmed was because the Hidden Fog Island had more or less set up some soundproof inscription formations around their residences. The Hidden Fog martial competition will be held tomorrow. Duan Lingtian brought the 2 girls back to his residence. His eyes gleamed, and his heart was filled with anticipation. After passing the Saint token that contained the Saint grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow to the 2 girls, Duan Lingtian sat with his legs crossed in the small courtyard. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow continued to play in his mind. According to Bastard, my Colossal Aerolite Arrow is only at the rudimentary level. However, the rudimentary Colossal Aerolite Arrow managed to break Chilling Emperor Wu's Heaven and Earth Wipeout. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled the scene that happened not too long ago. However, although Chilling Emperor Wu has cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak and can cast Heaven and Earth Wipeout, she's not very familiar with the Heaven and Earth Wipeout. At most, she's only at the initial stage. Chapter 1290. As someone who had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifelong memories, the Reincarnation Emperor was extremely familiar with the Han Bing's divine sword technique. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with the Han Bing's divine sword technique at all. As soon as the Frosty Emperor Wu made a move, he could easily see through her attainments in the Han Bing's divine sword technique and the Heaven and Earth Wipeout with just a glance. Initially, when he passed the Hanbing's divine sword technique to Kerr, he did not think there would be a second person in the world who would know the Hanbing's divine sword technique. However, it did not cross his mind at all. After more than 20,000 years, there was actually someone who cultivated the Hanbing's divine sword technique like Kerr on the Cloud Continent. Moreover, he had cultivated the Hanbing's divine sword technique to its peak. After cultivating the Hanbing's divine sword technique to its peak, if I cultivate the heaven and earth wipeout to the perfection stage, I'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Frost Emperor Wu. For such a person to fight with someone whose cultivation base and profundity are on par with him, unless he encounters someone who cultivates a cultivation method or martial tactic from the Tao Martial Saint Land, or someone who cultivates the 3 Lives Rebirth technique or the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, he's almost invincible. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. If the Frosty Emperor Wu had cultivated the heaven and earth wipeout to the perfection stage, the colossal aerolite arrow that I've mastered now might not be able to break it. Although the colossal aerolite arrow is a saint-grade martial tactic, I've only grasped the surface of it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment he thought about the terrifying power of the colossal aerolite arrow, Duan Lingtian was filled with motivation to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. He had an intuition. If he could cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow to its peak, even with his current cultivation base and profundity, he would be able to easily kill the Frosty Emperor Wu. Bastard, in order to verify his intuition, Duan Lingtian especially asked Wang Ba about it. Soon he got the answer from Wang Ba. Kid, stop dreaming. Put aside the fact that you're cultivating a human rank, prominent saint, grade martial tactic, even if you're only cultivating a human rank, primitive saint, grade martial tactic. No matter how high your comprehension ability is, you won't be able to cultivate it to its peak without several years of hard work. Wang Ba snorted and said, Of course, if you can really master the colossal aerolite arrow, it'll be easy for you to kill that woman today. In fact, you'll only need 1 arrow to kill her instantly. A human rank prominent saint grade martial tactic is not something a human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic can compare to. Wang Ba continued, with his cultivation base at the first level of the Emperor Wu stage, he would only need 1 arrow to kill a powerhouse suspected to be at the 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage or above. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Wang Ba's words. He could not help but have a shocked and incredulous expression on his face. According to the Iron Law on Cloud Continent, now that he had unleashed his full strength with the boost from the Royal Grade Spirit Weapon, it was impossible for him to compare to the Frosty Emperor Wu, whose cultivation base was at least at the 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage or above. Moreover, even if the Frosty Emperor Wu did not use any spirit weapon or martial skill, he could easily kill him with brute force alone, since he had cultivated all kinds of heaven rank advanced martial skills to the perfection stage. Naturally, this was only the Iron Law on Cloud Continent. The Saint grade martial tactic was not something from Cloud Continent, so it was enough to break the Iron Law on Cloud Continent. My current strength. My cultivation base is at the 1st level of the Emperor Wu stage, and I've comprehended the 5th level fused profundity and the 5th level Emperor stage sword profundity. Emperor Wu's origin energy at the 1st level of the Emperor Wu stage is equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Whether it's the 5th level fused profundity or the 5th level Emperor stage sword profundity, each of them is equivalent to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons. In total, it's equivalent to the strength of 14 ancient black dragons. The Royal Grade Spirit Weapon can increase one's origin energy by 120%. Once my origin energy is unleashed, it's equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. In other words, the amplification of my origin energy is equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. In that case, the strongest strength I can unleash now is equivalent to the strength of 16 ancient black dragons and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. It's less than the strength of 17 ancient black dragons. Duan Lingtian had a clear understanding of the strength he could unleash now. Emperor Wu Yuhan's cultivation base is at least at the 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage. No matter how ordinary a 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouse is, the strength of the profundity he has comprehended is at least the strength of 13 ancient black dragons. In addition to the origin energy that's equivalent to the strength of 7 ancient black dragons, the strength of a 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouse is at least the strength of 20 ancient black dragons. And this is without the use of a spirit weapon. Her strength has already surpassed mine without the use of a spirit weapon. Once she uses a spirit weapon, she'll completely crush me. Of course, Emperor Wu Yulan's strength isn't something an ordinary 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouse can compare to. Putting everything else aside, based on the strength she displayed without the use of a spirit weapon, based on the lifetime experience in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it's at least the strength of 23 ancient black dragons. However, the heaven and earth wipeout cast by such a powerful strength was still broken by my colossal aerolite arrow. I feel like the colossal aerolite arrow that I've mastered is so powerful that it can even surpass the strength of 6 to 7 ancient black dragons. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged. Surpass the strength of 6 to 7 ancient black dragons. What kind of concept was that? This is the strength of the colossal aerolite arrow that I've just cultivated. The saint-grade martial tactic is really shocking and surprising. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This time, my cheapskate father is still quite reliable. He left me such a powerful saint-grade martial tactic. With this saint-grade martial tactic, I'm afraid it won't take long for my strength to be strong enough to roam the Cloud Continent and even the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence about this. The more he thought about it, the more shocked Duan Lingtian was by the colossal aerolite arrow's power. At the same time, he cultivated even more diligently. He did not rest and conserve his energy just because the Hidden Fog martial competition would be held tomorrow on the Hidden Fog Island. The only thing left in his world was the colossal aerolite arrow. As for Kerr and Li Fei, the 2 girls, after realizing that they could not fulfill the conditions to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow for the time being, they continued to cultivate on their own. When dawn shrouded the entire Hidden Fog Island, the peace was broken. The entire Hidden Fog Island began to bustle with noise and excitement. This was because the Hidden Fog martial competition would be held on the Hidden Fog Island today. Many people had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Considering the terrifying destructive power of the powerhouses who participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition, the competition was not held on the Hidden Fog Island. Instead, it was held on the sea thousands of miles north of the Hidden Fog Island. At the same time, the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island personally took the role of host. The 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island were the masters of the entire Hidden Fog Island. Rumor had it that they were the 3 most powerful existences on the Hidden Fog Island. As for whether their abilities were really that powerful, very few people could say for sure, because very few people had seen them fight before. However, as the saying went, there is no smoke without fire. Be it the people of the Hidden Fog Island or the outsiders, very few people doubted the abilities of the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. The reason why it was said that very few people doubted the abilities of the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. Among these people, some of them were so confident that they went to the East Island of the Hidden Fog Island with the intention of challenging the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. According to them, they wanted to expose the disguise of the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island so that the world would know that they were just people who deceived the world. One by one, They rushed to the east island of the Hidden Fog Island to challenge the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. Nobody knew what the outcome was. However, everyone was sure of one thing. The people who went to the east island of the Hidden Fog Island never saw them again. It was as if they had completely disappeared from the face of the earth. As more and more people disappeared, fewer and fewer people dared to challenge the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. In the end, very few people dared to doubt the abilities of the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. This was because most people guessed that the disappearance of those people had something to do with the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. Many people even felt that it was very possible that they had been killed by the 3 island masters when they were fighting. If that was the case, everything could be explained. This was because the Hidden Fog martial competition was held on the surface of the sea, and there were no restrictions on who could and could not attend. Therefore, almost everyone from the Hidden Fog Island had come. Regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, all of them came. The young ones who could not fly were carried by the older ones. The old ones who could not fly were carried by the strong ones. All in all, the Hidden Fog martial competition that day shook the entire Hidden Fog Island. It even caused all the shops in the Hidden Fog City to close their doors. The Hidden Fog City that was initially bustling with people was suddenly devoid of people. It was as if it had become a ghost town overnight. Early in the morning, the sky above the sea where the Hidden Fog martial competition was being held was filled with people. All of them were waiting for the Hidden Fog martial competition to begin. They're here. They're here. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse appeared with 10 of his disciples, the crowd above the sea was stirred. All of them were extremely excited, as though they were the ones who were going to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent appeared, one after another. 10 people followed behind them. Yuhan, you're here early. An Emperor Wu powerhouse greeted Emperor Wu Yuhan, who had just arrived. Lei Ming, long time no see. Emperor Wu Yuhan responded faintly. He seemed to be a little bored. Chapter 1291. Among the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, both Thunder Emperor Wu and Yuhan Emperor Wu were in the top 3 in terms of ability. Both of them were on par with each other. They were ranked 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Even they themselves could not say who was ranked 2nd because they were not confident that they could defeat each other even if they were to fight each other. Above the 2 of them, only one martial emperor could defeat them. Of course, this was only referring to Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. It did not include all the Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Because of this, be it Yuhan Emperor Wu or Thunder Emperor Wu, they had always been at odds with each other. They were not even considered passers-by, let alone friends. Naturally, Martial Emperor Lei Ming was not that naive to take the initiative to greet Martial Emperor Yuhan. Yuhan, you only brought 8 Yuhan Valley's disciples? It seems like there's no one else in Yuhan Valley. What a pity. Could it be that Yuhan Valley's legacy is going downhill in your generation? Thunder Emperor Wu glanced behind Yuhan Emperor Wu unintentionally and pretended to be surprised as he exclaimed. Yuhan Emperor Wu seemed to be mentally prepared for this and did not show any dissatisfaction. Behind her, the group of Yuhan Valley's disciples, led by her most powerful direct disciple, Su Rong, was glaring at Thunder Emperor Wu angrily. Yuhan, it seems like Yuhan Valley's rules are not that great. Not only did such a big group of female disciples not greet me when they saw me as an elder, but they even dared to. Thunder Emperor Wu interrupted himself and chuckled. Greetings, Junior Aunt Yuhan. Almost as soon as Emperor Wu was done speaking, the 10 Thundercloud Peaks disciples behind Thunder Emperor Wu bowed to Yuhan Emperor Wu in unison. He seemed very polite. The 8 Yuhan Valley disciples' faces darkened. What the people of Thundercloud Peak did was undoubtedly a slap to their faces and to Yuhan Valley's face. Humph! No matter how strong Martial Emperor Yuhan's willpower was, she could not help but snort in anger when she was mocked by Martial Emperor Laming over and over again, coupled with the strange gazes that were directed at her from the surroundings. Of course, if it was the previous Yuhan Emperor Wu, he might have been able to endure a little longer. But the problem was that Emperor Wu of Yuhan had just suffered a loss in a certain place yesterday, so until now he was still in a bad mood. It was inevitable that he would be a little angry. Seeing that the Yuhan Emperor Wu was leaving with the 8 Yuhan Valley disciples, the Thunder Emperor Wu finally smiled from the bottom of his heart. It was a smile of victory. He and Yuhan Emperor Wu of Yuhan had been fighting for more than 10 years. Until now, neither of them could do anything to the other. Today, to him, it was undoubtedly something to be happy about that he was able to defeat Yuhan Emperor Wu verbally in such an occasion. Let's go. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Thunder Emperor Wu ordered the 10 Thundercloud Peak disciples behind him to continue forward and look for a suitable place to settle down. Behind him, a man and a woman followed closely behind. It was a young man and a young woman. Behind them, there were 8 people following behind them. The 8 of them were either young men, middle-aged men, or old men in their 70s. He's Thunder Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent. I've heard of him. He's the master of Cloud Continent's Thundercloud Peak. He's ranked in the top 3 among the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. You only realized it now? It seems like you don't know that the woman who was arguing with him earlier is the master of Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent, Yuhan Emperor Wu. She's as famous as him. That woman is Yuhan Emperor Wu. She's known as the female peak powerhouse on Cloud Continent. When Thunder Emperor Wu and the rest moved again to look for a suitable place to settle down, many of the Hidden Fog Island's people who were watching were discussing among themselves. Their voices were filled with admiration. Of course, they were mostly admiring Yuhan Emperor Wu's power. It did not matter if it was on Hidden Fog Island or Cloud Continent. Women, in general, were much worse than men. It was difficult for men to cultivate to Emperor Wu's level, let alone a woman like her. Therefore, compared to Thunder Emperor Wu, they admired this female Emperor Wu more. She was merely a woman, but she was so powerful that she could be ranked in the top 3 among the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. It was truly shocking. As the group of Hidden Fog Islands people whispered and discussed among themselves, Martial Emperor Lei Ming's face turned grave when he heard every word that they said. Now, there were even people who said that he, a man, was no match for a woman. Although he had lived for half his life, he still felt humiliated and angry. He really couldn't refute this point. It was not only because of the gender difference, but he was also a few years older than Yuhan Emperor Wu in terms of age. Senior Sister Bai, you're the only one who can avenge Master from this humiliation. The tall young man who was following closely behind Thunder Emperor Wu, who was Zhou Yi, said to the young woman next to him after hearing the people's whispers. The young woman was Thunder Emperor Wu's first direct disciple, Lan Bai. She was also a female Emperor Wu powerhouse like Yuhan Emperor Wu. Naturally, it was impossible for Lan Bai's current strength to be on par with Yuhan Emperor Wu's. However, she had the advantage of being young. She might have a chance to surpass Yuhan Emperor Wu in the future. Yuhan Emperor Wu. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Lan Bai immediately looked at the woman's back in the distance. Her eyes gleamed brightly. She had become a disciple of Thunder Emperor Wu earlier than Zhou Yi. Therefore, she could empathize with the people's whispers. It was just as Zhou Yi had said. She was the only one who could avenge her master from this humiliation. As long as she could defeat Yuhan Emperor Wu and become a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands, she would be able to redeem her master's dignity. At that time, nobody would say that her master was inferior to a woman. They would only say that her master's female disciple would be able to defeat Yu Han, Emperor Wu. At that time, the difference between her master and Yu Han Emperor would be obvious. Although Zhou Yi was speaking softly to Lan Bai, Thunder Emperor Wu's hearing was extremely sharp. Naturally, he heard everything clearly. At once, the frustration in his heart disappeared and was replaced by relief. Zhou Yi is a good kid. Not only is he low-key and humble, but he's also considerate of me. It's not a waste of my life to have a direct disciple like him and by Er. The more Thunder Emperor Wu thought about it, the more relieved he felt. Zhou Yi, just when Thunder Emperor Wu was feeling happy, a thunderous roar reverberated in the air. It stunned Thunder Emperor Wu, and his face turned grave. Just by listening to the voice without seeing the person, he could tell that the person did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the person was targeting his direct disciple, Zhou Yi. When he turned around, he saw a rather familiar figure leading 10 people in a grandiose manner. The person who roared earlier was the leader. Emperor Wu, Shiqi? With just a glance, Thunder Emperor Wu recognized the leader. It was the owner of Cloud Continent's Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, Shiqi. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent, he had seen Emperor Wu a few times. During those few times, Emperor Wu was humble in front of him. However, today he was so aggressive that he did not take him seriously at all. At once, Thunder Emperor Wu could only feel the anger brewing in his chest. It was about to burst out at any moment. Emperor Wu did not expect this at all. He had brought his 10 disciples to the Hidden Fog Island to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. However, he had encountered the traitor, Zhou Yi. Although he could only see the back of the figure from afar, he immediately recognized that the owner of the figure was Zhou Yi, the direct disciple that he had once thought highly of but had betrayed him in the end. At once, Emperor Wu glared at Zhou Yi with fire in his eyes. At this moment, it was as though Zhou Yi was the only person left in his world. Even Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who was walking in front of Zhou Yi and had turned around when he heard Zhou Yi's shout, was completely ignored by him. Junior brother Zhou Yi? He seems to be Emperor Wu from Lost Stone Forest. Did you offend him? Lan Bai, who was walking side by side with Zhou Yi, recognized Emperor Wu the moment she turned around with Zhou Yi. As the most favored direct disciple under Thunder Emperor Wu, she often traveled with Thunder Emperor Wu. She had seen Emperor Wu once before, so she could recognize him. Fear flashed through the depth of Zhou Yi's eyes as he looked at Emperor Wu, who was glaring at him furiously and would attack him at any time. However, this frightening ray of light disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was replaced by calmness. At this moment, Zhou Yi had completely calmed down. He looked at Emperor Wu calmly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. So it's Senior Shiqi. Zhou Yi nodded at Martial Emperor Shiqi and greeted him nonchalantly. Senior Shiqi? Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Emperor Wu was stunned. The few Lost Stone Forest's disciples who knew Zhou Yi behind him were stunned as well. Soon after, Emperor Wu snapped back to his senses. In his opinion, it was obvious that Zhou Yi had nothing to fear since he dared to be so calm in front of him. At this moment, Emperor Wu shifted his gaze away from Zhou Yi and looked around him. It was as though he was trying to find out why Zhou Yi was so confident in front of him. Thunder Emperor Wu. With just a glance, he saw Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who was standing behind Zhou Yi. At that moment, he realized why Zhou Yi was still so calm after seeing him. Zhou Yi, you're really something. You've just betrayed Lost Stone Forest, and you've already found another backer. After taking a deep breath, Emperor Wu looked at Zhou Yi again and mocked him. Betrayed Lost Stone Forest? The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Even the 9 Thundercloud Peaks disciples, including Lan Bai, looked at Zhou Yi with confusion in their eyes. Chapter 1292. apart from the group of Thundercloud Peak disciples. Even the master of Thundercloud Peak, Thunder Emperor Wu, was looking at Zhou Yi as though he wanted to confirm if Emperor Wu Shiqi was telling the truth. His instincts told him that everything that Emperor Wu Shiqi said might be true. What? You don't dare to admit that you betrayed the Lost Stone Forest? When Emperor Wu saw that Zhou Yi seemed to be ignoring him, he smirked. At the same time, he looked at Thunder Emperor Wu and said with a solemn expression, Thunder Emperor Wu, although I don't know why a traitor from the Lost Stone Forest would come to your Thundercloud Peak, I still have to remind you, Zhou Yi is not worthy of your trust, nor is he worthy of your protection. If he can betray the Lost Stone Forest, he can betray your Thundercloud Peak as well. At this moment, Emperor Wu was almost certain. Zhou Yi had become a Thundercloud Peak disciple and was protected by Thunder Emperor Wu. He knew very well. Thunder Emperor Wu's ability was not something he could compare to. If he wanted to punish the traitor Zhou Yi under Thunder Emperor Wu's nose and take back the mysterious stone tablet that Zhou Yi had secretly swapped, he could only use his wits and not his strength. Betrayed the Lost Stone Forest? The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, before Thunder Emperor Wu could respond, Zhou Yi had already made his move. He lifted his head slowly and glanced at Emperor Wu nonchalantly before he said, I admit that I was once Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, I left the Lost Stone Forest. Are you sure it's because I betrayed you and not because you can't tolerate me? I can't tolerate you? Emperor Wu, who was stunned by Zhou Yi's words, snapped back to his senses and sneered. However, when Martial Emperor Shiqi opened his mouth and was about to say something, he abruptly shut his mouth in an obedient manner. The cold smile on his face completely froze at this moment. All of this was because a voice transmission had sounded out by his ear. Shiqi, if you dare to call me a traitor of Lost Stone Forest again, I'll hand that stone tablet over to Emperor Wu. At that time, it'll be even more difficult for you to take the stone tablet back. The voice transmission that entered Emperor Wu's ears came from Zhou Yi. Threats. It was a blatant threat. With just a few words, Zhou Yi had completely shut up Emperor Wu's mouth. As the saying goes, hit the snake where it hurts. What Zhou Yi was doing now was no different from that. Naturally, the reason why Zhou Yi's threat was so effective was because Emperor Wu still had not given up on the stone tablet that he had secretly replaced. He knew that Emperor Wu's greatest goal wasn't to punish him, the traitor, but the stone steel. Compared to the stone tablet, a traitor like him was not worth mentioning. You unfilial disciple. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's threat, Emperor Wu was so angry that he felt like he was about to explode. However, he only dared to scold Zhou Yi through voice transmission. He was really worried that Zhou Yi would hand the stone tablet over to Emperor Wu of Thunder. If the stone tablet was in Zhou Yi's hands, there was still hope for him to snatch it back. However, if it was in the hands of Emperor Wu of Thunder, there was almost no hope for him to snatch it back. After weighing the pros and cons, he naturally hoped that the stone tablet would remain in Zhou Yi's hands instead of the Thunder Emperor Wu's. As for whether the stone tablet was still in Zhou Yi's hands, he did not doubt it at all. With Zhou Yi's greed, it was impossible for him to hand the stone tablet over to someone else unless he was facing a life and death crisis. Why? Can't say anything? Are you in the wrong? Zhou Yi said with a mocking smile when he saw Martial Emperor Shiqi, who was rendered speechless by Zhou Yi's words. Zhou Yi, what's going on? At this moment, Emperor Wu of Thunder finally spoke. His voice was solemn, and there was no emotion in it at all. Master, it's true that I was a disciple of Lost Stone Forest in the past. Moreover, I was Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, I left Lost Stone Forest after my sister was raped and killed by him. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth as he spoke to Emperor Wu of Thunder. Emperor Wu of Thunder framed me as a traitor of Lost Stone Forest in order to get rid of the root of the problem. When Zhou Yi reached the end of his sentence, Tears began to roll down his face that was filled with grief and indignation. Whoosh! The moment Zhou Yi's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Almost everyone, including the Lost Stone Forest disciples, shifted their attention to martial Emperor Shi in unison. There were looks of disdain, mockery, and anger. Although some of the disciples of Lost Stone Forest had heard about Zhou Yi's betrayal of Lost Stone Forest, they did not know the reason behind it. To them, it was a mystery that was difficult to solve. However, the mystery seemed to have been revealed today. Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent is a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse, after all. I can't believe he's capable of doing such a thing. How infuriating. That's right. He even killed the family of his direct disciple. Is there anything he won't do? Back then, I thought about joining Lost Stone Forest and becoming Emperor Wu's disciple. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I made a different choice back then. Compared to Zhou Yi, your choice is the right one. Whether it was the people from Hidden Fog Island or the group of Emperor Wu's disciples from Cloud Continent, all of them looked at Emperor Wu of disdain as they whispered among themselves. Their gazes were filled with disdain. At this moment, even the 10 Lost Stone Forest's disciples behind Emperor Wu felt ashamed and resentful. If they were not worried that Emperor Wu would attack them, they would have run as far away as they could from Emperor Wu and acted as if they did not know him. Led by Lan Bai, many of the Thundercloud Peak's disciples looked at Emperor Wu angrily as they sympathized with Zhou Yi. Martial Emperor Shi Qi's expression was extremely unsightly. Never had he imagined that Zhou Yi would accuse him in such a way and frame him. It caused him to feel a wave of grievance, and he wished for nothing more than to tell the entire sequence of events so that the truth would be revealed to the world. However, could he do that? Once he did that, it would undoubtedly force Zhou Yi into a corner, and the mysterious stone tablet would most likely fall into the hands of martial Emperor Lei Ming. That was not the ending he wanted. Emperor Wu did not refute Zhou Yi's accusation and the crowd's mockery. At this moment, the crowd believed Zhou Yi's words even more. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort that sounded like an explosion resonated in the air. It was so loud that it hurt everyone's eardrums. Just when the crowd snapped back to their senses and looked in the direction of the sound to see who had snorted, bang! A loud bang resonated in the air, followed by a vast shockwave that swept out and attracted everyone's attention. Subsequently, most of them noticed that Emperor Wu had disappeared. Only a few people with a higher cultivation base could clearly see that Emperor Wu did not disappear. Instead, he was sent flying by a powerful force and was severely injured. These people were also the first to react as they looked at Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Somehow, Martial Emperor Lei Ming was already standing in front of Zhou Yi. He was the one who had attacked earlier. He had always been satisfied with Zhou Yi as his direct disciple. However, today, someone had framed Zhou Yi, causing him to doubt Zhou Yi's character. At this moment, he was filled with rage. In his rage, he immediately attacked Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu, I don't want to see you again. If you dare to appear before me in the span of 3 breaths, I'll definitely kill you. Just when most of the people regained their senses and shifted their gazes to Martial Emperor Lei Ming, Martial Emperor Lei Ming spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. His tone was firm and filled with a terrifying ruthlessness. At this moment, Emperor Wu, who had just consumed the healing pill, had a drastic change of expression. He did not wait for his injuries to heal before he quickly fled. His speed was even faster than lightning. He did not look like someone who had just been injured. At this moment, the vast sea regained its calm. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples from Lost Stone Forest looked at each other. They did not know if they should leave or not. They were stuck in a dilemma. On the other side, today was the day of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition held by the Hidden Fog Island. Since Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in comprehending the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, he had yet to regain his senses. For this reason, the group of people from Lingxian Peak departed a little later to wait for him. Whoosh! 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 The group of people from Lingxian Peak was led by Emperor Wu Yonghui. Duan Lingtian brought the two girls and walked side by side with Yonghui. They attracted a lot of attention along the way. Of course, most of his attention was attracted by the two little girls. Brother Ling Tian, the Hidden Fog Island, has invested a lot in the Hidden Fog Martial competition this time. The person who obtains the first place in the Hidden Fog Martial competition will receive 10 Saint Stones. Yang Hui told Duan Lingtian along the way. 10 Saint Stones. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up right away. He was interested in the Hidden Fog Martial competition on the Hidden Fog Island because he was interested in the Saint Stones. The Saint Stones could help him elevate his cultivation base. Now that his cultivation base had entered the Emperor Wu stage and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had been depleted, it was difficult for him to cultivate even though his innate talent had already reached the pinnacle of Cloud Continent. However, everything would be different with the Saint Stones. His cultivation base would increase rapidly, and he would advance by leaps and bounds. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the group entered the ocean and headed to the north of the Hidden Fog Island. That was where the Hidden Fog Martial competition was held. It was also their destination. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as though he had noticed something. In the distance, a silhouette was dashing toward them at an extremely fast speed. It was getting closer and closer. When the person got closer, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. Emperor Wu, Shi. Chapter 1293. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized Shi Emperor Wu. However, at the moment he recognized Shi Emperor Wu, Shi Emperor Wu had already passed by them from afar. The people from Lingxian Peak, including Spirit Profound Emperor Wu and Yang Hui, did not have time to react. In his haste, Yang Hui did not recognize Shi Emperor Wu and continued to talk to Duan Lingtian. You guys go first. I still have something to do. I'll catch up with you guys later. Duan Lingtian said to Yang Hui and the two girls. Then, without waiting for their reply, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared before everyone's eyes except for Yang Hui. Yang Hui frowned slightly. Just as he was about to turn around to look at Duan Lingtian, who was walking back, he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian had asked him to go first again. At that moment, Yang Hui could vaguely sense that Duan Lingtian's problem was not as simple as it seemed. Although he did not know what was going on, he was certain of one thing. Duan Lingtian wanted to solve it himself and did not want to rely on others. After catching his breath, Yang Hui called out to Li Fei and Kerr before he ordered the group of Lingxian Peak disciples to continue on their way. At that moment, Li Fei and Kerr also received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. The second reminder from Duan Lingtian made them feel relieved. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian first said that they did not feel confident at all, now that Duan Lingtian had revealed everything to them, they felt relieved and didn't have to worry about him any longer. When Yang Hui, Li Fei, Kerr, and the others left, Duan Lingtian followed behind Shi Emperor Wu, flying at full speed. His speed was faster than Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer to Shi Emperor Wu. With Duan Lingtian's current ability, Shi Emperor Wu was no match for him, regardless of his spirit weapon. After all, Shi Emperor Wu was only at the 4th level Emperor Wu stage. Unlike Duan Lingtian, who relied on his own comprehension of profundity, apart from profundity, Shi Emperor Wu relied on his origin energy as well. It was an important part of the strongest power he could unleash. If both of them were to use spirit weapons, Duan Lingtian would not have much confidence in defeating Shi Emperor Wu unless he used the colossal aerolite arrow. At this moment, Shi Emperor Wu was fleeing for his life, but he did not use his spirit weapon. Although Duan Lingtian did not use his spirit weapon as well, The strength he unleashed without his spirit weapon was much stronger. Therefore, his speed was much faster than Shih-Chi Emperor Wu. If this continues, it'll take me some time to catch up to him. Duan Lingtian, who was flying forward, frowned. He seemed to be dissatisfied with his current speed. Since he was dissatisfied, he would think of a way to solve it. Since he had decided to do it, Duan Lingtian suddenly stretched his hands forward. A moment later, a strong black bow appeared in his left hand. The bowstring on the strong bow looked extraordinary. There was an arrow in his right hand. It was a pitch-black arrow. It was the royal grade spirit weapon bow that he had refined not long ago. He bent his waist, knocked the arrow, and released the bowstring. It was not a complicated action, but Duan Lingtian did it effortlessly. Along with the loosening of the bowstring in Duan Lingtian's hand, the arrow that was pitch black like ink seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that swiftly shot out, and its speed was ridiculously fast. Naturally, this was only the speed at the beginning. The speed of the arrow needed some time to increase. At the instant the arrow was shot out at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian finally moved. His entire body shot out like a cannonball, and the direction he shot out was precisely the direction the arrow flew out from. Since the arrow had just begun to accelerate, its speed was not considered fast. Therefore, Duan Lingtian caught up with it easily. After catching up to the arrow, Duan Lingtian did not put it away. Instead, he landed steadily on its body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's feet seemed to have taken root on the arrow. It was difficult for him to move at all. Whoosh! The arrow was still accelerating, but it was bringing Duan Lingtian along with it. It was getting faster and faster. Unknowingly, a 5-colored light shield quietly appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. It was Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill, 9 Dragons Protection, that blocked the strong wind that was coming at him head-on. He stood on the arrow and accelerated along with it. During the acceleration process, every strong wind that blew at Duan Lingtian was as sharp as a blade. Without a defensive martial skill, there was no way for him to block it. Not long after, Duan Lingtian, who was chasing after Emperor Wu, easily caught up to Emperor Wu with the help of the arrow's speed. Not only did he catch up to Emperor Wu, but he even surpassed him. Thunder Emperor Wu. When he heard a whistling sound pass by him, surpass him, and arrive in front of him, blocking his path, Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically before he could focus his eyes to look. He only thought that it was Thunder Emperor Wu who went back on his word and caught up to him to kill him. However, as he hurriedly stopped, he realized that the person in front of him was not Thunder Emperor Wu, but someone else. "It's you." Looking at the purple-clothed young man in front of him, Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically as if he had seen a ghost. "It seems that Emperor Wu still remembers me." At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already put away the arrow under his feet and stood in the air. He calmly looked at Emperor Wu and said calmly, "It's really my honor." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's tone was mixed with a bit of sarcasm. Emperor Wu's mouth twitched when he heard that. How could he forget the purple-clothed young man in front of him? The battle more than a year ago was still vivid in his mind. The other party was evenly matched with him when he cast a secret technique using a stone tablet. In the end, the other party even displayed a strength that was even more powerful than his. It was fortunate that the other party had lost his mind. Otherwise, he might have turned into a pile of dirt on Cloud Continent. The first thing Emperor Wu did when he saw Duan Lingtian appearing before him was to observe his surroundings. He wanted to confirm one thing. He wanted to confirm if the 2 young ladies who came to his lost stone forest and caused a ruckus were still there. Even the weaker one of the 2 young ladies was far from being a match for him. "Is Tian Wu still in your lost stone forest?" Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about Emperor Wu's thoughts. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice. A wave of heartache and worry rose in his heart when he thought about Feng Tianwu. At that time, he had lost his mind before he could save Feng Tianwu and leave the Lost Stone Forest. According to Wang Ba, he had lost his mind. After he lost his rationality, he directly left Lost Stone Forest and left Feng Tianwu there. Tianwu was willing to go to the Lost Stone Forest for his sect, but he had left her behind at the critical moment. Although it was because he had lost his mind, his heart was still filled with guilt. The moment he saw Emperor Wu, he did not think about the devil-sealed tablet that he had lost. Instead, he thought about Feng Tianwu. I can't believe your ability has improved so much in this 1 year. With the help of the spirit weapon, your speed is even faster than mine without the help of the spirit weapon. Emperor Wu did not reply to Duan Lingtian. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he lamented in a cold voice. Killing intent shot out from the depth of his eyes. He had confirmed one thing from the purple-clothed young man's question. He had not seen the yellow-clad young lady and the white-clad little girl. Otherwise, it was impossible that he did not know about Feng Tianwu's whereabouts. He had told the two ladies that he could not afford to offend about Feng Tianwu's whereabouts. I'm asking you, is Tianwu still in the Lost Stone Forest? Duan Lingtian, who was ignored by Emperor Wu, spoke in a deep voice. If anything happens to Tianwu, I, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate the entire Lost Stone Forest. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered in the wind. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the royal grade spirit archery set. Around his body, streaks of 5-colored lightning flashed, as if they had transformed into countless electric snakes that rapidly moved around him. Just a glance was enough to dazzle anyone, annihilate the entire Lost Stone Forest. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Emperor Wu was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with disdain. If Duan Lingtian had the yellow-clad young lady or the white-clad little girl by his side, perhaps he would be slightly fearful. However, he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian at all, even if he had the help of his spirit weapon and possessed a shocking speed. After all, his opponent no longer had the mysterious stone tablet to rely on. As soon as Emperor Wu was done speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed fiercely like an electric snake. At the same time, his hands moved at lightning speed. He raised the bow, knocked the arrow, and pulled the string to the maximum. The entire process was done in one go. 5 colored flames instantly soared and spread around Duan Lingtian's body. When it gathered on the royal grade spirit archery set in his hand, more flames gathered at the tip of the arrow. The energy became more and more condensed. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a small, scorching sun that was dazzling and eye-catching. A terrifying aura filled the air. At this moment, the smile on Emperor Wu's face had disappeared. A 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon long spear. As the long spear shook, energy swept around his body. The energy seemed to have transformed into pythons that were moving rapidly around the long spear. It's good to be confident. However, it's not good to be confident to the point of being arrogant. You managed to escape that day, but you won't be so lucky today. Emperor Wu had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. He had to kill him. If he did not kill him, would he not be dead when Duan Lingtian encountered the 2 young ladies? His heart shuddered when he recalled the yellow-clad young lady and the white-clad little girl. If it was possible, he hoped that he would never see them again in his life. You want to kill me? Let's see how strong you are, Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian sneered. As soon as his words left his mouth, a loud buzz reverberated in the air. It caused the air to tremble and ripples spread out like water. It was the loud sound of the bowstring on Duan Lingtian's bow. Chapter 1294. Colossal Aerolite Arrow. In the blink of an eye, the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand shot out. It was so fast that Emperor Wu could not react in time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Humph! The sound of the arrow piercing through the air, the sound of the arrow piercing through the body, and a groan of pain were heard almost at the same time. Emperor Wu's hand that was holding the spear was pierced through before he could react. Only a hideous bloody hole was left, and blood kept spurting out of it. His arm bone was broken by the arrow. Whoosh! 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 Just as Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically, and he was shocked by the speed and power of Duan Lingtian's arrow. Duan Lingtian shot out another 3 arrows consecutively. The arrow was still the same arrow. It was shot out 4 times, and it returned to Duan Lingtian's hand 4 times. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! 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 On the other hand, Martial Emperor Shurqi's other arm and both of his legs had a terrifying bloody hole on each of them. At this moment, Martial Emperor Shurqi's face turned ghastly pale immediately. You! When he looked at Duan Lingtian with a painful expression, his eyes were filled with fear. He did not expect the purple-clothed young man in front of him to become so strong after more than a year. Without the mysterious stone tablet as a support, his strength had already surpassed him. Just now, when Duan Lingtian shot the first arrow, he did not have time to react before he was shot. After that, Duan Lingtian shot out 3 more arrows. Although he chose to dodge at the first moment, the arrows shot by Duan Lingtian seemed to have eyes. They pierced through both his arms and legs, and the arrows shattered his bones. Such a powerful and terrifying archery skill made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. He knew the purple-clothed young man in front of him was not the purple-clothed young man from more than a year ago. He was far from being a match for him. How did you become so strong? It's only been more than a year. While Emperor Wu was terrified, he was filled with dissatisfaction. A year ago, Duan Lingtian did not use the stone tablet to activate his secret skill, and he was like an ant in front of him. However, today, Duan Lingtian defeated him with his own strength. It made him feel like he had lived half his life in vain. I'll ask you one last time. Is Tian Wu still in your lost stone forest? Duan Lingtian ignored Emperor Wu's eyes. His eyes were cold as he asked his question. His eyes. He made a decision in his heart. If Martial Emperor Shurqi still refused to cooperate, he would not hold back anymore. She's not. This time, the moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Martial Emperor Shurqi had already answered in a panic. He was completely terrified after witnessing Duan Lingtian's current strength. She's not here? Duan Lingtian had a cold expression on his face. The energy in his body rose again. 5-colored lightning began to dance around the bow in his left hand and the arrow in his right hand. They emitted a terrifying aura. Qi Hu took her away. Emperor Wu's body trembled as he answered in a panic. He no longer looked like a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. He looked like a pitiful person who was struggling to survive. Qi Hua. Duan Lingtian frowned. Qi Hua is the first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island. His position in the Hidden Fog Island is only below the 3 island masters. Back then, he came to my Lost Stone Forest as the Hidden Fog Island's messenger to deliver the news that the Hidden Fog martial competition would be held in advance. Emperor Wu said, "At that time he took a fancy to your confidante's talent and took her away. If I'm not mistaken, your confidant should be in the Hidden Fog Island now." Tian Wu is in the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Emperor Wu's words. He asked in a deep voice, "Is what you said true?" "If you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll be struck to death by the lightning punishment if I'm lying," Emperor Wu said. Duan Lingtian finally believed Emperor Wu's words. He sighed in relief. This meant Tian Wu was fine. Moreover, as long as Tian Wu was in the Hidden Fog Island, he believed they would meet soon. This was good news to him. However, I haven't told Kerr and little Fei about Tian Wu. Kerr is fine. I wonder if little Fei will be angry. Duan Lingtian felt a headache when he thought about Li Fei, who was jealous. He knew very well how Tian Wu felt about him. After so many years of being together, he had developed feelings for Tian Wu. Unknowingly, he realized that Tian Wu's position in his heart was already on par with Ke and Li Fei, and each of them occupied a place. Martial Emperor Shi hovered in the air at the side. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, his injuries had recovered slightly. However, it would take some time for his pierced limbs to heal completely. After all, the healing pill in his hand was only a grade 1 life recovery pill. If he had Duan Lingtian's royal grade resurrection pill, he would be able to heal his injuries completely in just a blink of an eye. Although his injuries had healed slightly, Emperor Wu did not dare to leave. Emperor Wu had a complicated expression in his eyes as he looked at the purple-clad young man. His heart was filled with dread. A year ago, this purple-clad young man had to rely on the mysterious stone tablet to activate his secret method before he could fight with him. However, a year had passed, and the purple-clad young man's ability had completely crushed him without using his secret method. "Where's my devil seal tablet?" Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and asked in a deep voice as he looked at Emperor Wu again, "The devil seal tablet." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Emperor Wu's heart skipped a beat. He was filled with bitterness. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would not remember the mysterious stone tablet. If he could survive today, he might have a chance to snatch it back from Zhou Yi's hands in the future. However, things did not go as he wished. Duan Lingtian finally remembered the mysterious stone tablet. "So, it's called the Devil Seal Tablet." Emperor Wu sighed. "The Devil Seal Tablet is not in my hands." Emperor Wu smiled wryly when he saw Duan Lingtian's sharp gaze. "Not in your hands?" Duan Lingtian sneered. Naturally, he did not believe Emperor Wu's words. What a joke! Martial Emperor Shi was the master of Lost Stone Forest. Back then, Martial Emperor Shi had fought with him after he was devilified. He knew that there was a shocking secret in the Devil Seal Tablet. However, his Devil Seal Tablet was left in Lost Stone Forest in the end. The Devil Seal Tablet was not in Emperor Wu's hands? Who would believe that? "It's really not in my hands." As though he saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts, Emperor Wu smiled wryly. "After you left, the Devil Seal Tablet was indeed in my hands. I admit that. However, in the process of studying the Devil Seal Tablet, I was deceived by Zhou Yi, and he replaced the real Devil Seal Tablet with a fake one. I can swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation on this." When he reached the end of his sentence, killing intent rose in the depth of Emperor Wu's eyes. Naturally, it was not targeted at Duan Lingtian. Instead, it was targeted at his traitorous disciple, Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "The person who abducted Tian Wu and brought her to Lost Stone Forest? Isn't he your direct disciple?" "He used to be my direct disciple. However, from the moment he replaced the Devil Seal Tablet with a fake one, he was no longer my direct disciple. He's no longer a member of Lost Stone Forest." Emperor Wu said, "You didn't find him after that?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. "I went to look for him after that, but it was to no avail. However, I saw him today." Emperor Wu said frankly. He could guess Duan Lingtian's purpose for appearing here. He must be here for the hidden fog martial competition. Even if he did not say anything, Duan Lingtian would still be able to see Zhou Yi. Therefore, he might as well take the initiative to say it. Perhaps he could curry favor with Duan Lingtian and spare his life. "You saw him today? He's in the Hidden Fog Island?" Duan Lingtian asked in surprise as his eyes lit up. "Yes." Emperor Wu nodded. "He's in the Hidden Fog Island now. He's here to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition with an Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent. You didn't get the Devil Seal Tablet back." Duan Lingtian frowned. The Emperor Wu he's with now is much more powerful than me. Emperor Wu recounted his encounter with Zhou Yi, including Zhou Yi's threat, his thoughts, and his fear of the Thunder Emperor Wu. Thunder Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian nodded and glanced at Emperor Wu nonchalantly. He said, "Since you're so cooperative, I won't kill you today. I hope you won't provoke me again. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy." Duan Lingtian, who had learned of Tian Wu's whereabouts and the Devil Seal tablets' whereabouts, was eager to rush to the place where the hidden fog martial competition was held. He was certain that the Devil Seal tablet was there. As for Tian Wu, since Tian Wu was taken away by the first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island, even if she didn't participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition today, I'm sure she'll be there. Duan Lingtian speculated. However, he did not know that for some reason, apart from Feng Tianwu, even the first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island, Chihua, had left the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Lingtian was about to leave. Wait. Right at this moment, Martial Emperor Shi Qi called out to him. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian frowned. I owe you a favor if you don't kill me today. There's something I need to tell you. Emperor Wu said. Under Duan Lingtian's curious gaze, Emperor Wu continued. Actually, 2 powerful demon emperor powerhouses came to my Lost Stone Forest not too long ago. What does this have to do with me? Duan Lingtian frowned even more. He did not have the time to listen to Emperor Wu's nonsense. They came for you. However, what Emperor Wu said next stunned Duan Lingtian. They came for me? Who are they? 2 demon emperor powerhouses. He remembered that he did not know any demon emperor powerhouses. Chapter 1295. Yellow-clad young girl? Mischievous? After hearing Emperor Wu's words, a familiar figure immediately appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Han Xuanai. Xuanai is back. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. It was easy for him to guess that the yellow-clad young girl was Han Xuanai. Subsequently, he looked at Emperor Wu and asked, "What are the characteristics of the other white-clad little girl? Or, how did the yellow-clad young girl address her?" The yellow-clad young girl addressed her as Little White. Emperor Wu recalled for a moment before replying. Little White. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. If he had only guessed that the yellow-clad young girl was Han Xuanai earlier, he did not dare to be 100% sure. But now he was completely sure of it. Was Little White not the little white python from all those years ago? It seems like Little White has already transformed into a human. She has transformed into a little girl. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The little girl from all those years ago had grown to such a stage now. He could not help but sigh. Xue Nai brought Little White back. I wonder if Little Black and Little White came back together. Duan Lingtian could not help but think of the other 2 little fellows when he thought of Xue Nai and Little White, the little black python and the little gold mouse. At that time, the 3 little fellows had left with Xue Nai. They had been gone for many years. Now that he heard that they had returned, the memories that had been sealed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's mind gushed out. I'll bring Kerr, Little Fei and Tianwu back to Cloud Continent after the matter with the overseas Saint Islands is settled. It's been so many years, I really miss them. Duan Lingtian had a plan in his mind. Han Xuanai's figure and the 3 little fellows' figures flashed past his mind. According to Emperor Wu, Xue Nai still looks the same as before. As for the 3 little fellows, they've already taken human form. If I see them again, I'm afraid I won't be able to recognize them. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart inexplicably trembled. Did you just say that they are demon emperors? Duan Lingtian looked at Emperor Wu. He recalled what Emperor Wu had just said. Between the 2 of them, the yellow-clothed girl is the leader, and the white-clothed girl can easily defeat me. With her strength, as long as she wants to, she can kill me anytime. Emperor Wu smiled bitterly and said, "If they are not monster monarchs, then what are they?" Although human martial artists could retain their youthful looks after breaking through to the martial monarch stage, it was difficult to tell their age. However, the yellow-clothed girl looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Breaking through to the martial emperor realm at the age of 15 or 16 and staying young forever. Was that even possible? As for the white-clothed little girl, she did not look more than 10 years old. It was even more impossible for her to break through to the martial monarch stage before she was 10 years old. Therefore, he concluded that regardless of whether it was the yellow-clothed girl or the white-clothed little girl, they were not humans but demon beasts. To be more precise, they were demon beasts that had taken human form. Little White is so powerful now. Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect this. After so many years, the little white python from back then had already become so powerful. Duan Lingtian, who left Emperor Wu Shiqi and turned to chase after the people from Lingxian Peak, felt emotional. How shocking! Even Little White has broken through to the Emperor stage and become a demon Emperor powerhouse. I'm afraid Little Black and Little Gold have also become demon Emperor powerhouses. There's also Xuanai. Duan Lingtian sighed when he recalled the mischievous, yellow-clothed girl. He still remembered. All those years ago, he'd met Han Xuanai in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sect. At that time, he'd even guessed that Han Xuanai was very likely to be the young miss of a powerful force in the Dark Han dynasty. In the end, he realized Han Xuanai was not from the Dark Han dynasty. Later on, he had also guessed Han Xuanai was from the Han clan of the ancient clan on Cloud Continent. However, based on the current situation, it did not seem to be the case. Xuanai should not be from the Cloud Continent. In that case, there are only two possibilities. She's either from the overseas Saint Islands or the Dao Martial Saint Land. Between the two possibilities, Duan Lingtian was more inclined to the latter. Han Xuanai was from the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Dao Martial Saint Land. To Duan Lingtian, that was a place filled with the unknown. There were as many powerhouses as there were clouds there. Even a martial emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent would only be a mere existence at the innate void restoration stage when they arrived there. An innate void restoration stage powerhouse was nothing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to the fact that the soul of Wang Ba, who claimed to be a saint stage powerhouse, was hidden in his body, Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with some things in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian's heart was as calm as the sea as he flew on the sea. He did not catch up to the people from Lingxian Peak. This was because the people from Lingxian Peak had already arrived at the place where the hidden fog martial competition was going to be held. It was a vast and calm sea. Now, the sky above this sea was filled with people, densely packed together. Duan Lingtian could not help but wonder if all the people from the hidden fog island were here as well. Duan Lingtian soon found the two girls and the people from Lingxian Peak. He flew over and arrived next to them. It's settled. Yang Hui asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, Zhou Yi, who was standing behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming among the group of people from Thundercloud Peak, who were led by Martial Emperor Lei Ming, had a sudden change of expression. Why is he here? Zhou Yi stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance. His expression was grave. Naturally, he was no stranger to this purple-clad young man. He was the person who had barged into Lost Stone Forest in an attempt to rescue Feng Tianwu, whom he had kidnapped. He was Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect. When he saw Duan Lingtian, he immediately thought of the intense battle between Duan Lingtian and Emperor Wu. That's right. His stone tablet is already in my hands. Why should I be afraid of him, since he doesn't have the stone tablet to rely on? Soon after, Zhou Yi calmed down. Putting aside the fact that Duan Lingtian no longer had the mysterious stone tablet to rely on and could not cast the secret method, Zhou Yi was no longer the same as before. Currently, he had already broken through to Emperor Wu's stage. He was no longer the same as before. I've studied that stone tablet for so long, but I still can't decipher its secret. It seems like God is helping me by sending him to me. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a peerless treasure. Previously, he had seen this purple-clad young man use the stone tablet to cast the secret method and display an extremely powerful strength. Therefore, he concluded that Duan Lingtian knew how to use the stone tablet. As long as I learn how to use the stone tablet to cast the secret method, with my current cultivation base, even Thundercloud Emperor might not be a match for me if I use the secret method. Zhou Yi could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. When Zhou Yi was staring at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes, Duan Lingtian was also looking at him. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at him before he looked at the old man standing in front of him. He's the owner of Thundercloud Peak, Thundercloud Emperor Wu. Brother Yang. Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Hui and asked through voice transmission that Thundercloud Emperor Wu, is he very powerful? Very powerful. Although Yang Hui did not know why Duan Lingtian was suddenly interested in Thundercloud Emperor Wu, he still replied. In the ears of the public Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, Thundercloud Emperor Wu and Yu Han Emperor Wu can be ranked in the top 3. So powerful? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. He had seen Yu Han Emperor Wu's strength before. He was very powerful. Even if Yu Han Emperor Wu did not use his spirit weapon and had a chance to cast the colossal aerolite arrow, with his current strength he would only be able to fight Yu Han Emperor Wu to a draw at most. Previously, he was able to break Yu Han Emperor Wu's heaven and earth wipeout with just one arrow because Yu Han Emperor Wu was not prepared at all. If he had shot that arrow at Yu Han Emperor Wu, Yu Han Emperor Wu would definitely have reacted immediately and blocked his arrow with his spirit weapon. If Yu Han Emperor Wu used his spirit weapon, killing him would be a piece of cake. His current strength was equivalent to Yu Han Emperor Wu when he did not use his spirit weapon. He was stronger than Emperor Wu, who was at 4th stage realm, but weaker than an ordinary Emperor Wu, who was at 5th stage realm. It seems like I can only wait for the hidden fog martial competition to start before I have a chance to kill Zhou Yi and snatch the Devil Seal tablet from him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Lei Ming Emperor Wu around, he could not use force. If he did, he would only die. Zhou Yi was also thinking about how he could find an opportunity to coerce Duan Lingtian to reveal the secret of the mysterious tablet in his possession. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from the horizon. 6 figures could be seen flying over from afar. They were getting closer and closer. The 6 of them were led by a young man in a green robe. The young man held a folding fan in his hand and wore a silk headband on his head. He looked like a scholar. He exuded a gentle and refined aura from head to toe. There was an old man, a middle-aged man, and 3 young men behind him. The 6 of them came in a mighty manner. When they got closer to the people present, they gave off a strong sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that many people felt suffocated. 5 Emperor Wu stage powerhouses? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the 5 people behind the young scholar in shock. The 5 of them did not deliberately conceal their auras. As long as one was at the martial emperor stage or above, one would be able to clearly sense their martial emperor stage cultivation base. That's not right. There should be 6 of them. Soon, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the young scholar in the lead. Since he was escorted by 5 Emperor Wu powerhouses, he must be someone above the Emperor Wu stage. Moreover, his ability must be more powerful than the 5 Emperor Wu powerhouses. He's the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As far as he knew, the Hidden Fog Martial Competition today was hosted by the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Chapter 1296. The respectful voice came from Yang Hui, the Emperor Wu of the profound spirit realm. Qing Xian Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the young scholar again. At that moment, he realized he was not the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. However, someone who could make Yang Hui respectful must not be a simple person. One must know that Yang Hui did not show such respect even when he was facing Emperor Wu of Thunder and Emperor Wu of Yuhan. He could see it. Yang Hui was respectful to Qing Xian Emperor Wu from the bottom of his heart. Of course, there was something that Duan Lingtian did not know. That was Yang Hui's honorific title, Ling Xian. The word Xian was taken from Martial Emperor Qing Xian's honorific title. Profound Spirit and Qing Xian were only one word apart. It represented Yang Hui's respect to Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Greetings, Lord Qing Xian. Soon, Duan Lingtian witnessed a shocking scene. Most of the Cloud Continent Emperor Wu powerhouses, including Yang Hui, the Emperor Wu of the profound spirit realm, bowed to the young scholar. Even Emperor Wu of Thunder and Emperor Wu of Yuhan were no exception. They were all bowing to the young scholar. The scene shocked many people. This Qing Xian Emperor Wu, who exactly is he? Their hearts were filled with astonishment. Of course, some of them had heard of Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Qing Xian Emperor Wu is the current Emperor Wu of the Cloud Continent. He's the person who stands at the peak of the human race on the Cloud Continent. Cloud Continent Emperor Wu of the Cloud Continent? As someone introduced Qing Xian Emperor Wu, many people were stunned again. So, he's the Emperor Wu of the Cloud Continent, Qing Xian Emperor Wu. I've heard some of the Emperor Wu powerhouses from the Cloud Continent mention him. It is said that his cultivation is above the 7th level of the Emperor Wu realm. A Hidden Fog Island's martial artist said, Emperor Wu's 7th tier? Doesn't that mean he's on par with the 3 Hidden Fog Island masters? Many of the Hidden Fog Island's martial artists exclaimed in shock. There had long been rumors in the Hidden Fog Island that the 3 island masters were all at least at the 7th level of the Emperor Wu realm. Their abilities were profound. I really couldn't tell. Such a weak-looking young scholar is actually the strongest person in Cloud Continent Emperor Wu. The group of Hidden Fog Island's martial artists whispered to each other as shock filled their faces. Emperor Wu's number 1. Listening to the whispers around him, Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He stared at the young scholar who was smiling at a group of strong cultivators of Emperor Wu, who is none other than the Emperor Wu of Qing Xian. This Emperor Wu of Qing Xian is the strongest person in Cloud Continent, the current Emperor Wu? Doesn't that mean his position on Cloud Continent is equivalent to the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 20,000 years ago? Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. Qing Xian, you're early. Before Duan Lingtian could recover from his shock, a laughter that was like the sound of a large bell sounded from afar, and it reverberated like thunder in his ears. Many of the Hidden Fog Island's martial artists with a low cultivation base had a change of expression. Some of them even had their eardrums ruptured and blood spurted out of their ears. Whoosh! As soon as the bell-like laughter died down, a gust of wind blew past. A person appeared in front of the crowd. It was a bearded hunk in armor. The bearded hunk in bronze armor had a ferocious look on his face. He had a stocky back and a bear-like waist. His body was like an iron tower. As he stood there, he gave off an invisible sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that some of the people with a lower cultivation base could not breathe. As soon as the bearded hunk appeared, 10 people appeared behind him. 3 of them stood in front, while 7 of them stood behind. Their identities and positions were clearly distinguished. Man Wu. Qing Xian Emperor Wu nodded at the bearded hunk as a form of greeting. Qing Xian, I lost the battle 3 years ago. It's been 3 years and I've improved a lot. When are you going to battle me again? I want to defeat you and avenge my humiliation. The bearded hunk, who was called Man Wu, said. His tone was magnanimous. As soon as he said that, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, who had just found out about Qing Xian Emperor Wu's background, were still calm. The others, on the other hand, were all aghast. The people who were shocked were those who knew about Martial Emperor Ling Xian's background. Many people, including Yang Hui, Emperor Wu Leiming, Emperor Wu Yuhan, Emperor Wu Qiuli, and other demon emperors, were shocked. Demon Emperor Man Wu, the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent. He was defeated by Lord Qing Xian 3 years ago? Many people were shocked. Even the 10 people behind Demon Emperor Man Wu were shocked. Obviously, this was the first time they had heard Demon Emperor Man Wu mention this. It seems like only Martial Emperor Qing Xian and Demon Emperor Man Wu know about this. However, it seems like Demon Emperor Man Wu is quite a sensitive person, since he's willing to reveal his embarrassing incident in front of so many people. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Man Wu, I only won the battle 3 years ago. If you're determined to fight me again, I'll gladly oblige. However, let's wait until the hidden fog martial competition is over. Even in the face of Demon Emperor Man Wu's challenge, Qing Xian Emperor Wu still had a smile on his face. All right. Demon Emperor Man Wu nodded without hesitation. Then he led his 10 disciples to the side. Lord Man Wu. Lord Man Wu. At this moment, a group of demon emperors from Cloud Continent bowed at Demon Emperor Man Wu. Demon Emperor Man Wu's status among the demon beasts on Cloud Continent was equivalent to Qing Xian Emperor Wu's status among the humans on Cloud Continent. I didn't expect Lord Qing Xian to defeat Demon Emperor Man Wu 3 years ago. Doesn't that mean Lord Qing Xian is not only the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent, but also the strongest person on Cloud Continent? An Emperor Wu powerhouse from Cloud Continent who came to Hidden Fog Island to cultivate many years ago exclaimed, "The strongest person on Cloud Continent." At this moment, not only the people from Cloud Continent, but also the people from Hidden Fog Island looked at Qing Xian with reverence in their eyes. It was reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts. Qing Xian Emperor Wu is really low-key. The 5 people behind him don't seem to know that he defeated Demon Emperor Man Wu. Duan Lingtian had long noticed the shock on the faces of the 5 Emperor Wu powerhouses behind Emperor Wu. He was also shocked by the fact that Qing Xian Emperor Wu had defeated Demon Emperor Man Wu. At this moment, the 10 people from Lost Stone Forest left with Emperor Wu after Shirqi left. Almost everyone from Cloud Continent who came to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition had arrived. Now, we're waiting for the 3rd Island Master. The Hidden Fog martial competition will officially begin when the 3rd Island Master arrives. Many Hidden Fog Island martial artists said, "Our Hidden Fog Island's core disciples don't seem to have arrived yet." There were also some people who noticed this. There are many inner island disciples and outer island disciples who came to watch the show. However, the core disciples are nowhere to be seen. The Hidden Fog Island's disciples were divided into the core disciples, inner island disciples, and outer island disciples. Their identities could be identified by the tokens they carried around their waists. Now, many inner island disciples and outer island disciples had arrived, but the core disciples were nowhere to be seen. "They're here," someone shouted. Then, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. Along with the sound of wind whistling, silhouettes moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, these silhouettes appeared in front of the crowd and revealed themselves. These people had one thing in common. The token on their waists had the word core carved on it. It was obvious that they were the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. One of the core disciples' eyes lit up as though he had discovered something. Whoosh! Subsequently, he moved toward the group of people from Yuhan Valley. He looked at Yuhan Emperor Wu and smiled. Senior Yuhan. Chun Xiaoya. Yuhan Emperor Wu was extremely courteous to the Hidden Fog Island's core disciple. This was because other than being a Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, he had another shocking identity. He was the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. One could imagine how much the second island master of Hidden Fog Island doted on his son. Senior Yuhan, are the two junior sisters here? The person standing in front of Yuhan Emperor Wu was the Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, Chenji. Among the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples, Chenji might not be the strongest. However, he was definitely the most lecherous. Ever since he knew that there were two beautiful female disciples in Yuhan Valley, Chenji had evil thoughts. As for the two female disciples' fiancés, he did not care about them at all. In his opinion, he could just kill them. Chenji said as he scanned the people behind Yuhan Emperor Wu. He seemed to be looking for the two beauties. Unfortunately, there were only 8 people in front of him. Although there were 8 women, they were just ordinary women in his eyes. They did not pique his interest. Qin Xiaoya, I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to you that day. Yuhan Emperor Wu sighed. Qin Ji's expression changed drastically. Senior Yuhan, what do you mean? Are you going back on your word? That day, when Chen Ji heard that Martial Emperor Yuhan had 2 beautiful female disciples under her, he immediately went to ask for her hand in marriage, and Martial Emperor Yuhan agreed. Now, Yuhan Emperor Wu was saying that he could not fulfill his promise to him? It's not that I want to go back on my word. My 2 disciples lost their minds and ran away with the kid from Lingxian Peak. They betrayed Yuhan Valley. Now, I can't make decisions for them. Yuhan Emperor Wu looked in the direction of the people from Lingxian Peak as he said that. Qin Ji followed Yuhan Emperor Wu's gaze and looked over. With just a glance, his eyes widened. Oh my God! How could there be such beautiful women in this world? 2 graceful figures appeared in front of Qin Ji. Qin Ji was dumbstruck as he stared blankly at them. One of them was a woman who wore light purple clothes. Her soft long hair draped over her shoulders, and a jade belt was wrapped around her slender waist. Although her slender legs were covered, it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. In particular, her beautiful face, which was close to perfection, caused people to be unable to help but be dazzled. Curved eyebrows, quick-witted autumn eyes, a tall and straight nose, and cherry-like little lips. Chapter 1297. Qin Ji's breathing became more and more rapid. His gaze reluctantly moved away from the purple-clothed woman and landed on the other woman beside her. This lady had the childishness of a young girl and was as obedient as a pretty girl from a humble family. One could not help but feel pity for her. It was difficult to find any flaws in her pretty face. Exquisite, exquisite. Qin Ji's eyes lit up. He was almost drooling. Senior Yuhan, is it them? Chen Ji swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked while breathing heavily. That's right, it's them. The purple-clad young man beside them is their fiancé, Duan Lingtian. Yuhan Emperor Wu nodded as he spoke, unhurriedly. It was as though he wanted to stir up trouble. Whoosh! As soon as Yuhan Emperor Wu finished speaking, Qin Ji transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the group of people from Lingxian Peak. To be precise, he appeared in front of Ke and Li Fei. Junior sisters, your master has already betrothed you to me. When my father comes out of seclusion in a few days, let's get married. Chen Ji flashed a smile that he thought was brilliant as he spoke to Ke and Li Fei. Kerr and Li Fei were stunned when they heard Qin Ji's words. They turned to look at Han Emperor Wu in unison and realized that the emperor was also looking at them. Han Emperor Wu's eyes were filled with indifference. Kerr and Li Fei's faces instantly darkened. "You've got the wrong person. Sister Kerr and I do have the same master, but she passed away a few years ago," Li Fei said to Qin Ji indifferently. "Your junior sister, Li Fei, right?" Qin Ji's eyes were filled with passion as he sized up Li Fei. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a parent for life. It's unwise for you to sever ties with your master for a piece of trash. Trash? Hearing Qin Ji's words, Li Fei's beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost. How could her man be insulted by others? Kerr's face also darkened, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. A dragon had a reverse scale. Touching it would result in death. The two girls' reverse scale was, without a doubt, Duan Lingtian. Just as the two girls were about to make a move, a tall figure stood in front of them. Like a mountain, he protected them behind him, giving them a sense of security. The person who made the move was none other than Duan Lingtian. "Scram!" Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Ji coldly. His mouth moved slightly as he slowly spat out a word. The smile on Qin Ji's face froze at that instant. As a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island and the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, even the group of Hidden Fog Island elders had to show him respect. Not to mention other core disciples, inner island disciples and outer island disciples. This was the first time in his life that someone dared to tell him to scram. "Brett, do you know who I am?" Qin Ji stared at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. "I don't care who you are," Duan Lingtian shouted coldly. As soon as his words left his mouth, he shook both of his arms and moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the five-colored energy left his arms and landed on Qin Ji's body. Bang! With a loud bang, Qin Ji, who was defenseless, was sent flying. Poof! Barf! Qin Ji, who was sent flying like an arrow, spat out a mouthful of blood along the way. The blood fell into the air like blooming red roses. It was so red that it was almost purple. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious internal injury. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Even the Hidden Fog Island disciples who usually hung out with Qin Ji were stunned. They did not even have time to check on Qin Ji's injuries. Good. The first person to react was Han Emperor Wu. Han Emperor Wu looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "You're angry for a woman. Duan Lingtian, you're really brave." "Thank you for the compliment, Han Emperor Wu." Duan Lingtian glanced at Han Emperor Wu nonchalantly. He had already guessed that Qin Ji had come looking for him because Han Emperor Wu had provoked him on purpose. However, did Han Emperor Wu really think that a guy who was only at the second stage of Emperor Wu's stage could threaten him? Or perhaps his identity is not simple. All of a sudden, a thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. However, even then, his face was still as calm as usual. There was no fear at all. If he was afraid of the other party's identity and background and allowed the other party to be rude to his woman, then he would not be a proper man. Senior Brother Chen. At this moment, many Hidden Fog Island disciples finally reacted and rushed toward the direction where Qin Ji flew out. Although Qin Ji's character was not good and the core disciples of Hidden Fog Island were dissatisfied with him, nobody was willing to offend him because of his identity. At the same time, many people wanted to curry favor with him because of his identity. Now it was undoubtedly the best opportunity to do so. Therefore, many of the Hidden Fog Island's disciples moved and charged toward Qin Ji. They looked like a pack of dogs fighting for a bone. It was an exaggerated sight. Duan Lingtian? No one noticed that when Han Emperor was talking to Duan Lingtian, Qin Xian Emperor Wu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Duan Lingtian strangely. It was just a glance, but he withdrew his gaze. However, in the depths of his eyes, There was a hint of surprise mixed in. So he's Duan Lingtian. Qing Xian Emperor Wu mumbled to himself as if he knew Duan Lingtian. This young man is really bold. He even dared to hurt Qinji. At this moment, many hidden Fog Island martial artists reacted and looked at Duan Lingtian as they whispered among themselves. Their eyes were filled with pity without exception. It was as if Duan Lingtian would be killed by revenge soon. Qinji is the only son of the second island master. Putting aside the fact that he might not be Qinji's match, even if he could defeat Qinji, the second island master would not let him go. Someone said, earlier, most people thought that Duan Lingtian injured Qinji because of his sneak attack. In terms of strength, he might not be able to win against Qinji in a fair battle. The son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island? That person is the son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. Moreover, he's the only son. At this moment, many of Emperor Wu's disciples and Demon Emperor's disciples from Cloud Continent were shocked. This was something that they did not expect. At this moment, there was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. Naturally, he knew what it meant to be the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. The second island master of Hidden Fog Island. I heard that he's on Emperor Wu Stage 8. Even Lord Qing Xian might not be his match. Yang Hui was completely disheartened. He looked at Duan Lingtian immediately and urged him through voice transmission. Brother Lingtian, quickly take the two sisters-in-law and run. You've injured the son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. It's equivalent to offending the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. He won't let you go. Yang Hui's voice transmission was filled with anxiety. Kerr and Li Fei's expressions changed. At the same time, they looked at Yu Han's Emperor Wu coldly. At this moment, they realized that everything that happened before them was Yu Han's Emperor Wu's scheme. Yu Han's Emperor Wu was the man who wanted to kill them. Run. Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. His gaze immediately shifted to the distance. There was an old man who was escorted by a young man and a young woman. They flew across the sky and arrived at the venue of the Hidden Fog martial competition in just a blink of an eye. The old man wore a copper robe. His long hair was tied up by a hairband, and his white eyebrows were straight. He looked majestic without being angry. Although the old man had white hair and white eyebrows, his face was like that of a middle-aged man. It was impossible to tell that he was over 70 years old. He had white hair and a youthful face. As for the young man behind the old man, he was handsome, and his eyebrows were somewhat similar to the old man's. As for the young woman, her eyes were completely devoid of light. She stood there like a walking corpse. It set off her pale face, which was devoid of blood, and added a bit of evilness. Unlike the young man's handsomeness, the young woman looked ordinary. She was the kind of person who would not stand out if she was thrown into a crowd. She looked very ordinary. Of course, it was just that she would not stand out if she was thrown into a crowd. Her evilness was one of a kind. Third Island Master. Third Island Master. After the copper-robed old man appeared, the group of Hidden Fog Island's core disciples bowed to him. The remaining group of Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples, outer island disciples, and Hidden Fog Island's martial artists followed suit and bowed to the copper-robed old man. There was only one person from Hidden Fog Island who did not bow to the copper-robed old man. This person was none other than Qinji. How dare you sneak an attack on me? Qinji ignored the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island who had just arrived and glared at Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with coldness as he spoke. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. He knew that since the third island master of Hidden Fog Island had arrived, it meant that the Hidden Fog martial competition was about to begin. However, he did not know if the third island master of Hidden Fog Island would stand up for Qinji. I won't kill you right away. I'll keep you alive and torture you slowly. Qinji flew out like a sharp arrow that left the bowstring and shot towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. In his opinion, the reason he was injured by Duan Lingtian earlier was that Duan Lingtian had sneaked an attack on him. He was caught off guard. If he had been on guard, he would not have been hit. He was confident that his ability was above Duan Lingtian's. Just when the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body was stirred and ready to attack Qinji, a voice rang out. Enough! A soft shout that was filled with dissatisfaction was transmitted over, causing Qinji's body to come to a halt. Third Island Master. He injured me earlier. I must avenge him. Qinji looked at the third Island Master and said in a deep voice, Chapter 1298. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition is about to begin. You'll have plenty of chances to take revenge later. Now, stop embarrassing the Hidden Fog Island. The third Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island said in a deep voice with a cold gaze. Humph. Qinji seemed to be afraid of the third Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. He glanced at Duan Lingtian and snorted coldly. I'll let you live a little longer. I'll make sure you die a graveless death in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian calmed down the turbulent origin energy in his body. He glanced at Qinji nonchalantly as though he did not care about Qinji at all. In fact, he really did not care about Qinji at all. The third Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island seems to hate Qinji. At that moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that. Apart from that, he also noticed that the young man behind the third Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island had a fierce gleam in his eyes when he looked at Qinji. It seems like Qinji is not that popular on the Hidden Fog Island. However, Qinji's father is the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. Theoretically, he should have a good relationship with the third Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. I wonder why the third Island Master hates Qinji so much. Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. However, Duan Lingtian had no idea. The third Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island once had a female direct disciple who was talented and loved by him. However, she chose to commit suicide because she was defiled by Qinji. If the second Island Master did not protect Qinji and the first Island Master did not intervene, he would have killed Qinji long ago. Although it had been many years since that incident, his hatred for Qinji did not decrease at all. Although he had promised the first Island Master that he would not kill Qinji, he did not treat Qinji well when he saw him. The young man behind the third Island Master was the third Island Master's grandson. Many years ago, the third Island Master's direct disciple, who was defiled by Qinji, was his senior sister. They were engaged. His fiancée was defiled and committed suicide. One could imagine how much he hated Qinji. Qinji, one day I will kill you and avenge Kai-Er. The young man stared at Qinji with cold killing intent. However, he knew that he was no match for Qinji with his current strength. Among the crowd of onlookers, Emperor Wu's expression darkened. She did not expect the third Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island to appear at this moment. It completely disrupted her plan. According to her original plan, Duan Lingtian would kill Qinji. Once Qinji was dead, she would be able to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain his spatial ring. Since he's the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, I'm sure he has many rare treasures in his possession. The reason why she waited for Qinji to die was that she was worried that the powerhouse from the Hidden Fog Island would save Duan Lingtian. In her opinion, once Duan Lingtian killed Qinji, the only son of the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island, the Hidden Fog Island's powerhouse would no longer stand up for Duan Lingtian. Now, she no longer hoped to enslave Duan Lingtian. She only wanted to obtain the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, The timely appearance of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island completely disrupted her plan. At this moment, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island began to announce the rules of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition after greeting the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent. Only the top 30 people in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition can advance to the next round. Those who advance will receive a certain reward. Especially the top 10 people. Anyone who recommends them will receive an additional reward. The third island master of the Hidden Fog Island enunciated each word clearly. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition was organized by the Hidden Fog Island, so the rewards would not be bad. A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. Naturally, he knew what the additional reward that the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island mentioned was. It was none other than Saint Stones. After the Hidden Fog Martial Competition ended, the Cloud Continent's Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses, who recommended the person who ranked first, would receive 10 Saint Stones. The second and third place would receive 5 Saint Stones each. The fourth, fifth, and sixth place would receive 3 Saint Stones each. The 7th to 10th place would only receive 1 Saint Stone each. He had already learned about this from the Spirit Profound Realm Emperor Wu. On top of that, once the Hidden Fog Martial Competition begins, unless you admit defeat, otherwise you'll die. Once one of you admits defeat, the other party can't make a move. If anyone disregards the rules, I'll intervene. The third island master of the Hidden Fog Island continued. Life or death. At once, some of the Emperor Wu's disciples who had a lower cultivation base had a slight change of expression. Their hearts became heavy as they thought about surrendering immediately if they encountered an opponent whom they could not defeat. As soon as the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a ruthless and vicious gaze landing on him. He did not need to lift his head to know who it was. Qinji. Soon after, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island continued speaking, and the Hidden Fog Martial Competition officially began. The rules of the Hidden Fog Martial Arts Competition were very simple. Round after round of eliminations, until there were only 30 people left. That would be the end of the first round. All 30 of them could advance to the next round. After advancing, the top 10 would be determined from the 30 people. That would be the second round of the martial competition. The third round of the martial competition would determine the exact ranking of the top 10 people. Subsequently, it was time to draw lots. As the participants of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition received their lots, the Hidden Fog Martial Competition officially began. Time passed by quietly. Gradually, even Duan Lingtian could not help but suspect that the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island had done something to the lots. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental. In the first round of the martial competition, none of the Emperor Wu powerhouses met another Emperor Wu powerhouse. All of the Emperor Wu powerhouse's opponents were only on the martial Emperor realm. Would such a situation happen if the lots were drawn normally? Duan Lingtian believed that with the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island's powerful spiritual power, they would not be able to find out even if he were to spy on their cultivation base. It was because their abilities were too far apart from his. After the lots were drawn, the battle was one-sided. One could imagine the outcome of the battle between the Emperor Wu realm and the martial Emperor realm. In the end, the 30 people who advanced were revealed. 26 of them were on the Emperor Wu realm. Among them, 5 were under the Emperor Wu of Qingxian. However, they were still inferior to the core disciples of the Emperor Wu realm on the Hidden Fog Island. There were a total of 7 core disciples of the Emperor Wu realm on the Hidden Fog Island, including Qinji. The young lady behind the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island was also a core disciple of the Emperor Wu realm. Although the other young man was not a core disciple of the Emperor Wu realm, he was at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Out of the 30 people who advanced, 26 of them were Emperor Wu powerhouses. Only 4 of them were at the peak of the martial emperor realm. They were half a step away from the Emperor Wu realm. The young man, the grandson of the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island, was among them. On Lingxian Peak's side, only Duan Lingtian and Zhou Di made it to the next round. The remaining 8 people were eliminated. On Yuhan Valley's side, only Su Rong made it to the next round. On Thundercloud Peak side, Lan Bai and Zhou Yi made it to the next round. On the other hand, some of the disciples under the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent made it to the next round. Almost all of them were at the Emperor Wu realm. Of course, there were 2 who were at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. The last person who made it to the peak of the Martial Emperor realm was also a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island. In other words, out of the 10 core disciples from the Hidden Fog Island who participated in the Hidden Fog Martial competition today, 9 of them made it to the next round. Only 1 of them did not make it to the next round. At once, the core disciples from the Hidden Fog Island became the center of attention. That's amazing. As expected of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples from the overseas Saint Island, only 1 of them was eliminated in the first round of the Hidden Fog Martial competition. What a coincidence! There's no Emperor Wu powerhouse going against another Emperor Wu powerhouse in the first round of the martial competition. The 3rd island master must have done something when they were drawing the lots earlier. Actually, it's understandable. The best part should be left to the end so that people can look forward to it. You're right. The crowd of onlookers became lively. They were looking forward to the second round of the martial competition. They knew very well. In the second round of the martial competition, there would be an Emperor Wu powerhouse going against an Emperor Wu powerhouse. That would be the most exciting and anticipated scene. Zhou Yi has actually made a breakthrough to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Yi from afar. He could not hide the shock on his face. Although Zhou Yi did not unleash his full strength when he attacked earlier, he could clearly see that Zhou Yi had already made a breakthrough to the Emperor Wu stage. This female disciple from Thundercloud Peak is even more powerful than Zhou Yi. After Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from Zhou Yi, it landed on the woman next to him. This lady was not inferior to any man. Her strength was far above Zhou Yi's. The woman Duan Lingtian was staring at was none other than Thundercloud Peak's Martial Emperor Lei Ming's favorite direct disciple, Lan Bai. The 5 people brought by Qingxian Emperor Wu have all made a breakthrough. However, they're all at the Emperor Wu stage, so it's not surprising that they made a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian continued to look at the 5 people brought by Qingxian Emperor Wu. Soon, Duan Lingtian looked at Chili Emperor Wu. To be exact, he was looking at Dong Hu, who was next to Chili Emperor Wu. He was no stranger to Dong Hu. They had even fought before. You're lucky in the first round of the martial competition. You might not be as lucky in the second round. Qin Ji stood in the distance as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Flames of rage rose from the depths of his eyes, threatening to burst out at any moment. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him from the beginning until the end. This made Qin Ji even angrier. The second round of the martial competition begins now. As the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island continued to speak, the second round of the Hidden Fog martial competition officially began. Among the spectators, many people who were originally sleepy seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They widened their eyes and waited for the second round to begin. The second round of the martial competition began as scheduled. At this moment, Emperor Wu's powerhouse finally faced another Emperor Wu's powerhouse. Chapter 1299. In just a short while, 2 Emperor Wu powerhouses had fallen. Duan Lingtian's first opponent in the second round of the martial competition was someone he did not want to meet the most. Thundercloud Peak's Lanbai. As a Thundercloud Peak disciple, Zhou Yi must know Lanbai's strength very well. If he sees that I'm capable of defeating Lanbai, I'm afraid he'll admit defeat before I even make a move. Duan Lingtian was slightly depressed. Initially, he had planned to kill Zhou Yi in the hidden fog martial competition and take back the Devil Seal tablet that originally belonged to him. However, it was a little troublesome now. Lan Bai was the direct disciple of the Thundercloud Peak's owner, Emperor Wu of Thundercloud Peak on Cloud Continent. According to Yang Hui, she was at the second level of Emperor Wu stage. She was extremely powerful. She was definitely stronger than Zhou Yi. Naturally, this little bit of strength was nothing to the current him. Not to mention, he could defeat her without using the colossal aerolite arrow. He could even defeat her without using any martial skills. Forget it. I'll let her win for the Devil Seal tablet. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Subsequently, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian and Lan Bai's battle only lasted for about 10 breaths before he was completely defeated. In the end, it was as though he did not have the strength to fight back at all. However, all of this seemed flawless on the surface. Almost nobody, including Lan Bai herself, could see that Duan Lingtian had intentionally lost. Congratulations, senior sister Bai. After Lan Bai won, Zhou Yi was the first to congratulate her. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes. Although this Duan Lingtian has broken through to the Emperor Wu stage like me, he only lasted for about 10 breaths against senior sister Bai. His strength is far from mine. A few days ago, Zhou Yi had sparred with Lan Bai. Without more than 20 breaths, it would be difficult for Lan Bai to defeat him. Due to this reason, he concluded Duan Lingtian was no match for him. Brother Lingtian, not far away, Yang Hui was stunned. As for Duan Lingtian's defeat, those who didn't know his strength didn't think much of it. However, Yang Hui, as well as Ke and Li Fei, who were well aware of Duan Lingtian's strength, were at a loss when they looked at Duan Lingtian. They didn't know why Duan Lingtian was giving in. They could all see that Duan Lingtian had held back just now and had deliberately lost to Lan Bai. I don't want to alert the enemy. Duan Lingtian replied unhurriedly when faced with Yang Hui and the 2 girls questioning voice transmissions. Alert the enemy? Hearing this, the 3 of them looked around for a while, but didn't find anything wrong. You dare to participate in the hidden fog martial competition with such little strength? Chen Ji sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian was defeated just like that. Lan Bai's strength had always been in his eyes. Although her cultivation was similar to his, in terms of strength, she was far inferior to him. However, Duan Lingtian was defeated by Lan Bai. As long as he dares to fight, I won't give him any chance to admit defeat. Chen Ji glared at Duan Lingtian coldly as he swore in his heart. Among the people present, besides Yang Hui, Ke and Li Fei who were familiar with Duan Lingtian's strength, there was no one else who could see through the clues of the battle earlier. Cold Emperor Wu was undoubtedly one of them. She had fought Duan Lingtian before. Although it was only 1 hit, she was certain that Duan Lingtian's strength was definitely on par with a 4th-level Emperor Wu. He doesn't seem to know the female disciple from Thundercloud Peak, but he admitted defeat on purpose. He must be up to something. Cold Emperor Wu speculated as a gleam flashed in her eyes. However, she had no idea what he was up to. Apart from Cold Emperor Wu, there was another person who saw through the earlier battle. This person was none other than Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Qing Xian Emperor Wu glanced at Duan Lingtian. A gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes before he looked away. No one knew what he was thinking about. So this is his strength? If this is all he has, he'll definitely die if he encounters Qin Ji. Unless he surrenders in the beginning, he'll be in deep trouble. Many of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and whispered among themselves. Chen Ji's face darkened when he heard the whispers of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. He was worried that Duan Lingtian would be frightened by these core disciples. He was worried that Duan Lingtian would not dare to fight him when they encountered each other. He did not want to see this happen. However, he was destined to be overthinking. As time went by, the 4 peak martial emperors were eliminated one after another. One by one, Emperor Wu powerhouses were eliminated. At the same time, another 3 Emperor Wu powerhouses were killed. Among them, one of the Emperor Wu powerhouses who was killed was under Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Even the Hidden Fog Island had lost 2 core disciples who were at the Emperor Wu realm. The battle was getting more and more intense. Wong! Spurt! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound pierced through the air, accompanied by the clear sound of something entering a body. It sent chills down the spines of many people at the scene. A young lady with a pale face was performing a claw martial skill. Her claw pierced through her opponent's chest. Her pair of boneless hands then forcefully stuffed into her opponent's body. After a while, she withdrew her hands, and a heart that was still beating appeared in her hands. Smack! Just as the Emperor Wu powerhouse, whose heart was dug out, stopped breathing and fell to the ground. The young lady exerted force in her hands and crushed the heart that was dug out. Blood splattered everywhere. It was so dazzling that it sent chills down the spines of many people. Bloody! It's too bloody! Many people's faces turned pale as they were shocked. So powerful! Her ability has already broken through to Emperor Wu Realm Level 3. Duan Lingtian looked at the young woman, and his heart was filled with shock. The young lady with a pale face, who was expressionless from the beginning until the end, looked like a walking corpse. She was the young lady who followed the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island here. Unlike most of the people, the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island had a gratified expression on his face. This was because this lady was not only a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island, but she was also his direct disciple as well. Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the arena again. This was his last battle in the 2nd round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. As long as he won, he would be able to enter the top 10 in the Hidden Fog martial competition. At that time, he would be able to compete with the other 9 people for the top 10 ranking. However, until now he had not encountered Zhou Yi. When Duan Lingtian entered the arena, his opponent entered the arena as well and confronted him. Do you guys think he'll admit defeat? Many people looked at Duan Lingtian and discussed among themselves. I think he'll definitely admit defeat. After all, he can't even win against that female powerhouse who lost to Qinji. Some people spoke as they looked in the direction of the people from Thundercloud Peak. Their eyes landed on Lanbai. Lanbai was defeated by Qinji earlier. I was wondering when they would encounter each other. I didn't expect them to encounter each other in the 2nd round. Most of the people looked at the scene before them as though they were on steroids. At this moment, the person who stood opposite Duan Lingtian was none other than Qinji. Qinji was the person who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian and was severely injured not long ago. He was also the only son of the 2nd island master of the Hidden Fog Island. It seems like even the heavens are on my side. At this moment, Qinji's heart was filled with excitement as he stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him. In his opinion, since he had encountered his opponent, he would be able to kill him immediately to avenge his humiliation. That was not all. As long as he killed his opponent, his 2 women would be his as well. Qinji's heart was burning when he thought about the 2 beauties. At this moment, he was most worried that Duan Lingtian would admit defeat. If that happened, he would lose a great opportunity for revenge. This was not something he wanted to see. When Qinji looked over, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Qinji. His eyes were cold as ice. I didn't expect that I would meet him so soon. It's impossible for me to hand over the victory to him in this battle. I must win this battle. I can't lose. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes gleamed brightly. At this moment, he no longer cared about letting Zhou Yi know his true strength. Even if Zhou Yi feared him because of his next move, or even admitted defeat on his own accord when they met later on, he couldn't do anything about it. He only knew that he could let anyone win, but he could not let Qin Ji win. Moreover, he would teach Qin Ji an unforgettable lesson. Boy, I'll kill you soon. After I kill you, your fiancé will be mine. As soon as Chanji opened his mouth, he pointed at Ke and Li Fei to provoke Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was indeed enraged. You want to kill me? I'd like to see who's going to be the one who dies. Duan Lingtian replied coldly. He was unwilling to be outdone. There's no need to think about it. The person who dies will definitely not be me. Qin Ji sneered. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Milky white flames rose into the sky along with strands of energy of different colors. It was the origin energy and profundity that Qin Ji had cast. Qin Ji's strength could be considered as one of the best among the second-level Emperor Wu realm martial artists. He might even be able to fight against an ordinary third-level Emperor Wu realm martial artist. For this reason, he attacked like a bolt of lightning and flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. It was as though he would not stop until he tore Duan Lingtian into pieces. This purple-clad young man is going to die. He can only consider himself unlucky to have encountered Qin Ji. In the blink of an eye, many people whispered among themselves. They felt that Duan Lingtian was going to die in Qin Ji's hands. After all, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian had lost to Lan Bai before. Lan Bai had also lost to Qin Ji before. At this moment, apart from those who knew about Duan Lingtian's strength, everyone was shocked. Chapter 1300. What's wrong? Qing Xian, do you think this little fellow will win? Unknowingly, Demon Emperor Man Wu arrived next to Qing Xian's Emperor Wu. He followed the latter's gaze and noticed that the latter was looking at the purple-clad young man. More than 90% of the people thought that the purple-clad young man had no chance of winning. I'm afraid you've misjudged him this time. Before Qing Xian's Emperor Wu could respond, Demon Emperor Man Wu shook his head and said, "This little fella is only at level 1 Emperor Wu realm. That core disciple from the Hidden Fog Island is at level 2 Emperor Wu realm. Judging from the strength he displayed earlier, he's comparable to an ordinary Emperor Wu realm level 3. It'll be easy for him to defeat this purple-clad young man who's only at level 1 Emperor Wu realm." Demon Emperor Man Wu said, "Just watch." Qing Xian's Emperor Wu smiled faintly as he looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance. Duan Lingtian. He seemed to be very confident in him. It seems like the heavens are looking out for me. My chance is here again. A greedy gleam flashed in the depth of Emperor Wu's cold eyes. In her opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian killed Qin Ji, and as long as the powerhouses from the Hidden Fog Island no longer helped Duan Lingtian, it would be easy for her to kill Duan Lingtian and take the spatial ring from Duan Lingtian's hand. As for Duan Lingtian's strength, she had seen it for herself. Therefore, she was certain that Duan Lingtian had the ability to kill Qin Ji. I've decided. I won't kill you. However, I'll cripple your dantian and limbs. I'll let you watch your 2 fiancés enjoy my crotch. Qin Ji smirked and flew out. He seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. A sword had appeared in his hand at some point in time. The sword was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword that could increase one's strength by 1-fold. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized that this was another quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was refined by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. It must have been left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu 10,000 years ago. After all, a quasi-royal grade spirit sword would not decay or be destroyed due to the passage of time. They were passed down and passed into the hands of various powerhouses. Every time a quasi-royal grade spiritual weapon appeared, many people would fight for it. Hearing Chen Ji's vicious words, Duan Lingtian's face turned completely gloomy. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Li Fei and Ker's expressions were also very ugly. Chen Ji's words were undoubtedly humiliating them. Brother Lingtian, you mustn't be impulsive. Just treat his words as a dog barking and don't take them to heart. No matter what, he's the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. If you kill him, you and your 2 sisters-in-law will be in danger. At this moment, Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly used voice transmission to persuade Duan Lingtian. It was not his first day knowing Duan Lingtian. However, it was his first time seeing Duan Lingtian so angry. It was as though he would not stop until he killed Qinji. Are you still not going to admit defeat? Not far away, where the people from Thundercloud Peak were, Zhou Yi's face turned grave as he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Just like the others, he did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Qinji. Moreover, he could tell that Qinji really wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, if Duan Lingtian died, the secret of the mysterious stone tablet in his hand would be buried underground again. That was not what he wanted to see. Right now, he only hoped that Duan Lingtian would admit defeat quickly so that he could stay alive and solve the secret of the mysterious stone tablet. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Qinji charged toward Duan Lingtian. The sword in his hand was like a swimming dragon. It transformed into sword rays that covered the sky and swept down like meteors falling from the sky. Terrifying sword howls rose and fell, causing the air everywhere he passed to be shaken and emit waves of light explosions that resounded without end. Die! Seeing Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer, Qinji, whose eyes were filled with coldness, suddenly shouted. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shot out as though it was assisted by God as it pointed toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, many of the onlookers could not help but gasp. Even more people looked at Duan Lingtian with a pitiful expression. In their opinion, with such a situation, even if Duan Lingtian wanted to admit defeat, it would be too late. For a moment, many people could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian falling. This little fellow is quite calm. I wonder if he's really capable. Demon Emperor Man Wu was a little surprised. He could clearly see that this purple-clad young man did not move an inch in the face of Chen Ji's overwhelming attack. Even his expression did not change at all. His eyes were as calm as ever as he stared at Qinji, who was charging toward him. It was as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Just when Qinji's sword was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian, Demon Emperor Man Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. This was because he clearly saw the purple-clad young man move. His speed was even faster than Qinji's. He was still hiding his strength earlier. At this moment, this was the only thought left in Demon Emperor Man Wu's mind. However, although Duan Lingtian's speed was fast, it was nothing in front of Demon Emperor Man Wu, who was at the 7th level Demon Emperor stage. As he stared at Duan Lingtian seriously, Duan Lingtian's movements naturally slowed down in his eyes. Naturally, Chen Ji's movements were even slower. He could clearly see that a sword suddenly appeared in the purple-clad young man's hand out of thin air. Subsequently, a 5-colored sword ray suddenly shot out from the sword. In the next moment, the sword in his hand trembled as he swiftly swung 2 swords. The speed of the swords shocked Demon Emperor Man Wu. This speed, I'm afraid only Emperor Wu, who's at the 4th level Demon Emperor stage and above, would be able to perform this. Just as Emperor Wu was thinking about this, a shrill scream reverberated in the air. It was so sharp that it was ear-piercing. Many of the Hidden Fog Islands people who had a lower cultivation base heard it, causing horror to appear on their faces. Some of them even had their eardrums ruptured from the scream. Dazzling blood kept spurting out of their ears. When the scream reverberated in the air, the crowd regained their senses. Subsequently, everyone clearly saw that the purple-clad young man who was originally motionless had suddenly disappeared from his original spot and appeared even higher up in the sky. As he stood there, his purple robes fluttered in the wind, making loud noises. He looked very dashing. Soon after, they realized something else. Unlike the purple-clad young man who looked dashing, the Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, Chinji, who they thought would definitely win, was now in a sorry state. At this moment, Chinji was covering his mouth with one hand and pressing his crotch with the other. At this moment, blood was spurting out from these two places. The blood splattered across the sky and formed dazzling red roses. At this moment, many people felt chills running down their spines. At this moment, they finally realized why Chinji was screaming in such a shrill voice. It turned out that his mouth and crotch were mangled. It was a mess of flesh and blood. Judging from Chinji's slurred voice when he opened his mouth and spurted out blood and the injuries on his crotch, it was obvious that these two places were completely crippled. While Chinji was screaming in pain, his eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he saw Duan Lingtian as an enemy who had killed his father and taken his wife. For someone like him, who was unhappy without women, it was difficult for him to accept this fact. He had been turned into a eunuch by his opponent's sword. Moreover, he was a mute eunuch. He was filled with hatred. However, although he was filled with hatred, there was nothing he could do to his opponent. "You're dead. You're dead. My father won't let you go. My father won't let you go." Chinji kept threatening Duan Lingtian through voice transmission as he glared at him. At this moment, the group of people who were watching finally regained their senses. As expected, there was an uproar in the crowd. Chinji is no match for him. It seems like he was hiding his strength earlier. Oh my God! Could it be that he deliberately hid his strength just for this moment? If that's the case, did he lose to Thundercloud Peak's Lan Bai on purpose? Isn't it obvious enough? Lan Bai can't even win against Chinji. How could she win against someone who's obviously stronger than Chinji? He's really ruthless. Not only did he cripple Chinji's mouth, but he also crippled his manhood. I can understand why he crippled Chinji's manhood. However, why did he cripple Chinji's mouth? The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly. Many of them were filled with doubts as they wondered why Duan Lingtian would cripple Chinji's mouth. He's actually so strong. On Thundercloud Peak's side, Lan Bai's expression changed drastically as she broke out in cold sweat. She knew very well in her heart, if the purple-clad young man did not lose to her on purpose, she would most likely be dead. If the purple-clad young man was willing, he could have killed her in just one move. However, why did he lose to me on purpose? Could it be that he wanted to hide his strength from Chinji? The doubts in Lan Bai's heart grew. This reason did not seem to make any sense. Chinji did not know how strong she was in the beginning. Therefore, even if Duan Lingtian defeated her at that time, Chinji would not be afraid. However, while Lan Bai couldn't figure it out, Zhou Yi could. This Duan Lingtian must have lost to Lan Bai on purpose to bait me. He wants to kill me. Zhou Yi's face was gloomy. He could guess the reason why Duan Lingtian lost to Lan Bai on purpose. Naturally, Zhou Yi did not know Duan Lingtian already knew the Devil Seal tablet was in his hands. He only thought Duan Lingtian wanted to take revenge. Fortunately, he encountered Chinji first. Otherwise, if he encountered me first, I'd definitely be dead. Zhou Yi did not doubt this at all. At this moment, Zhou Yi felt a lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, he looked at Chinji, whose mouth and manhood were crippled. If that's the case, I should thank Chin-ji instead. I'm dead? Your father won't let me go? When Duan Lingtian heard Chan-ji's threat, he smiled brilliantly. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.